the stakeholder effect. Stakeholder effect is the fact that if more people pay attention to the left becomes more valuable than the right. Even if there is more value on the right, what people pay attention to is what becomes more valuable. So a lot of people are plunging. If by next academic session, 10,000 students were indicating interest to enroll in polytechnics in Enugu State, there will be more funding going to polytechnics. There will be more lecturers being sent to polytechnics. As a matter of fact, because more school fees will come, more lecturers will opt to teach in polytechnics. But what you have is that the remnant, the leftovers, is what is going there, because more of the attention is on, the university, tertiary education, the people who are going with BScs and all of that. Meanwhile, the polytechnics are the ones who have, because you even see polytechnics are even streamlined. A science polytechnic, an educational polytechnic. Polytechnics are even specific to what they want to train. And when you come in, that's what they are training you on. They don't have time to come and keep you in classroom. You're going to keep doing hands-on experience. You're going to keep going out there to learn. But how many people are going to send their kids to polytechnics? It's a new thought. This thought you just brought up is very unpopular. And I think if more conversations about it come up, maybe more attention will actually be paid to polytechnics.
Let's look at how much have we absorbed AI, greenfields, and so many other aspects of education into the Nigerian system?
Well, we've absorbed it through the back door because the students use
it to make it easy.
But the administration does not use it, right? The administration may use it individually, but there's not a lot of tech aiding the educational sector in Nigeria. But a lot of students are using it, to pass their exams. They are using a lot of those tech. I mean, sometimes abusing, it. But I don't think the Nigerian educational system has really absorbed these things well enough. And because we are talking about the future is tech, the future is global. The world is globalizing. There's hardly a skill that you can't really go to YouTube and learn. There's hardly anything like that. So whilst a university may lack maybe proper infrastructure to train their students in a certain space, if they absorb these AI gadgets well enough, these AI tools well enough, then they can actually do that work. But you know that the typical African is afraid of tech replacing them, right? So, but I feel like if we absorb them, it can even begin to lay off some of the burden on the shoulders of the
administrative block in the universities. Do you think they see AI as a threat to them?
Many blocks, not just tertiary institution, a lot of spaces and sectors in the world today, especially in Africa, see tech as and AI as a threat, because of how much it can do, how fast it can do that, how accurately it can do that. Personally, I feel like tech came to collaborate with people. I don't think a person, an existence can replace its creator. It was us that made AI. It's someone that is programming AI, right? So it's just to position yourself on the right side of AI. If you are on the consumer space, you're not going to be benefiting from the existence of AI only to the point that you are a consumer. If you're a producer, meaning that you're doing something AI can do, and you're not sharpening your skill, you're going to become outdated because AI continues to update every
moment.
In fact, every second that there is a new if you ask AI who is the tallest man now, and you ask him by night, and someone else has taken that, he's going to say, but if there's a textbook about the tallest men in the world, he's not going to show it. And if there's a lecturer who is teaching about tallest men, he's not going to know. So I feel like the reason why AI should push the administration of various institutions, not just education, to sharpen their knowledge, to build their skill, because a person builds AI. AI can't replace humans. The threat is because we don't think we can do as much as AI is doing. But AI is just meant to support and collaborate with man. I don't think it's going to replace us.
Let's be a bit more practical. How often is this curriculum being reviewed?
The question now is, how often should it be reviewed? Now, by the Ministry of Education, as at the last time I checked, it's meant the educational curriculums are meant to be reviewed on 2 levels. First is every year. Second is every time the need arises.
Okay.
Yes, so there's meant to be a routine review.
So when was the last time it was reviewed?
I wouldn't. It won't. Not in the 20,000s. Not in the 2000s. Not in the 2000s. You know, the last time it was reviewed was when we changed from the educational system we were using before, where there was standard 1 to standard 12, and then we broke down to the 112 educational, you know, type of system or curriculum. So, but since then, we've not had any major educational reviews. Just been universities saying, I think we should also start doing this course this other university is doing. You know, there's not been, you know, really major impact on the curriculum in terms of review, and so that means we are falling short of the expectation, and even though the need has arose many times in the past 20 years, the need has arose. The introduction of CBT exams is meant to cause a review, at least to make sure that students have a basic knowledge of use of computer, since they're going to use it to write exams. Yet there's no place where it is said that a student needs to have basic knowledge. A lot of students go into exam hall and their computer is hanging.
Clueless.
Yes, and when it starts hanging, they don't know what to do. They start looking for the ICT staff who are just for managing a room with 1,000 exam students, and so you can't be here and be here. So if a student does not have basic knowledge of that, why are we using CBT? Why are we having CBT, computer-based test, when people don't have computer knowledge, right? So this is a review that should have happened years ago when CBT exams were introduced. Now you're talking about tech, you're talking about entrepreneurship, you're talking about business, you're talking about soft skills like content creation and all of these things that are really fetching funds and livelihood for people outside the university. All these things should have caused a review or elicited a curriculum review by now, but we are yet to see it. And this is also a call to action to whom it may concern, you know, for the actors to actually act on this so that these reviews be done. It's very, very necessary.
So what are the necessary reforms you think should be taken into actions in order to, you know, rebrand the tertiary education curriculum to be more practicable and practicable in a way that it can absorb everybody as well and equally get you prepared for the labor market ahead?
So the reforms that I think can be taken, let's start from the curriculum reforms. I feel like more relevant courses should be added to the courses.
Don't we have enough courses already?
That's what I'm saying. When the more relevant ones are added, the irrelevant ones should be removed. We have a lot. That's what you're trying to say. We have a lot of them, but we don't have enough. We don't have enough because even though everybody is in every department in the university, not all the departments are going to be relevant to them outside the university. So there is that aspect of introducing these particular courses, you know, tech education, you know, soft skills. Like, I don't know, there are a lot of them that are being studied out there. We could take a cue from the people out there. So there is that. Updating ahead, that's what I want to say. Updating the course list that we have. That's one. Now, we talked about flexibility, making the curriculum flexible enough that if a person wants to take on this, but also wants to take on something else, we run a very rigid curriculum in Nigeria. There is a number of unit loads you must meet. We run a 5.0 GPA standard. All these things are rigid and they don't encourage creativity. They don't encourage innovation. They don't encourage thinking outside the box. Yet we keep telling the youths and the students to think outside the box. But we are built to be in the box. As a matter of fact, there's a penalty for thinking outside the box. So there should be that flexibility. And then, of course, we should also have some level of check, a way to assess that a person has really learned something. This is also a reform that I think the white people have better than us. Examinations don't check the amount of knowledge you have gained about something. It checks how much you can remember. So the person who can cram the most is going to probably scale through. Even though that there are brilliant people who know the course, who can also scale through. But on the bulk of it, many students, if you ask them what they just wrote in their exam, they've forgotten it because they read so that they can pass. So there should be ways, and this is also practice, there should be practicable ways to access that students who you want to issue a certificate can actually defend that certificate so that they don't get embarrassed with your school certificate outside in that company. That's on the curriculum reform. And then the other one is the issue you raised about infrastructure. There should also be reforms with the infrastructural availability of these practicable means for the students to also have access, you know, to what is happening across the world and be able to compete, you know, in real time. So, I mean, there are other reforms, but generally or basically, These are some of those things that I feel like they can act on.
This is a word to the administrative parts of the universities. What of the government? How can they come in to help this thing to be actualized?
Well, that's why we have a Ministry of Education. I think it's a ministry that is not paid attention to a lot.
The Ministry of Education?
Yes, the Ministry of Education should be very, very popular, but it's not. Because the bulk of, let's say we have 60,000 youths, 30,000 or 40,000 of them are students. And the youths are the most viable population of every country. If the majority of that population are students, it means that the ministry that manages those people should become very, very popular. So I think that state ministries of education, that is commissioners of education across various states in the country, should come alive. Minister of education or ministers of education should also come alive, so that they can collaboratively, because even everything we are saying to the administration of universities, the only administration of universities that can even work independently are private universities. And how many people attend private universities? So when we even talk about administration, the people, and many private universities don't have a lot of these problems you are spotting. Yes, most of the private universities are doing just fine, right? So what we're even addressing is the ones that the government has to play a part in. It needs to come alive. There's a lot of attention paid on crude oil, source of income, the economy of the country. The ivory tower is falling. The ivory tower is falling. The ivory tower is the educational sector is falling. There's not attention paid to it. If someone wanted to do a campaign to become a leader in Nigeria, the person wouldn't be paying attention to education. The only attention that will be paid to the educational sector is to mobilize students to come out and do campaigns.
For campaigns, I was going to say this.
So if the person wanted, the person will probably build a road, build something, build one structure like that. So there's more attention paid to that aspect. I feel like there should be attention paid to the educational sector, so that our youth will stop saying school na scam, so that they can start, really gaining from the school fees that they pay and the education that we get, in the country.
Okay, we talked about curriculum review. What strategies do you think should be implemented in order to successfully have a continuous curriculum review, not just something that they'll do now and abandon for the next 10 to 20 years to come?
It's going to be, it has to be by establishing grassroots systems. Just like every other sustainable, development, it has to be grassroots. If you call commissioners of education together to sit down and do a review, I'm sorry, but they don't have enough information to do a review. If you even add VCs, vice chancellors, to that meeting or to that conference, they still don't have enough information. If you now bring in lecturers, you are beginning to add information. But you see, when I say grassroots, the stakeholders who are the students should be absorbed into the structures that actually have these conversations. Because if they are now absorbed, they can begin to say, these are the problems that we are facing. It's not only vice chancellors that should be asked, what should we do in your university? Students should also be asked, what should we do? What should we do differently? They are the main stakeholders. Imagine that a group of people need air to breathe, and then you come with truckloads of food. So you've brought something, but it's something that is not relevant. They will take the food. It may waste, it may not. But the need is oxygen, and you brought food. That's what is happening. If we say this now and maybe gets to the right ears and a miracle happens, what you will see now is a knee-jerk reflex where the Minister of Education will call a meeting with a lot of people. They're going to sit down and start doling out money. You think everything is not money.
It's not money.
Everything, processes shouldn't even start with money. Money should be the end of every action, of policies. What should start it is conversations, proper analysis, proper reviews done on individual level, grassroots. These people, okay, what do you think we should co-opt? What should we add? In the long run, what have we seen students getting more involved with that we think is positive enough to be co-opted into this? How will it affect? And you talked about it being able to continue.
Yes,
this
not
is
just
how
a one-time
it continues.
thing.
This is how it continues, because these people who have the most reliable information, as this group of students pass, the next group of students who are the new generation may have new needs. If you depend on the students, they are going to give you their needs. Okay, that they set before us, this is what they wanted. But for us, this is what we think the review should be. So if you rely on a VC is going to stay 5 years, if he has luck and he gets to 10 years, a commissioner for education maybe 4 years, depending on the state structure. A minister for education maybe 8 years. But the needs change almost yearly. So it is people who experience the problems on a yearly basis that can give you information about reliable reforms that can be made yearly. So if it's going to continue, it's going to be sustainable, it should start from the grassroots and go up, not from up to the grassroots.
Thank you so much, Honorable Divine Ekweremadu, for your input on the topic that we just finished discussing, tertiary education curriculum and practicability in Nigerian society. Honorable Divine Ekweremadu is a special advisor, Student Affairs, Ministry of Youth and Sports, ENUGU State. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you very much.
As always, we'll have this conversation in a different angle another day.
Always ready to show up and say my bid.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
But
you.
we'll go into our next line of discussion for tonight. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Politicals on Signature Evening. If you're just joining us, we had a conversation with Divine Ekweremadu on tertiary institutions and the things that concern it. You can go back and revisit and give us your insights and input on that conversation. Coming up, we have, since 2023, progress in women's political representation has been noted, though significantly disparities persist. Globally, women hold 26.5% of parliamentary seats, a slight increase from 25.5% in 2021. In 2025, women speakers of parliament reached 23.7%, up from 22.7% in 2023. However, men continue to dominate top political roles, and it will take over 80 years to reach parity at the current rate of progress. As of 1st January 2023, 11.3% of countries have women heads of state, 17 out of 151 countries, monarchy-based system excluded, and 9.8% have women heads of government, 19 out of 193. This is an increase compared to a decade ago when figures stood at 5.3% and 7.3% respectively. Of all the regions, Europe continues to have the highest number of countries led by women, 16. What then is the status of Nigerian women in politics since 2023 till date? And to have the conversation on women in politics since 2023 progress report, we have our guest who is standing by on Zoom. Her name is Onyinye Mama, who is a gender advocate and activist. Good evening, Onyinye Mama.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
Oh, well, very well. How is your evening going?
Fine, fine. It's moving on well.
Okay, looking at the statistics of women in politics since 2023 in Nigeria, the progress report, what would you say has been the progress so far? Has it increased? Obviously, we've seen an increase in about 1 or 2% increase in that. And how encouraging is it to women as well?
All right. So since 2023 and up to date, there has been an obvious decline in the number of women who participate in politics. There has also been a downsurge in the voices of women who were expected to have also, spoken up against the drastic reduction of women numbers, especially citing where we reside currently, which is ENUGU. So in the past election, we had 4 women legislators in the State House of Assembly. We had a woman as the deputy governor. We had quite a number of women as commissioners, doing quite well. And right after the 2023 election, we had a down surge, we had a decline in the number, went from 4 to 2. And even in the state houses of the national houses of rep and senate, there's also not an increase, because I think in the House of Rep we have about 360 something national reps, and we have about 9 women there, and in the Senate almost the same low score. So there has been a decline instead of an increase. But globally, I think some other countries are doing well for themselves, because recently we recorded Namibia having a woman as the country's president, and it means quite a lot. But down here in Nigeria, it's still a big clock. We are still heavily, you know, boiled in with chauvinism, political chauvinism, and male-dominated political space. So there has not been any increase anyway, and it's not encouraging. It's not encouraging.
Okay, you're looking at the statistics now, and you have been really conversant. You've been actively present in the political sphere in Nigeria, and you've actually encouraged so many women over time. What is your what has been your experience so far, especially after the 2023 elections?
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So I am this women's lover. I'm this women's loud trumpeter and a microphone. But I tell you that I gathered quite a lot of experiences, and most of the experiences were precarious. Some of the experiences were very chilling and cold and right unpredictable. And it brings me to the confines of where a lot of people say women find themselves and all of that. But because I have worked thoroughly and deeply with women who are women lovers, women promoters, and women advocates, I cannot accept that women cannot do it and do it right. But I tell you that we had lots of experiences, especially me, that coached me backwards. For example, I saw myself being misinterpreted. I saw myself being blatantly accused, even in the public, being judged, and it was by the same women who I was speaking for, who came to me, who I was carrying their voices, their faces, and all of that. So I've had a very sore, bitter experience with the women. But because I have had a tremendous number of women who understand what it means to support, to love, and stand for each other, I will not outrightly condemn the good things that are coming for women or the good news that are coming for women, because the fundamental part of what we are trying to advocate for must have been corrupted with foundations of where these women came from. Maybe family foundation, maybe political foundation, maybe survival instincts foundation make them, very judgmental, very skeptical, and very competitive in nature. So when you're all out and trying to fight for a cause that may not be so clear and glaring to them, they may soon pose a fight to you. And I also understood that women do not want you to always shine. They do not want you to always be the voice to be heard. And another one on a contrast. I've seen women who want you to shine. I've seen women who want you to rise. I see women who got all out of their way to elevate you. So the experience has been in two mixtures. I've had the good side of this work, and I've had the very sore test, bitter experience of this work. Very, very bitter test.
Okay, so would you say that women are being actively included in the political business of Nigeria, or is just like a gender quota in order to measure up with the international counterparts?
Okay, so the first involvement would be for you to readily register with a political party. So for that, I wouldn't say anybody is marginalizing us, and I will also not say anybody has shifted us backwards. So if you are not politically ready or stabilized to gather the fight and face the fight, that may also be threatening for us in this space. So if you want to be politically involved and included, I think it starts from participating in political parties and meetings before you come all out in the public. So I think a whole number of women are still doing the album member, cheerleading and all of the political noise instead of going into the real deal. But I would give good kudos to the number of women who came out boldly in 2023 to contest. I'm so proud of the number of women I saw contesting for the state houses of assembly, House of Rep, and all Senate. I knew over 100 and something women that broke the jinx and came out for the first time. Even though they broke the numbers and came out for the first time, the numbers deteriorated and declined. But then it's a lead for me. It's a covered milestone for me. It's the way forward. And I hope that what they saw in the political scenario will not dissuade them from coming out to participate, because failure is one of the steps to your success. So that you didn't win this time doesn't mean you won't win next time. And sometimes you just need to give it the strong fight for the real people to call you up to the table. So you can be appointed if you factually give a strong fight and you don't win. You can be called into the confines of the political stalwarts to work with them. So I think it's also about coming out to combat, fight, try to take the power or take the power, and then see what happens or transpires after that. So the inclusion should majorly be done by women in joining political parties, in trying to be chairman of political parties, and then seeing how much this could fetch us. So over the years, we've been battling with women's participation because yes, women are very poor in being chairman of political parties. Women are very poor in number in participating as aspirants or candidates at any given election. So I think if we intensify our efforts and begin to, give up the numbers, the more we rear up our heads, the more realistic and more assumed it is for the public to know that these women have come to stay and they have come to stay. So I would not want us to be dissuaded with the fact that 2023 was not a bright light, but then light can still and will always be seen at the end of the tunnel.
Apart from intensifying your efforts, apart from women intensifying their efforts, what other things would you point out as the major factors contributing to women not being actively involved in politics, not just being involved in politics, but holding strong political decision-making positions as well?
All right, so I mean, the family, it's all there is to it. So if there's no huge support from the family, especially the husband, for the married ones, or friends, or brothers, or the financial bigwig in the house who can support the woman to move ahead, I mean, there will be this slow fit to participate in it. And culture, it's also largely entrenched in our values. Consciously or subconsciously, we still bat up ourselves with what culture has dropped in us, tiny or big pieces. And so there's also the factor of religion. There's also the factor of not being financially capable to weather the storm that will come to you as a female aspirant. So these are some of the mitigating factors. But then you can still stand and fight it. If you fought the first time, you can fight a second and a third. There's no giving up. I mean, I look at the profile of the former candidates, I mean, the aspirants, the male aspirants in 2023. I see them now reconverging. I'm planning to give it another fight. It makes a whole lot of sense to me. So I think we should be resilient and very tenacious like the male counterparts. When they want to fight, they keep fighting. You can imagine that Peter B is returning, El Rufai wants to return, Atiku wants to return. So they keep giving it fight. So you didn't win the last time does not mean you can't give it another fight and keep pushing ahead.
Looking at the statistics of women in politics, it has actually declined badly compared to every other year. Why is this so? I mean, looking at that, the world is being globalized already. Things are changing. Women are becoming more aware of who they are and the substance that they are made of. Why is it that even at 2023, the statistics shows that there's a decline in the percentage of women in politics?
Okay, so I cited some examples. Political parties are led or governed by the chairman of political parties. And political parties bring out their aspirants. Automatically, most of the political chairmen bring out a male. And if you're not a man, you won't talk more for the man. If you're not a woman, you won't talk more for the woman. So as far as these men are concerned, the political space is that, crafted space for males to fight. The women should do something that is more feminine and more soft for them. The political space has a lot of, it has a lot of clandestine, dark crafted activities, as so it looks, you know, murky waters and politics. So the men allow themselves to keep choosing males because male political parties are dominated by male leaders. So naturally, they bring out male leaders, and probably if the person is a little gender sensitive or responsive, the person may say, okay, vice should be a woman. But you recall that in the past election, it was just one party that had a woman as their deputy, which was ABGA. So the rest of the parties who came out to, aspire for political or gubernatorial elections were male-dominated positions. So, and again, I told you, money is a thing. Money is a huge substance for politics in Nigeria. I used to tell myself that Nigerians have suffered so much that this time around, whether you give them money or not, they will vote who is needed and who is not needed. And it played out like a wild card in the past election. I saw fellow women telling me, they would have, they wish this woman would have given them what they wanted, and they will vote for her, that people are hungry. So it's reality.
And by saying people are hungry, they expect you to give them some sort of money in order to vote for them.
They didn't hide it from me because I toured all the markets in ENUGU. I toured the whole 17 LGAs, and I had conversation with women. And one of the days, one of the most influential or very influential women voices, she called me with her stakeholders, and they said, listen, politics is about money. For example, you called us out now, well-dressed. If we're going and you don't give us transport, and you don't give us food, and you don't call us 1 or 2 times to say, take this and use it for your meeting, take it or leave it. We're going to do the voting for the one who does it for us. And so it was one bad truth I had to tell myself, that as bad as it may look, politics needs a lot of money. I'm telling you.
Especially for us other women. Things. Okay, go on, go ahead.
So I'm thinking that we need to do power mapping and use very strong influencers to help women. For example, we can use the religious institutions and model women who have broken the jinx of bad leadership, of not being able to govern, and project them as one voice. As one voice. The major fight is in us gaining our critical mass as women and using it as one voice. So, for example, if Nigerian women say, come 2027, Dora Akunyili, not Dora Akunyili, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is going to be our president. And we use one voice in the whole of the 30 states because we have women voices all around. And we converge as one voice and say, yes, so look at our portfolio over the years, nation to nation, street to street. We will do this. We'll start a security trust fund. Or not a security trust fund now, a trust fund to support her politically. I think we can achieve that. So the mitigations are within family support, financial incapability, environmental denigration, people saying a lot of accusing things, popping on press briefings and doing publications of what you didn't do, trying to bring the person down. So a lot of women cannot even stand political propaganda. It's always part of what destroys either their home or their workplace. And so even culture, even religion, too many things inhibit the large participation of the women in politics. Too many things.
Considering the political parties in Nigeria now, how well have they have they really done enough to create a fair stage to play on for women as well? Do they really create room for that, an office for that, apart from positions where you need women leaders that in quotes are you need women to hold obvious positions like that. Apart from, do they really create an avenue whereby they absorb women to actually help them run for certain offices?
Okay, so over centuries, the men have dominated the space. So we can't rush in immediately and sweep everybody off and take over the whole arena. I think, like I initially mentioned, it's for us to, in our huge number, begin to take up cards from political parties, stay there, learn the style, learn the metrics, learn the practice, follow up, gather up the numbers, and then we fight. The first winning will come from women becoming chairman of political parties because certainly a woman will look for another standard woman to bring out. She may rather, take her as my political daughter, but a woman will be looking for a standard woman, probably make the man, the deputy of the woman. But we have less number of women as leaders. They are either women leaders, they are never chairmen or secretaries. So they don't have the decision-making voice to take charge of what is happening at the political level. So I think a lot of work needs to be done, a lot of table work, a lot of advocacy, a lot of agreeing that, yes, we did it, but we need to part of our pockets and get ready for the people who are called cheerleaders. The major crux of the matter too, is that the women who vote the men, should have been a large chunk of number added to the woman who is contesting. But no, the woman who is contesting does not have an amount of money to fleece commensurate to what the male counterparts would do. So there's a lot of work still pending. But I love the fact that women are beginning to come out and face the tide and swim through the tide. Even if we don't get the numbers, at least the participation will gradually start with coming out, spelling and winning and winning.
Okay, Mama, looking forward, do you think that Nigerian women have the ability or would they get any chance to actually break the jinx and have a female president in Nigeria?
I pray so. Politics, murky waters, right? I'll keep mentioning that. There's a lot of impenetrable instances in politics that may debar the woman from playing full out. But I think there's a future for the giant Nigerian woman. Giant not by stature or size, but giant in brilliance and socialization and acceptance of who we are, for her to be able to apply the same metrics that the men apply to succeed in politics. I am of the fact that because centuries have transcended and men have been in this space, it's not going to be a walk in the park for women to just, come up and assume seat. It's going to be quite a fight. And then at some point, Nigerians themselves may even hand over the baton to a woman and say, take the lead. I hope so. I hope so. Because we have very competent, credible, vastly schooled, well-read women. Well-read women. So,
Some
I
of the
mean,
strategies you would proffer to women to break easy from, that will actually enable them breakthrough from the male-dominated sphere in politics?
okay, so I think they are coming up, like I said. Lots of advocacy, lots of capacity building, starting up a trust fund for them. So the ones who are not financially buoyant to stand the heat can be supported from the Women's Trust Fund if we agree to do that. And then they need to go into this political, dark age and find out what calculative sports have we not unpuzzled from the reasons why the men keep winning? Because, I mean, women also vote. That's one thing my head can't digest. Women also vote. So at the point of voting, Can't we give these votes to another woman? So until we're able to unpuzzle those calculations, or those metrics around political, I don't know how to coin these words, but I understand that yes, it's a dark age in politics, really dark age. And all right, capacity building, advocacy, more inclusion of men that support women. This time around, we'll go for more men that support women, less of the women that support women. Because if we keep singing women, women, we are not even in the decision-making position to include. So I think we need more men that support women in the space to allow us, try our stance with the men.
Do you think there should be like a compulsory policy for women to take up certain positions? I mean, in order to balance out the gender, the gender quota as well.
Okay, so why we talk about increased number of women in politics, we're not looking at it from the side of pity. So if you're doing policy to make women to must perform or to must be involved, so where is the place of credibility, competence, and capacity? What I'm saying is that naturally the political space and the nation should agree for women who are competent enough to, climb the seat and occupy. That's it. I'm not looking at politics that will melt out the strength of the men entirely because we want to have increased participation of women. We're also looking at women that will be credible, competent, and capacity filled. So what if we do such policies and we begin to have racks and people in politics? No, we're talking about credibility here too. We're not just looking for common women. We're looking for women that can stand the heat. Leadership is not for the feeble-minded. Leadership is not for toddlers. Leadership is for people who are emotionally and socially intelligent to stand whatever it brings to their table. So I do not want a policy that will enforce that women must. No, I want women to win and be allowed to win.
Okay, is there a clear succession pipeline for young women in politics, or do we just keep recycling the old names that we've been hearing for so long, even till now?
So say, we were talking about, we are saying that even the old women in politics have not been allowed to have good number. Are you not saying succession of the young ones? Let even the old ones be allowed to take a month in the office. Then we can talk about the young ones who don't even see any optimistic glance at what is happening in this nation, particularly. So, because the young ones will look and say, okay, a lot of women have been participating in politics. This will encourage us to not mind our business and also go into it. What will even encourage the young ones to come and waste their time? When the older ones have been wasting time, nothing is there for them.
School
You
of
know, we
thought
mostly
have
see
it
women
that.
appointed. We don't see a good number of women elected. So there's no encouragement. There's no fight. So we can't be talking about succession when we've not even done the leadership. The leadership needs to come up in good numbers before we talk about succession plan for the young ones that will come in.
Okay, some school of thoughts have it that women in politics have really not done enough to support one another, let alone even mentor the younger ones that have interest in this same politics, to even mentor the next generation that's supposed to take over from them. What would you say about that?
Oh no, it's not true. It's not true. I can tell you that Honorable Princess Obi Ajulugu has been doing so much to empower young girls and fellow women. I can tell you that Honorable Jane Ene has been doing so much to support young girls and women. These two women that I know in the House of Assembly has been doing so much. Her Excellency, as the wife of the governor, is doing so much. The current woman leader that I know in Enugu, that is not just a woman leader, that used to be somebody I know that speaks for people who are being abused or neglected or avoided, is also doing so much to make sure she brings people along. I know that there are one or two bad eggs, but I can tell you that here that I'm domiciled, the ones that I know are trying their little bit to bring people closer. But the thing is, um, the society and the people around us have a way of escalating tensions that happen among women. The tensions that happen among women has a way of being on the bigger lens. I won't be a fan to that, because also, if women are not empowering, I don't know how much empowerment the men have done too. So it's not about the women that are in politics not empowering. I can speak for the people I know. The others, if they don't want to empower, congratulations to them. They are part of the reason why we're suffering. But for the ones I know, I see them do a lot to bring in other women to the space. I see them do that.
Since 2023, would you say women involvement in politics has actually translated into better government in politics and, in terms of infrastructural development, have there been any significant change, even in accountability as well, or has it just been just mere representation without reform?
All right, so should I talk for Enugu or talk for Nigeria in a whole? Before before the former Minister of Women Affairs was removed from office, I can tell you that the number of impartial and very transparent empowerment programs she was doing for young girls, for women, for families were something to reckon with. That was why it came to me as a shock when I heard Barrister Joe Anene was no longer there. In Enugu here, we have just two women as against 22. And legislative duty is not an executive duty. They do not have the power. It's not within their purview. It's not within their jurisdiction to command improvement of social infrastructure at the state level. So even within their constituency, there's little or nothing they can do. What they do is to legislate around rules, precepts, and policies, laws. So they don't have that executive will to influence social infrastructural activities. No, that's why we can't really measure them with what is happening at the states, because their job has it's residing under policies, laws, precepts, and making sure that the agencies or the organs that are supposed to carry out all those rules and laws do what they're supposed to do. So for infrastructural activities, they may be limited in that aspect because they don't have the executive strength to do such things.
Okay, looking at some of the things that, like there was this time the news that went on about a female minister who had laundered over $37 million. News like this, they really encourage women to be voted into power, because you see some people were leaving comments that if you give women the opportunity to hold certain positions, they would do so well at money laundering, even more than the men do. Do you really agree with this? And do you think that the stories like this really give room for women to hold certain positions in regards to money as well?
Okay, so if this question didn't come up, I'll be puzzled myself why you're letting me sleep in peace. All right, so money laundering, it's not gender exclusive. Men launder funds, men embezzle funds, and men are fraudulent. So if we have had 100 men, and out of 100 men, we have recorded about 50 or 49 who have embezzled funds in one situation or the other, and we'll have about one woman or two women that have embezzled funds, please. Is that commensurate to the number of fraudulent embezzlers that we find in politics? There was something I mentioned before we got to this. I told you that the society and the men around has a way of escalating tensions about women and the issues they have, so that it looks as if these people should not even be given room and space to play full out. And the society is fanning that up. Can't you recall the number of fronts and monies that have been siphoned by men in this country? Can we say that
Absolutely.
the number of women who have done that is commensurate to the number of millions or hundreds of men that have led us in this country? So, you know, we magnify the issues of women to give them reasons to back out, to slow down. So I keep saying, you see fraud, you see embezzlement, you see stealing, you see looting. It's not gender exclusive. It's not sex different. Any human being can be in this. So they're escalating it and saying if you put more women, they will embezzle. So have our men been worshiping in Rome? Have our men been the popes? Have they been so clean? So our men have not been laundering funds, and so I will just give myself a wild laugh if you didn't ask me this question this night.
You saw
There's
it
only one
coming.
embezzle.
So looking forward, what reforms do you think should be introduced in order to absorb women into the political space and give them safety for participation as well? And not just that, but even in political campaigns and leadership roles.
All right, so I think we should first of all start with advocacy, map out the stakeholders that need to be spoken to, and they should understand it. And then we should begin to dismantle stereotypes, political stereotypes that have kept women at some relegated positions, even in the political parties. You don't see a woman as chairman, you don't see her as vice, you don't see her as secretary, you see her as woman leader. So while she's at that, they make her be the noisy, loud, cheerleading personality. They don't give her the decision-making voice. So it's part of why we are where we are. If women begin to take up those key positions, I mean, strong decisions will be taken about inclusion of women. I know women fight, but men fight. I know women quarrel, but men quarrel. I know women could be more jealous, but men are jealous too. So, I mean, it's not exclusively different to women. These things are human issues. Human issues. They are not just women issues, they are human issues.
Okay, Oye Mama, thank you so much for your input on this subject matter. It was really interesting having this conversation with you and every other conversation that we've had before now. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Okay, that's all we can take for this discussion tonight. Our topic was on women in politics since 2023 and the progress reports. And our guest for today we had over Zoom is Onyinye Mama, who is a gender advocate and activist. If you're just joining us, go back and revisit that conversation and give us your input of what you think on women in politics since 2023 and the progress report so far. Coming up, we have our retrospect where we bring you an interview that we had before now with Augustine Okolie, who is a former director, National Orientation and Agency, ENUGU State. And we had this conversation concerning stronger opposition, internal democracy, and Nigerian politics. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Political party leaders in Lagos State have called for an inclusive and accountable political system, expressing concerns over the handling of the upcoming council elections by the Lagos State Independent Electoral Commission last year. The charge was given yesterday during the inaugural political party chairman's dialogue hosted by News Central, where chairmen from various political parties convened to discuss governance, elections, leadership, and the city's democratic future. On Political's first point of conversation, we will be having a conversation with a policy management expert, former director, National Orientation Agency, ENUGU State, Dr. Augustine Okoli. Good evening, Doc. Thanks for joining us on Politicals.
Thank you for having me.
Good evening,
welcome
Doc.
to the studio. Yeah, thank you.
Our conversation is centered around stronger opposition, internal democracy, and Nigeria politics. During this conversation, we will look at the bottlenecks to strong opposition. We will look at internal democracy on one hand, and in general, Nigerian politics, looking like a three-edged sword, if there's anything like that. Right away, Doc, can you give us an overview of what opposition, the politics of opposition, is like in Nigeria? We have our own peculiarities, so.
Well, thank you once again for having me. I want to say that in a democracy, the ingredients, the thickener of democracy is that you must have a very strong opposition. Strong opposition makes democracy work because everybody cannot be agreeing. That is why you have the opposition members both at the parliament and in every phase in the democratic structure. The truth is that if you want to come to Nigeria, that is where we have problem. I don't know whether it is the overhang of military administration, that is over-centralization, military culture, of with the immediate effect, the military language, and the military behavior that makes Nigeria to begin to tilt towards lack of dissenting voice. If you recall, during the, I think, Fourth Republic, the Babangida era, during the long transition period, at a point, he decided to decree into existence two political parties, the SDP and NRC. And that is what suits Nigerians. If you look very clearly, you see that what would be ideal is to have the ruling party and a very strong opposition party. All these other shenanigans, people, trying to look like they are members of the political party, maybe not winning anything. Remember that so many political parties have been registered who are also waiting for largesse or who to come and who have lost primary election and wants to come and take their special purpose vehicle as a political party to contest and maybe give them some money. So, but in actual fact, particularly in a democratic environment, your question is whether what makes democracy very colorful, very useful, and very, very purposeful. So in a particular polity where you don't have dissent, then democracy will not be able to work. Remember, it is democracy and demography. Democracy and demography, the numbers, the population, and the majority of the numbers. It must not be all. So there is room for dissent. And I think what makes the world go around in a democratic environment is that segment of those who are saying no, those who are opposing. But the smothering, the quenching, the decimation of opposition by ruling party, particularly what we are having at the present, and does not promote democracy, where there have no everybody what is obtained in our National Assembly, that is both the upper and the lower chamber, the Senate and the Rep, is where you don't even hear voice of dissent. And you can see from
it's sort of one-way traffic?
Yes, they are trying to tilt towards a one-party state, and you know that breeds a dictatorship. Because when there's nobody who is saying no, and remember, in a democratic environment, in a system, you have the executive, you have the legislature, then you have the judiciary. Now, it is supposed to be that members of the parliament, that is the potpourri, that is the area where politics is played, where negotiations, persuasions, arguments, stronger opposition are canvassed. And that is why in the sitting arrangements, it is provided even at the chambers. Now this is where the ruling party members stay, that is those who are in the majority. Then the minority or the opposition will also be sitting at the other area. The truth is that in Nigeria here, they don't seem to be tolerating opposition. So they do all things under the sun to try to smother, to either lobby or vanquish the opposition. And that does not promote.
We'll get to the point where we'll talk about some of the bottlenecks. But at this point, there's something I'd like us to establish. PDP is the major opposition party in numbers, given the number of states that the party controls,
a number of members of the parliament
in the National Assembly. I need to describe the kind of opposition they are giving to Nigeria's democracy.
Well, like I said, poverty is weaponized in Nigeria. That is a very huge fact. They use poverty, and some of them are also greedy. So greed.
Look, I need you to be clear about something. The vocal opposition party members, I don't know, are they the people you are referring to as being, as facing the challenges of...
If you allow me, I will establish, it will be very clear, like crystals,
all right,
that in the National Assembly, talking about the 8th Senate and Rep, the 9th, this is the 10th. Somebody asked me somewhere in another media whether democracy is declining. I said yes, without even mentioning words. Because those things that promote democracy, those dissents, what makes democracy colorful and interesting is when you see the majority at least have a choice to make. And that is also canvassed based on ideology, so that you have a choice. If somebody is, you see what happened in Ghana a couple of years and months ago. The ruling party lost the election. There's no jumping and crossing the air, the one they call cross-carpeting. That's what is obtained here now. People cross-carpet because, one, they don't want to belong to opposition party. They do not want, they want the largesse, what is shared among the ruling party. So, and that is what is used. When I said the poverty, I don't even know whether it is actually poverty. I don't even know, prioritization of things. I don't even want to know whether it is the idea that, the tilting towards a single party state. Because you can see the 3 political parties now. We have mentioned APC. You can also mention the PDP and Labour Party. So there are some other parties that, like
for instance,
APGA.
SDP.
SDP and APGA.
Okay.
So we want to talk about political that have won something, either have a state or have members of the National Assembly.
How about the Kwankwaso Party, NMPP?
So these are all parties, but you can see that they are just hanging on a cliff. And I want to say that our system, particularly the presidential system, because you can see from where we are copying the United States, it is basically 2 political parties. so that you either belong to the right or belong to the left. Have the conservatives, have the, the other Democrats. So, but here, there is no clear-cut party ideology. APC and PDP are almost the same thing. So when you cross from your parlor into the room and back, nothing changes. So, but the APC is claiming to be progressives. Progressives are those who deal with the ideology about welfareists. That's a little bit to the left. They are leftists as welfareists, like kind of socialist party, a mixture of capitalists and socialists. But the Democrats, the conservatives, like PDP, are purely capitalists in nature in terms of their manifesto and their ideology. But that is all mounting it. In practice, they are, heaven away from heaven. And they are not, there's no difference. So what we are saying is that it is important that they have a clear-cut difference from party A and party B. And if you have that, then you can make a choice. Like in America now, it's difficult for somebody to move from here to there because they established facts that this is what these people are known for, like respect for rule of law, like, you see, they are soft, vulnerable people, the women, the children, the aged.
Sorry.
The parties cater for them, they make provision for them. Their manifesto actually takes care of their needs. But here, there is no difference.
Doc, I think we'll have to observe a short break. When we return, this conversation around stronger opposition, internal democracy, and Nigeria politics will continue. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every pocket.
Thank you. If you're just joining us, it is the fourth discussion point on politicals, stronger opposition, internal democracy, and Nigeria politics. The conversation is with Dr. Augustine Okoli, former Director, National Orientation Agency, ENUGU State. Doc, I know you were onto something, but your point has been made on that. Let's move on to still with the opposition parties and their various challenges and issues. It is common knowledge that there is serious factionalism within opposition parties. All the parties you mentioned, especially those ones that are viable, even if they have just one state or one National Assembly member, something would begin to brew crisis, and it festers and it gets out there, and we are aware of it, that there is serious back and forth in such parties. This factionalism within opposition parties, I don't want to preempt you, but you can give us an idea of the effect of such situation when it comes to playing the role of a viable opposition party?
Well, I think the major reason for political parties is to capture power. And
it's right in politics, it's okay.
Yes, it is for power. The interest, you have personal interests, you have group interests, that is party interest, then you have the interest of the polity, the citizens and the citizenry. So it is their interest that you look out for. The issue is that the people that have come to challenge the ruling party, oppose, they form an alternative government. They have alternative views. They prepare and place themselves in a situation of, if they sleep, the people will now sway and they vote in those people who have an alternative arrangement, alternative policy. But the problem we have here in Nigeria, like I said, that democracy is declining, is that the openness, the transparency, the participation, the lack of internal democracy. Because you call it squabbles or factions. It is not. There's no need to factionalize in a political party. In other climes, you don't hear about factions in a party. What is going on is that they are not transparent. Corruption also comes in. So they have a challenge of they are not open, have opaque grouping. The other time, the treasurer of Labour Party was saying that he has not seen any kobo. The person who's supposed to be the treasurer of a political party cannot account for the monies that people use to support the political party, those coming from within and those from without. And it became a huge challenge. I think they even suspended her. That is Abure, the chairman of Labour Party. Abure was also doing the job of chairman and also the accounting officer. So you can see the problem. And a lot of people contributed money. Everything revolves around money and transparency and being opaque, not being transparent, accountable to the people. So within the party, the structure, they have a structural problem of how they make policy, how they make manifesto, and how they prepare in delivering to the people. So the problem is lack of internal democracy. Sometimes even their own constitution is not obeyed. Even their own laws are not obeyed. Even their own primary election is not transparent. So talk less of the general election where they now compete with other political parties.
So how exactly has the lack of internal democracy affected the credibility and performance of political parties in Nigeria?
That is very, very huge. That is major reason that parties are faltering. Like we talk about faction. It is a situation where, because before you beat a champion, you have to knock him out. To beat a champion, that is the ruling party, becomes the champion. So other people are attempting and trying to find a way to democratically and constitutionally bring them down. But within the house, inside the house, they are not even true to their own members. Even when they conduct primaries, it is also have issues of not being properly conducted. So they select people, they anoint people. Money plays a huge role. Like they say, who pays the piper? Dictates the tune. Because the political parties have people who are funding it. But if you are transparent, every active member of the political party is supposed to be a participant, a contributor, a shareholder to the political party. But when a few people sponsors the party, when initially they position themselves for government to give them, because when they started, government used to give them some stipends to help them conduct bureaucratic issues like their developmental issues. But since the government decided to deregister some of them, they went to court that they should not be deregistered, even if it is one ward, one councillor that they have. So, but there is a minimum qualification according to INEC, the agency concerned with registration and conducting of elections. So if you don't win anything, it can be deregistered, or you can just fizzle out and fall out. And
naturally.
Naturally. Like you now see two major political parties and half. Now, the NMPP, you see, Labour just came in 2023 election because Nigerians were looking for what they call third force. Some people that will come and, because they have tried PDP, then, when you carry wine and water, you know which one is heavier. So they now have tried PDP, and we are complaining until they now tried APC. So when you take honey, you begin to celebrate that you have taken sugar. But when you take something that is sweeter, you now see the difference. So when they now saw APC, particularly during the past administration of Muhammadu Buhari, they didn't know when
Grooved
yes,
PDP.
they started missing PDP. Now, but the situation here, because of this culture of corruption, lack of transparency, lack of internal democracy. You see, if you win somebody fair and square, there will be less chances of rebellion. But when somebody sees that this person did not win, even in the primary election, because if you're a boxer, that's what they call, the exercise they call sparring, where you spar and they will now test you before they now say go for the major, boxing, bout. So when you do primaries, internal primaries, most people, they try to select based not on quality, not on merit, not on qualification. So most people, as when some people even decide to begin to leave and look for vehicles that will take them there. If you see that Peter Obi, for instance, was a PDP member and was campaigning with PDP until he now saw a hijack, what is now causing problem in PDP now, that he will not even get one vote. So he now left PDP. The same thing happened to Pius Anyim. Pius Anyim did not get any vote, even from Ebonyi. The same thing happened to most of the people who tried to contest for the presidential election. I'm just giving an example of what happened in the 2023 presidential elections. So, but if there is, fair play, if there is, kind of transparency, you will try and know, because money came in, people buying delegates, people buying even members of the National Working Committee, because those are people who send delegates and panels for screening. And the delegates, remember something happened in that particular 1993 election where it was only 3-man delegates that conducted the elections for primaries, particularly in PDP. So majority of people knew that they will not even come to the party because they will lose without contesting. So that is why most of them left the political party. And that is why some of them are causing rebellion and major problem. I don't want to use Nyesom Wike as an example because
he's still a PDP.
Because it has become notorious. It's not a case of being your body being in PDP and your soul being in another party. So we know that where your treasure is, that's where your heart. So he's working with APC and even saying that this Oga Katakota that has now discovered now will continue in office. So how can you say you're in PDP and you'll be working and swearing and vouching for the other political party to win your party? It is anti-party, actually. So, but there's a lot of a mix-up. The funding of the PDP, so many people, the other governors, abandoned their duty of funding because it was governors that used to, likes of Chimaro Kendamani, likes of Peter Odili, and so on. Before we came, people were holding forth for the party. And nobody even heard them. But there are some issues, there are some concessions they make for them during appointments. They now give them concessions. So they know, they call it a family affair. But until Wike, the vociferous Wike came to the party, he wanted to hijack
and change the narrative.
So the problem they had was zoning. The Article 3C of their constitution is that at least North and South, even though they have 6 geopolitical zones where they can zone. So, and the person who left was from the North, Muhammadu Buhari. So the sentiments and the emotions was that the North have taken 8 years, that it should come to the South. Now, whichever party, like it happened in 1999. In 1999, what they did was that they have 3 major political parties then, have APP, they have AD, and they have PDP. So all the political parties now zoned it to the South. Remember, all the military people came from the North. And the Southern won election, that is MKO, and it was denied him. So they wanted to pay for that. But those things, most of them are not mentioned, but the body language. So that was why APP and AD in a coalition, they came to a coalition and have a common candidate. They just let Oboneonu won the ticket for president in APP. So they now have to come and they give the AD the ticket. So it was PDP and APC. Both of them came from the South, from Southwest. So it was like an arrangement that let us now show this segment, these people from Southwest, that Nigerians are not against them. Just like Igbos are crying now, that they have never handled a democratically elected president since inception. Forget about Nnamdi Azikiwe and the ceremonial presidency. So the Southwest, in order to calm nerves, in order to bring about reconciliation, the two political parties are zoned. So they felt that this time around, it has gone round. The North has taken. South, through Billy Jonathan, have taken. Southwest, they have taken.
Even when
Obasanjo.
it's
So it was, yes.
For South, though.
So it was expected that they would zone it to South and Southeast. Now, Nyesom Wike was interested in the party. Atiku Abubakar was interested in the party, but he made a promise. There was a caveat. He's from Northeast.
Northeast.
He's from Northeast, from Adamawa.
Yeah,
so the caveat, according to his campaign during the consultation, was that if it is zoned to South and Southeast, that he will not contest. Now, because Wike held the 4 aces, because he was sponsoring the party, he was funding the party, almost single-handedly. Now, most of the committees they form, he will now put people there. Even the National Working Committee, he was one who brought Secondus. No, he brought Secondus.
The one that was later
from South
suspended, from River State particularly.
Yes, he not even suspended. He removed him. Initially, he put him there.
Like, is it possible that just one man can remove?
No, you see, when you pull the strings, you cannot just come and remove. But, he holds sway. Like the people that are working in the National Working Committee. Whatever he wants, those are the people who are going to set the panel. And he will, influence it. So when he removed Secondus, he now brought Dr. Iyorchia Ayu when it was zoned to the North. Remember, if the parties believe that if you zone the national chairman to the North, automatically the presidential candidate will come from the South. So that is the expectation. Now, the guys in the National Working Committee that have been influenced and people he put there by Nyesom Wike. Remember, your former governor, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, was the chairman because of the committee to zone the party. So he zoned it to the North. And in the North, it was not central. Okay? Now, Iyorchia Ayu was brought to come and take over the National Party chairman. Now, it was expected that the presidential ticket would come to the South, working according to their constitution. Now, instead of saying not Southeast, Southwest, or South-South, that the influence was to throw it open. Because naturally what was expected was that a Southeast person should come. That's why so many Southeastern guys showed interest, candidates. So, but instead of that, Wike now contested by himself. He now contested, so they now zoned it to the South. Then the mantra then was, must go to the South. So both APC, other parties, now zoned their own to the South because Buhari, finishing his tenure, was coming from the North. So essentially, it could have been like even a Southeast APC, a Southeast PDP, as they did in 1998, 99.
For 1999
yes.
election.
So, but they didn't do it like that. So they now threw it open. So Atiku now, because it is open, now contested. And Wike felt he will win Atiku.
Are you saying that this scenario is the basis for the current
That is the foundation of the crisis they have in PDP.
Okay. Let's look at the general picture here about the internal party imbroglio. All the parties now. Persons of similar ideologies who believe in probably the same manifesto come together or decide to join an existing political party that aligns with their own ideology. And they are moving on together up until a particular time, and they begin to fall apart to the point of creating factions or people even defecting to other parties. And so it is pertinent at this point to find out why it happens at all. Why do we have internal party crisis?
Well, like I said earlier, you see, corruption is not learned. There is no school where they teach people how to become corrupt. Sometimes it is innate. If I go historical now, I will tell you how PDP came to be. It was Bola Ige. Bola Ige was in PDP. He left PDP to go and form AD at the inception. So he wrote the constitution of PDP. If many people recollect, he also wrote the constitution of AD. Remember, AD, the major factor in APC is AD. It is AD that become ACN, from AC to ACN. ACN is about 80% of APC. Buhari came with CPC. You understand? So their constitution were similar. The same ideology, the same principles, the same, what they want to give to Nigerians. All of them knew where the problem is. That we had infrastructure problem. We needed to, because of our diversity, the diversity of Nigerians, so they need to feed into how to paper over those cleavages that Nigerians are having, these ethnic sentiments, these religious. So their constitution, remember your manifesto is derived from your constitution. What you want to offer are the manifesto. These are the things that you put, you document as what you want to offer when you win. Now it arises from the constitution. So there is no doubt about why they have similar ideology, why it is difficult to separate, why it's difficult to actually decipher the difference between APC and PDP. You have to go to their genealogy, how they came about. So that's why I mentioned Bola Ige writing the constitutions of AD and PDP. They are similar if you go and look at it from inception. Now, your question is, why are they,
why does it?
One, I mentioned greed because if 3 of us are eating now, we have 3 pieces of meat in the soup. And if I'm not greedy, what I will take is 1. Then she will also take 1. Then 1 is remaining for you. But if I take 2, then we'll have problem.
You have to share 1.
Then problem will come from there. One, because of lack of equity, lack of balance, and lack of fairness. So that is what is going on. And immediately it comes in. Some people call it justice. When you remove justice, there will be no peace. You have a house, a rowdy house. But any place that there is justice, I used to say that in Nigeria, we don't have more criminals. Our criminals are not worse than other criminals. The difference is the application of the law. Our law are not severely applied. That is why they will summon somebody to come to the National Assembly for what we call congressional inquiry. Whether you are president, whether a minister, whether you're head of parastatal agency, it is their work, part of their oversight functions, is to bring you to come and interrogate you and probe and find out what is going on. Maybe somebody wrote a petition or something is observed, an emotion is moved. But the problem is that some of them go to court. It happened so much during Muhammad Buhari's administration. A minister or head of agency will go to court and obtain an injunction, obtain a relief, preventing him from appearing to the Congress, to the Parliament, for what they call congressional inquiry or investigation. So these are not democratic ethos. All these things they are doing, because transparency is that you go there, they can even suspend you or recommend that the president should remove you, because that is the powers they exercise. Remember, it is at the Parliament that the people are represented. The constitutional democracy is practiced at the Parliament. That is where every hues, every ethnic group, everybody are presented. If you see the delineation of wards, delineation of constituencies, federal and state constituencies, delineation of senatorial districts, so that when they now come there, nobody will not be there. So it is representative. So it is important that we give them that qualification, because that is where democracy is practiced. That is where the rule of law, because if the military come now, for instance, God forbid, they take over government, they will allow the executive, they will take over the position of executive. They will allow the judiciary. But who they will sack, that is the politics. That is the potpourri. That's where politics is done. And that is why, if you don't know what is going on there, you can come there and spend 4 years. You don't know what is going on. Now, I said that because that is how people are represented. That is why when they make a law or they amend their law, they need majority. Democracy is not that everybody will have to agree, but the majority have to agree or consent. Okay? So the issue is that, one, lack of internal democracy. Lack of internal democracy arises from, injustice, being unfair, inequitability, what is going on. So people now rebel against it. People will now even jump ship. Or people who are expecting that, look, their party may not nominate them in the next election. They want to go to a fresh ground. They have also made some names and some visibility. So they will know that if they go to another party, they might be recommended. You can see what is going on. Most of the Labour Party members of National Assembly are jumping ship. They are decamping.
You're going to
hoping that.
How about your state, sir?
What happened in my state? Let me ask you.
You're talking about where people cross carpet and give. And
of course, you see those people who, like in ENUGU State. Let me, put you right. Those people that are in Labour, we are in PDP. They are PDP members, but because of what we are saying, sometimes this lack of internal democracy, out of frustration. So it is homecoming. For instance, Chijioke Doga also participated in the gubernatorial primaries in PDP. When he lost, he went to Labour. Now he went to Labour and was, like the president used to say, Labour, you labor in vain. So he's coming back because he has now seen that he cannot contest again under Labour Party. And you can see what's going on against Labour.
Yeah, sure.
Labour had problem with their, the structure, the cohesion. They now provided reason for people to leave.
So what reforms exactly can be introduced to promote internal democracy?
Well, good. Parties? That is the law. The problem, like I came here the other day, they were talking about the leadership and the followership. And where does the problem lie? I say it lies on the law. Our constitution is, hugely flawed. There are a lot of gaping holes. Our constitution needed not even to be patched, this, coat of many colors. This instrumental and continuous, they need to do a complete overhaul because that is where the problem is. They are merely treating the symptoms. The major problem is in the constitution. It is in the law. Because, for instance, how many times have they amended the electoral law? And every time after the election, they continue to blame INEC. But there are rules. You see, when they go to court. When you come to court, they will find a hole. The lawyers and the members of the judiciary will find a gaping hole to escape justice. So when you thought you won, you have a good case to present. When you come there, they will show you one or two things that they didn't do in the law. So, for instance, how can a Supreme Court give judgment and everybody becomes confused? Because judgment is to interpret the law.
And just one too many, not just one.
No, that has become a norm. It's the new normal. That if any time Supreme Court, everybody will claim victory. Everybody will continue to celebrate that.
Various interpretations.
So, but we have gone to court in the first place for the interpretation of the law. What does the law say about this development? You present your case, the other person presents his case. So I think we need to do a constitutional review. A comprehensive constitutional review. If they do that, then everybody will now participate because those 1999 convocation of the constitution, remember it is an offshoot of the 1979 constitution that came to become 1999. So the military, if you go to Decree 34, that Decree 34, unification decree, that is a decree that centralized so many things. That's why you can see Nigerians calling for federal government to come and do an election of local government. That is centralization.
Allowing the federal government
of course,
to
in America,
over.
States conduct even the federal elections. It's not the other way around. They are autonomous and autochthonous. The states are supposed to be, having autonomy. They have their own Supreme Courts in states. They have First Court of Instance, High Courts. They also have Appeal Court. They have Supreme Courts, but they have federal courts. Those are people are clamoring for state police. In America and in most other climes, they have federal police, they have state police, they have even municipal police. They also have university and some groups have police. So at various levels, depends on the crime. So it is the law, that law, that framework, that document, that constitution that will now frame and present a comprehensive document that American constitution, I can put it in my breast pocket. But our own
It is that small.
it's as simple as a breast pocket, yes. So, and they have, I think, about 16 or so secretaries. Secretaries are ministers. But here we have almost each state have a minister. And apart from those ministers, have ministers of state. So these things need to be tooled down. Now, when they say constitutional amendment and constitution, retooling, a situation where we have a minister of justice, the same minister is also the attorney general. Ditto in the state, where you have a commissioner for justice and also the attorney general. Attorney general is supposed to have a measure of independence. So attorney general is not supposed to be appointed as commissioner by the governor, because he can be the only person who can make inquiry even against the governor. He's the only person who can consult a panel to try anybody or to investigate anybody.
So we're getting it
So we got it all wrong. And if you go to Uwais panel, the Umaru Yaradua, panel, after the election, Uwais came up with how, but they never wanted to go that way. So Uwais panel reports have taken care of most of the anomalies that are going on now.
But for whatever reasons, we are yet to.
No, now that is the same reason why you should have ICPC and have EFCC. They are doing the same work and even have police. So these things are multifarious and multiplicity of, the same thing, dovetailing, overlapping, the same job. You understand? So that is where they should go and makes a lot of things more simple. And Supreme Court should not ask political parties to go and take care of. They come for you to interpret what is going on there. They say, go and solve the problem. So they have not solved any problem. So people will claim victory. Remember the famed PDP secretaryship tussle. It has not been fully resolved. What the governors now did was to use a broom and sweep both Anyang and Udokoye to the side. And now say they want to pick the deputy secretary. Because the interpretation and CTC did not augur well with what they're expecting. Because the same parties will deal with the matter. The party have already dealt with the matter.
And that's the same, ditto for Labour.
No, they are similar, but not totally the same thing for the Labour.
No, I mean the pronouncement of judgment.
But their CTC is different.
Okay.
And it is highly unlikely that every time the Supreme Court gives judgment, we start waiting for CTC to understand the interpretation. When they give judgment, it will be clear as day and night. That is what is expected. But that is not what is going on.
Okay.
So you need another interpreter to interpret a Supreme Court judgment, which is showing that a lot of things are still not settled.
Let's go back to the roles of opposition party. It's looking like we do not have strong opposition in Nigeria. And there must be a reason. I know you have mentioned, in fact, in detail, that internal party squabbles is one of the reasons they are not able
and
to
the funding.
unite.
And the funding.
So go ahead with the rest of the
I gave you a
issues.
couple of reasons why they have problem in political parties.
Internal problems now in
opposition
in providing a strong
you see
front,
if opposition is
united
not
front.
Remember I said earlier that you need to be strong enough to knock out the champion. So when you are already fighting in-house, you come out with a second-rate person who cannot knock out the champion. So you cannot be opposition where you are easily. So when they injure you, then you can easily be bought over by even the main party. They will throw carrots. They will throw money at you. They will throw appointment at you. You see what is going on? They now give Wike appointment. That is the reason for all this problem in PDP. If, for instance, the president comes up, wants to solve the problem, not being political, what he should have done, what we expect him to do, is to sack Wike. And Wike will have no power again. He will not cause trouble again. But he didn't do that. Rather, he was enhancing and building up Wike's hands. So Wike have a lot of funds, remove him from TCA, gave him more funds, gave him more latitude of power. Supported, you see how he entered the triumphant entry into River State. He gave him Air Force, gave him army, gave him DSSS, gave him police.
So he is
So,
the
but
president's
that-
beloved son.
Yes,
He is well
the
placed.
president is highly political. He's highly political. So all he needed is to spoil things, to become a fly in the ointment of PDP, particularly the River State. Now let me deal with the issue of the opposition. Opposition have to be strong enough. Let me just use those words. Let me not sound like the Supreme Court. Opposition have to be so strong. Yes, they have to be so strong to be able to knock out. So when you are having issues among yourself, arising from funding, arising from internal, yes, injustice and so on, arising from corruption. Because I see part of the problem in Labour is that they wanted to ease off Abure. Abure could not account for their election. And they don't want to discuss it in the public domain. So if Abure has had those things, those accusations, you could have just, like, Secondus left. You could have just left quietly and allowed them to be. Now that is what is going to happen now. Because P2B, the flag bearer, as the leader of the party, and the governor of Abia, the only state they won ownership, have come together to take over the party. Like the Supreme Court said, go and deal with it internally. So what they wanted to do now is to appoint a caretaker. The caretaker will now start from the beginning. The Congress is World Congress, State Congress, Zonal Congress, then National Convention and National Congress.
Will they be able to pull through with all of this?
Of course, and there is time now to organize a World Congress.
But that's not the pulse of most politicians. Some feel that there is no more time. We just have 26.
No, they have 2 years. You see, these things can happen within 1 month.
Oh, okay.
So if they do that, they will now put the structure and the organs in place. Then they will now function. Otherwise, there is no labor. Because as far as they are concerned, the tenure of those who work with Abure has expired. And that is very, very clearly defined. So, but Abure is trying to cling to one thing or the other. Do you understand? So if he loves the party, but nobody, you see, there was another man called Apapa. Apapa, who was claiming, he's still even saying after the Supreme Court that he's now the person since they have removed Abure. But that is not the case. The case is that they don't have a structure on ground. You understand? So if you love that party, what you do is to go and build again from ward structure, local government structure, state structure, zonal structure, and the national structure. So that is the National Working Committee. So the party will stay strong. Now, you see, they tried to do coalition. The other day we discussed the issue of coalition.
I was going
now,
there.
the coalition, because it is because of the weakness, inherent weakness, that's why they feel they cannot do it alone unless they come together. So what PDP governors are now saying, if we use the energy and resources with which to build coalition, let us use it to build back the PDP. But let me tell you the implication of that. The implication of that is that there will not be an opposition to the president. So some of the governors are already cooperating so that right hand wash left hand, left hand will wash right hand. So what they are trying to do, and that's my reading, I may be wrong, is that they want to help the president to go back.
So that they too
will be helped to return. And they want the president to start at the north, at the south. Because what is going on, you see the person who is the champion of coalition is the northern candidate. And that same Atiku, they gave him ticket in 2019. He did not win. They also gave him another ticket in 2023. He did not, and he still wants to take the 2027. So that is why most of them we knew that there is no way they will give you the third chance. And if they leave it because of the population and the way and pattern and culture of the northern way of voting, Atiku might still emerge again because 19 states versus 17 south. So all they needed to do now is to pull the rug off Atiku. And Atiku, but if Atiku, like the current president, they say that being president is part of their life ambition, even if it is one day, just like our Awolowo. So, but the party have to be more responsible to find a way to. But the reading is that the governors are also on their selfish roller coaster for them to now go back.
If peradventure the coalition pans out, do you think it will, bring about the same result as the coalition that happened in 2013?
That's a very, very good, interesting question. There must be coalition, but it is the gravity and the latitude of the coalition that we are going to watch out for. One, There's no doubt they have SDP. There's no doubt that Atiku is going to join them. Because Atiku have read now that the governors who will bring the delegates don't want him. So certainly he will
Leave PDP.
He will leave PDP. Then there are some other people who now are in APC, who will now leave
who are
APC.
Disgruntled
yes,
already.
they will go to SDP. There are some PDP people who either they have lost or they are no longer having confidence in PDP. They will go for, so they will have splinters. It will affect APC as much as it will affect PDP. But the difference is that they have a cutting edge. I've said that before. The presidency is like a headmaster. Because they have the presidency who have the wherewithal. He can whip some people into line. He can do one or two things and keep some people. He can give people appointment in the later hour. He can give people some contracts. He can promise people something. So that is why they are not rebelling in APC. But their matter is even worse. Because remember when El-Rufai complained earlier, much earlier in the year, that the party for 2 years has never met at any level. And it is an ominous sign that the party is not doing well. It is through meetings and conferences and all this that will now build party. So it became like a one-man show. The president became everything. You can see what happened in Lagos. The House of Assembly came together, impeached Obasa, the speaker. The president ordered them to return Obasa against all democratic principles. And they were crying while they were returning Obasa. They now returned Obasa by force and refused to sit with Obasa. Then the party, the House of Assembly of Lagos, have adjourned sine die, thy kingdom come. We don't know, because there are two things there. The implication is that if they reconvene now, either they impeach Obasa again, or because they know that they have rebelled, so their tickets are no longer guaranteed. So they know that, just like a prodigal son, no matter how he pretends, he cannot be measured alongside other children. So most of them, we know that it is better to fight and die.
Now let's look at some criticism, almost always coming from the opposition camp. We have had the current president, as a member of the opposition party in the past, championing anti-government policies campaign. We saw it happen. We always have the feeling that whoever is talking at the time should have the capability to perform when the table turns around. But each time that happens, we find out that talk is actually cheap. Recently, we've had the former PDP flag bearer and the former Labour Party flag bearer criticized the president's foreign trips. They were like, your house is on fire while you are abroad, gallivanting. Well, that's my word. He should return and handle the insecurity crisis in the North Central. I think they should do more, don't you think so? The opposition.
Well, the opposition is weak. The opposition as currently constituted is weak. That's why they are calling for coalition. Because if the opposition is strong, you can do it alone. Remember, if I'm fighting with you, if you want to go and invite a friend to come and fight me, it means that you already admitted weakness.
No, you're weak.
So coalition is admission of lack of strength.
And so you have established.
So you have already shown that you cannot win unless you bring the third party. So it's an admission of weakness. And already 2 years is far gone and you are still squabbling. And I give it to you now. If by the end of this year, PDP, for instance, have not put their house in order, it is automatic ticket to the incumbent president.
Now
because it will be too late by next year.
That's why we're ending this conversation. Dr. Augustine Okoli, I know if we let you on, you'll be on and on. And
well, we say what we know.
All right, Dr. Augustine Okoli is former director, National Orientation Agency.
State director.
State. Okay, state
There's a difference
director.
between a state director and the director in National Orientation Agency.
Okay,
Just like the state commissioner of police is different from a commissioner of police. You have so many commissioners of police,
who are not
but they are not state commissioners.
All right, thank you for that clarity. We appreciate your contribution. Very robust and resourceful contribution.
My pleasure to be here.
Thank you so
this
much.
evening. We'll observe a short break. When we return, we will be having a second conversation.
welcome to another edition of Chatbox on Signature TV. Talk now. Talk now.
Good evening, everybody
out
there.
I don't understand.
Right now, this is another episode.
I just said that.
Of Chatbox.
But I just said that.
I'm talking now.
Okay.
We are handing over this particular edition to your hands. You viewers, we need your comments down there. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokonta.
And I'm your lovely, beautiful host, Uchenna, as you already know. Yeah. And we have...
By my right hand.
You must always say whether it's by your right hand or by your left hand.
Because it's by my right hand.
Must you emphasize it?
Wait till God concern you.
Oh yeah, continue.
By my right hand is... Please introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Mr. Nwachukwu Nnamdi.
Mr. Nwachukwu Nnamdi?
Yeah.
Yes. He's in our midst right now.
Uche, please.
Okay, so we have a very sensitive topic to talk about. Uche, please, I think you should.
Why?
Nothing.
It's disclaimer. We started this show. You say I'll start it. Now to introduce the topic, you still want to say I should introduce the topic. Yeah. Why? Okay, I will take it that she doesn't know what to say, so I'm going to save the day once again, as I always do. So basically, we want to talk about raising African children. Because as the African children that we are, we want to talk about how raising African children to compete in the global society, or rather globally, yes. As African, we are leaders of tomorrow, Uche, Queenette, we are leaders of tomorrow, are we not? Yeah. Thank you. Please, over to our guest.
Our guest will be talking like one of the good girls today.
Yeah, we don't want to talk too much. So we're going to allow our guests to do the talking today. So, the floor is yours. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm allowed to talk now, right?
Yes, you are allowed to talk.
All right. First of all, I want to declare publicly that I'm a lover of children. I love children so much, and it has been my heart desire to see the welfare of children and to ensure that children are raised properly and, produced as productive adults by meaningful parents. Well, actually, the theme of this program, or this project, I would rather term it, is raising super African children. Raising super African children. The purpose for this theme is because of what I have discovered in the African continent and the world at large. Most times as parents, we discover that there are discrepancies that are yet to be filled. There are gaps in parenting that are yet to be filled, especially within the African environment. And given that the world is becoming more globalized, the world is becoming more interconnected, and there is space for competition and superiority scenarios all over the globe. Then the African child specifically is justified for this project. Number one, because I am an African. And being an African, I'm actually a Nigerian. And secondly, because of the love I have for children, that has solidified my passion to see this happen. And thirdly, the productive African is actually an asset to the African economy or continent, or let me say Nigeria as a case study, because we all know that from the childhood stage to the late adulthood stage, they are linked. And the childhood stage is actually the stage of the foundation. And if we can educate parents and enlighten parents and empower the average African parent on how best to raise these children, I think we're going to have a better African, or a better Africa as a continent. Because if you look at it holistically, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic, the future is not too bright for Africa based on the antecedent and based on present circumstances. And one of the strategies that can help us to get better replacements as adults who are actually going to pass on someday is to raise and empower and to nurture our replacements, which are our children. And so this project is about educating parents, educating child caregivers, teachers, anybody who is involved in child raising, trying to educate them on how best to raise an African child. And being super in this context means we want that child to be able to be empowered to compete globally and to be a full-fledged representative of the African economy. That's actually the essence of this whole project. Okay, so it's just all about empowering the parents, empowering child caregivers, given that the future of Africa is actually dependent on the next generation. That's the context.
Do you have a specific dynamic of how African parents should raise their children? Because as for me and my household, my mama trained me with, circumstances that you clearly said makes us not to be that leaders of tomorrow we are supposed to be, and we don't get to a certain point we're supposed to get to. So, do you have any dynamics of how you want African
Like,
parents?
what do you mean?
Yeah. Do you want to? Is there any strategic steps you want them to use in training African children?
Super in front. Thank you.
Super African children. I don't know. Like I said, I think I have a good upbringing and good training.
For me, yeah, like, in as much as we are saying, like, parent, like, to become global, like raising children to, compete globally. At the same time, I feel it boils down to parents too, but I feel like even the society we are in are not even helping us to compete globally. So at the end of the day, it's not particularly the parents, because the parents, when it comes to like raising the child, like, I would generally say like parents have like generally, I know that there are exceptions to parenting, but generally most African parents actually try the best they can to raise their children, both like in behavior, both in academics, and considering that they have never been parents before, so they are parenting how they know how to best. It's their first time parenting, so they are doing it how they can best. But like the society in itself, where the child finds, his or herself, is not even helping them to be in a position where they can compete globally.
Okay, well, I want to start from her own question, or what she proposed about the specific strategies that we want to help them to engage. First of all the places I've gone to as a resource person and most of the radio stations, I've always proposed 3 strategies. The first one is to ensure that the child experiences healthy brain development. That's the first step. Healthy brain development. Because statistics have revealed that a lot of parents are not intentional to ensure that their children experience a healthy brain development.
What do you mean by healthy brain development?
For the brain to develop optimally. Of course, when your child comes into the world, the brain is subject to be developed or underdeveloped. Yes, there are strategies you have to engage. It has to be intentional. Most times, some parents leave it by default. They do what they feel that they can do best, not knowing that there are actually extra steps you can engage.
I agree with you on that.
Yes, to ensure that the child...
I just thought of something.
Yeah, I have actually had so much experience as a tutor, both in the university environment and in other sections of schooling. I've discovered that some adults today are paying the price for not experiencing a healthy brain development. You'll see some mothers who, I may not actually have to go into the specific ways today because of time, but
tell us one or two.
Okay, you actually see some mothers, even when they were pregnant, they do not engage some optimal practices of a pregnant woman, not knowing fully well that whatever they are doing, some things they are consuming, some places they are going to, and some of the exposures, they are affecting the child's neural development, brain development. And when that child comes out and begins to grow or further experiences brain underdevelopment, there is actually a missing opportunity from that dimension. And UNICEF has reported some scary statistics that so many Nigerian children did not experience healthy brain development. It's all over the place, and it reflects in some of the things they do. Some of them experience poor memory loss when they become adults. Some of them lack some coordinations. In fact, if I have to go deeply into it, I may even start getting emotional. So that's why I want to, stop at a particular stage. So poor brain development has been one of the challenges we've been having, because because the brain is enclosed inside the skull. Most parents cannot, they don't know when it is actually performing well or when it's not performing well, especially at the early stage. So one of the thematic focus of this project is to educate parents on how best to ensure that their children experiences healthy brain development.
When you talk about healthy brain development,
yes,
and I immediately said I agree with you. What came to my mind is, when most mothers, or let me not even say mothers, parents, both the father and the mother, when they have their child and their child is growing like a couple of months, I think each month there is something the child can do, and
there are stages.
There are stages to. Yes. But I've seen situations where a toddler, maybe the child has started crawling or things like that, and you find, there are things most African homes or parents find irrelevant that are very relevant. Things like toys.
Yes.
Toys, or these Lego blocks. Those things, in their own way, they help children with concentration.
Yes.
And they help children with problem-solving skills. And at that young age, when they have to build, those things now, those Lego things where they can dismantle it. And another thing most African homes kind of neglect is cartoons. And I know most African homes, they'll be like, no, cartoons, maybe they will put one movie, African Magic. And I come to a house where you see a toddler, and you're watching, what are you watching? You get, to me, you're retarding that child, mentally, because at that stage, that whatever you're watching is actually of no consequence. That child needs colors. That child needs to see, children, they have very short attention spans. And so those cartoons, because of the way they make it look, it helps them to sit down and focus. They learn new words, they learn how to pronounce things. Some of them even learn how to say small things, small things, learn how to talk and things like that. I think they help when it comes to brain development, especially when it comes to concentration. Even all these color books. I'm just starting from toddlers, because we're talking about raising African children. Now, when you're talking about raising African, you have to start from like he said, from the belly, and then when they come into the world, the things you feed them with as parents, the things you make them interact with, things they see, some people that they don't read now is because they were not raised with it.
Yes.
Now, I want to personalize it. Growing up, my parents got me so many storybooks, Lady Bird. I read almost everything, Snow White or Cinderella, or all of them, I read it. In fact, I still have, and it helped, as I grew, for each age I was in, they got me books for my age. So it helped me a lot with concentration. I can sit down and read a book for hours and not get tired. Most people now can't do it. And reading is something that helps people develop greatly. Yes. And when you find young people or or children not being able to read even the littlest piece of paper, how do you want the child to compete globally? Do you understand? When see, I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying, but
you're lying.
I had a good
but
yes,
so I don't know about all that.
So yes, cartoons, color books,
reading books, even all these Bible recitation they give in church. It's part of it. It's part of brain development, because you're literally reading the Bible and you have to cram it, memorize it in your brain. You know that thing is stuck there. If I come out in presence of people, I have to give it my best.
Exactly.
And the idea that you said they don't pay attention to it. You will see a situation whereby they give your child a recitation presentation in school. He has a presentation in the morning devotion, and you are not available to teach that child. It could even be social studies, family, what's the simplest topic now for primary school children? And that child is meant to read, build his confidence, use his tenses right, to stand in front of people, to do that presentation. Parents, they feel, oh, they taught you in school, so it's something you
exactly.
can do. But you don't know that child needs your presence to build his confidence.
Yeah,
because stage fright is real.
most African parents do that. Most African parents do that.
And another thing is they don't know that sense of encouragement, especially when that child is learning
slow or things. Yeah,
it's needed. You know, he says one sentence, you clap for him. You're doing great. You understand? Just boost him in morale, that kind of thing. Boost his morale. Even people, the funniest part is that even when on stage, say while they are there presenting, parents don't know that shouting, "That's my child," spraying that child money helps that child. They have no idea. What they're even looking for is the mistake you're going to make.
Exactly.
You want, like, when you now come out, they'll tell you what.
It's your mate, and you cannot do that simple thing.
Exactly.
It's in that
Parents leave a lot to teachers. They leave a lot to school, and in as much as I agree that the school is a big, a huge factor when it comes to that. I feel like this thing I'm saying now about color books and watching things to watch.
Yeah.
I've been in a place where a parent is like, he doesn't pay attention, and I'm like, your child cannot be used to what is not used to. Like, do you understand? There's a first time for everything. Once your child starts getting used to cartoons, starts getting used to playing with toys, the day you take away that toy from that child, or the day you change the channel from Cartoon Network to Al Jazeera or Signature TV.
You know, it's not that improving the brain.
Yes.
So I'm going to give an example of my little cousin that came for holiday. You know, in the morning, my dad watched Arise News from morning till. If my cousin wakes up, he's more like, can I change? In fact, he tries to wake up earlier than 7 a.m. so that he can have few hours to watch Nat Geo Wild.
Yes.
No, not Nickelodeon, Nick Jr. and the likes. His favorite cartoon is SpongeBob SquarePants.
Okay.
And there's this other cartoon that is Puppy Dogs.
Yeah.
Teach them how to arrange the room, pick your things, things like that. So in his brain, if you stop him from watching that cartoon, you have killed him. It's not, you would see his face, and children are so cute. You will see his face automatically change that he cannot watch his favorite cartoon. Then you now come again after the whole 3 hours you spent there. You will now change it to African magic. What do you expect him to do? You start playing with himself, his hands, his toys and the likes. So these are the issues that you have no idea about. If you find that child laughing to SpongeBob SquarePants, laughing seriously, but you're there. Sometimes I don't know if they want that child to understand what's happening in African magic. I don't understand.
It beats my imagination.
Because you're sitting, and there's a child in between. What he should learn how to kiss or what? He should learn how to
that's actually where we calling for intentional parenting.
Yeah.
For you to be a parent, you have to be intentional. When I started this project, I was actually a bachelor. Now I'm a father of 3. I've seen actually there's a big difference between not getting married with children and getting married with children. Now I had to engage every intentional knowledge I have to raise my children. Like when you are talking about the cartoon dimension, it also has its advantage. When a child is so much exposed to the screen, there's a research right now that so much screen exposure is changing the structure of our children's brain. It will make them
too much screen time.
Like they won't be able to have this endurance power or staying on a thing until they complete it, because the screen will give them that, that service of sleeping.
When we talk about screens, I'm not talking about phone.
Well, we're in the world of phones and social media.
Hold on. Hold on. For a child, I'm talking of. See, when I spoke about cartoons,
yes,
I was talking of toddlers.
Okay.
And I know that children in nursery, even primary, to watch cartoons.
Welcome back, and that's all we have from chat box, and the conversation was so interesting. I hope you really paid attention, and don't forget to always give us your contribution in the comment section. My name is Quinsley Rowland, and that's the size of our package for tonight. Tomorrow it's always a date, 7 p.m. till 10 p.m. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders, and I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35% and Southwest with 30% and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical
Good afternoon. Welcome to another edition of E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. The weather is a bit cozy. It's giving this whole sleepy vibes. In ENUGU, actually. I don't know about other states. But this is the entertainment hour where we tend to give you art, pop, culture, drama, social trend, comment section, whatever that is going on around the entertainment industry. So today I have an interesting story, 3 interesting stories for that matter, and of course I have some guests that will be having some conversation when it comes to open, what do they call it again, poetry, speech, and all that. But let's delve into the stories of the day first. Nigerian Afrobeat star Burna Boy has responded to the backlash which followed his proposal to hold a free concert in Burkina Faso. The response came after critics mocked the initiative and claimed he was allegedly rejected by the president of Burkina Faso. The Grammy-winning artist, in an Instagram story, defended his intentions and criticized those questioning his motives. He wrote, and I quote, "I have nothing to gain from anybody. I don't owe anybody anything, but that never stopped me from doing the great work I do. My integrity is unquestionable. Therefore, burn in hell if you said anything negative." Now, Burna Boy, Burna Boy always bring up that gangster energy, especially when you say something that sounds a bit negative and off from whatever project he has to bring to the table. Burkina Faso leader is that leader that is, will I call him a racist right now? He doesn't want to do anything that has to do with the West. Anything that concerns the African, that's his take. He doesn't want to have anything in relation with the Western, the white people, the diaspora, and all. So because of that, Burna Boy loved it, and he felt, oh, he wants to go perform a free concert, a free music show in that particular country. But the man was not having it. He said no, that he shouldn't come. They're not interested, you know, stuffs like that. So that was what made the comment sections, netizens, social media users had to, start asking Burna Boy what's his intention, why exactly is he hosting a free concert and a show in that place? What exactly is he going to gain? Because this whole belief that, of course, there must be a gain for everything. There must be a reason for everything you do. So what exactly is your reason, aside from the fact that this man does not want to do anything that has to do with the West? So that's why the response is like this. We should be used to this by now. We should be used to Burna Boy by now with his whole gangster reply and all. He would never. Rare cases actually that he would say something that is, so how do I put it now? So sweet, so homely and all, especially when you are criticizing him. Never. He would always reply you with the befitting words that suits him in his ears. So yeah, that's the update on that particular story. Let's move forward. 600 songs are enough material to make 60 albums, and this is the volume of songs that Kiss Daniel lost. The hitmaker made this revelation in a post on his X account where he shared that he lost 600 songs after his workstation collapsed. In another post, he shared that he's attempting to retrieve the song but still chose to put out music for his fans to enjoy. The award-winning star recently released his highly anticipated new project, Uncle K, Lemon Chase, which holds the delightful music that has won him the hearts of listeners of all ages. The 7-track project features guest appearance from Fola, Bella Shmurda, Odumodu Black, and Runtown. The album exemplifies the relatable approach Kiss Daniel prioritizes when making music. In a recent social media post, he shared that the most essential ingredient is in his song-making process. According to the hitmaker, relatability is his major preoccupation, irrespective of the genre or producer. Kiss Daniel's stance is one easily reconcilable with his music, whose lyricism and melodies attract listeners of all ages. Through a combination of a conversational style music that embraces social commentary, simple use of language, and a captivating and memorable melodic framework, Kiss Daniel's music has a high utility that has earned him hit maker status. I'm actually wondering how he's coping, losing 600 music. That's like, should we say 60 albums? Because let's say 60 album, or yeah, 60 album, especially when you make it 10 music in each album, 10 music in each album, that's like 60 albums. So I'm wondering how he's coping actually. I'm wondering how he's coping when you lose 600 music. It's crazy. Songs rather. 600 songs. So I don't know how they do it, but I think he needs all the encouragement that he needs right now. He needs all the encouragement from each and every person right now to be able to move forward. He has songs that he has recorded with a whole lot of hitmakers. You heard when I shouted Runtown. Runtown is one of my favorite music artists. I don't know about you. And it's been so long we heard Runtown's voice. Bella Shmurda is part of this people that he's collaborating in that particular song. So how exactly is he going to bring those songs back? He said he's working on it, but how is he going to bring those songs back? I don't know. I'm worried about him, but I wish him all the best, because that's a very big loss. How exactly is he going to start re-recording those music again? How exactly, with different producers, sounds and all? How exactly is he going to do that? But I pray he's able to come through with that, because this is a very big loss for him. Kiss Daniel's music is a song that would always relate to you. You would always understand it, whether you're a Gen Z, a millennial, a Gen Alpha, the boomers, name them. You would always be able to relate to his lyric. It is something that tells stories. His songs is something that tells stories. I think he's one of the... He's an artist that people are not really talking about like that, the way we mentioned Burna Boy, Davido, and the likes. He's there in the spotlight, but when you're grading him, when you call Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, Ashake, and the likes, you should be calling Kiss Daniel, you know, as part of the top 5. You know, but that's by the way. Let's move forward. This one is quite sad. Jonathan Joss, a renowned American actor best known for his role in King of the Hill, is dead. The 59-year-old actor was shot dead on Sunday, June 1st, 2025 by his neighbor, Sigfredo Seja Alvarez, during a dispute in San Antonio. The San Antonio Police Department on Monday said Sigfredo Seja Alvarez is 56, has been arrested and charged with murder. As at the moment of filing this report, what led to the dispute has not been disclosed. As at the moment of filing this report, okay, has not been, that was a repeat. So I actually had to go through some research to know what exactly happened. They were in how do I put it, a misunderstanding conversation or thereabouts that was outside the house, and it was something that has to do with homosexualism, gayism, and the likes. And I think out of anger, the man had to shoot him. Now, this particular man, Jonathan Joss, lost his house through a fire outbreak on January 23rd this year, 2025. He's actually been through a lot. Actually, he lost that house due to the fact that he left his heater on and went out. So through that, electrified, whatever happened, and the house got burnt. But he was like, if people were able to, you know, maybe do something to stop it, who knows what would have happened. But that's by the way. Let's also forget that he was part of the Kenneth Award that happened recently. That was last month, May 28, 29, 30th. And now this. I don't... Someone would say these Westerners are too violent because every little thing, they're bringing out a pistol. Every little thing, I don't know why. Why exactly? This is a misunderstanding conversation. Maybe he called him a gay, or he called him a gay, or something. One thing led to another. You're bringing out a gun and you shot somebody to death. How do you explain that to the court of law? That I was angry. This is a drama actually. I was angry, so he said something very annoying to me. He sounded so this, he sounded so that. I couldn't take it anymore. That's why I had to shoot him. And now you're happy that he's dead. Things happen every single day. Now we've lost him. We've lost him. He's the voice behind King of the Hills. He's that voice behind it, and he's not just a small actor. He's a veteran actor. These movies happened 1996, 1997, thereabouts. So he's not a small person. He's a celebrity. So how exactly would you face the court of law right now for shooting somebody due to a misunderstanding? Because it's not even a miscommunication right now. It is not. Anyways, may his soul rest in perfect peace. That's all we wish him, because he has literally been through a lot from January till now. Although he had some good time, that was during May 28, 29, 30th, the Kenneth Award and all. But he's gone through a lot since January till now. I wish him peace. I wish he rests in peace and justice should be served. Yes, I'm not going to paint words. Justice should be served. All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour, I will go on a short break and I would possibly reveal my guest to you. So stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We thank you too.
Thank you.
All right. So before I start with my questions, right? Why voice of quintessentials? It's actually a very unique name. Oh. Very, very unique, outstanding, spectacular. So I'm very, very eager to know why you picked quintessentials.
Okay, actually, that has been my name right from secondary school. So the name came up from certain situations and all that. It was actually after a debate competition I attended, and the topic was examination malpractice is quintessential in the success of every examination. So I won that debate, and that was how I got that name. But actually, quintessential means, you know what it means for something to be essential?
Yes.
Then quintessential means extra essential, something you can hardly do without.
So your voice is something we can hardly do without.
Exactly.
I know that there's something very unique in that particular name, and the story behind it very perfect. So let's move over to the topic of the day, right? First of all, what does reading in silence mean to you as a spoken word poet, rather?
Actually, I know silence is golden, but I've come to realize that silence is also an art. You get? In the space between heartbeats and breaths, poetry learns to speak, to sing, and to like scream without making a sound. You get? You see, I'm a 300 level nursing student of Peaceland University.
You are a nursing student?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And just like stethoscopes hang in the walls like rosaries, and our shadows follow us into the words, you get? We learn to listen to silent pains, to tears that cannot just be voiced out, you get? So poetry means a lot of things. Poetry is not just, should I say, it's not just something you just, it means it's deep.
You're finding the right word for it, Abby.
Like, it's a whole lot. Poetry is a whole lot.
You know, the fact that you're actually using poetry to answer me is showing that it's a whole lot too. Yes. So you said you're a science student,
yes,
right? Because most times people that are spoken word poets and artists are most times theater arts. They did arts in particular. So how come? Is this something you're born with, or you find it very interesting and you had to do more research, learn about it or something?
Okay, actually, I think I was born with it, you get, because this is actually something that is inborn.
Okay.
And obviously, I have the zeal for it, you get. But at the same time, during secondary school, I was an art student.
Okay.
And that was when the passion for everything, like,
that's from SS1, right?
Yes, it blew up.
Okay.
But at the same time, to some extent, I also had passion for humanity. So then I thought about Ben Carson. He's a surgeon and a writer.
Yeah.
I was not like, why can't I still pursue my dreams when I also want to have a career?
Yeah.
So then I decided to diversify. You cannot put all your eggs in one
basket. High five. I love your energy, actually. So can silence itself be a form of reading in performance? You know, you've given example of the stethoscope, hanged as a rosary and the light. Now, when it comes to live performance on stage, can silence be reading?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Poetry is just like a patient in a coma. You're sleeping but awake. But then performance is like, should I say, performance is just like the nose oxygen. Like
what brings life into that patient, the same way performance brings life into poetry. So now, performance is not just expression.
Yeah.
Performance is connection, is resurrection, it's everything. Because in performance, then, the tone of your voice, the truth in your eyes, you get, the sincerity in your expressions, it means a whole lot. So performance turns just a simple poem into a wonderful experience.
You know, that brings me to my next question now, right? How does performance, voice, body language, presence affect the interpretation of a poem?
You see, first of all, you know, poetry is actually very complicated. You get
Very complicated.
Very, very complicated. When you come to the branches of literature, I think poetry is the hardest part. Because not everyone can understand or interpret a poem. It takes a whole lot. So now, when it comes to expression now, for instance, when you write a poem now, I feel like people, those poets who write those poems, they can better express those poems. Because, you know, just like your heart now, we all have different mindsets. And maybe the way you think is not the way I think.
Okay.
Yes. But then, you might want to say, give me your pen. But I'm just seeing it as maybe you just want me to give you the pen. But you, within you know that you want me to give you that pen because you want to write. Do you get?
Yeah.
So now when it comes to expression, now, it means a whole lot. Because then, the tone of the presenter, the truth in their eyes, the way they gesticulate everything, the way they show their gestures, you get that kind of thing. It brings life into it. Because normally, when you are reading a poem, it's actually sometimes kind of boring.
Fact. Very
Poems are boring when you're just reading them on a normal. But then, the expression means everything. The performance. You know I Be Quick? Exactly. You see the energy there. There are speaks, these spoken word artists. Like when they are saying it, it feels like they know. Then you that doesn't understand, you begin to see meaning
in what they're saying. Because they are performing a drama, actually.
Exactly.
You know? All right. So how does performance use pause, tone? Like you just said, they express it and all. This particular question, I know it needs a drama or something, right? But how do they use that pause, tone to, you know, flow in the readings and all that? Is it more... Okay, let me allow you to speak, actually, before I explain more.
Actually, you know, it depends on the kind of poem. Each expression or performance depends on the kind of topic you are talking about, you get. For instance, now, I want to talk about rape. I'm not coming to be romantic. You get? I'm not coming to be romantic. I want to talk about rape now. I'll not come and be like, when he held my hand, I'll not be like, no. You have to show it.
Yeah.
That's when the tone comes in. You get? The expression in your eyes. The way you react towards it. For instance, now I want to talk about an erotic poem about love. I cannot come and be talking about love and come and be shouting. Like, I'm talking to you. Your beauty rivals the twilight hues when the sun kisses the horizon, painting the skies in shades of gold and crimson. In the geography of my soul, you are the rivers, the mountains, and the seas. You are the landscape of my heart, for my heart has migrated to the country of your touch.
Okay, now you're making me blush.
So now, you see the way I said it, because it's an erotic poem. It involves emotions.
Yeah.
But now I want to talk about rape. I'll be like, okay. Actions he used on me were stronger and harder, and before I could scream, my head was already hammered. Do you get? I'm talking about pain. The shivers in my face will show that I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of
the person that
was raped. Do you get? That kind of thing. So now, I want to talk about childbearing now. You know, it's a mixed feeling. sensational, emotional, you get, then a feeling of excitement too, because it comes with mixed feelings, like giving birth. Now, you're talking about the pains of childbearing. You're also talking about the joy that comes at last when finally the baby is out and the mother too is safe. So I feel like every poem, the performance of every poem depends on what you're talking about.
Great. So, can performance contradict a written poem?
Yes.
How?
Sometimes this case comes up most times when the performer is not the writer of the poem.
Right.
Because maybe now, I might write a poem now, and you that is reading it, you get, or reading about it. Actually, there's a poem I read in my SS1, The Leader and the Led. It's trying to talk about leadership. You get, when the zebra comes out to be the leader, and then they say, no, you have different stripes. We don't know whether you're black or you're white. I didn't understand that poem was actually about leadership until someone interpreted it for me. So now, a writer might write a poem now. Then the person that is going to perform it or exhibit it might not really understand everything. So now you're trying to bring in your own ideas. Now that is when the contradiction comes in.
And not the real idea in the, in the whole
That's why I
poem.
said poetry is better performed by the writer.
Take note, poetry is better performed by the writer. I can try perform the poem sometimes. All right, so what role do audience play when it comes to engaging in the reading, the tone, and or when a poet is on that stage making a speech?
All right, like me now, I'm using myself for an example. If I go for live shows, like if I want to present on like open mic shows now, when I'm trying to be energetic, or you get, for instance now, I'm trying to be emotional. And then when I'm trying to be emotional, I see that the audience, like, they are calm. They are getting what I mean, you get? They're understanding it. I feel the vibe. You get that feeling whereby you are presenting and the audience, they don't even understand what is going on. You too, you'll be demoralized. But then when you're talking, and let me say, is a Christian spoken words now, you get, and now let me say, for instance, now you're like, when I sit to think about God, I become completely at sea because no amount of words can quantify the authenticity of his existence. And then people will be like, yes, you get that kind of, do you get? So the audience, they are like the vibe givers, the energy.
Sorry. You know, when you said when you were trying to be emotional, let's assume before you walked on stage, the whole vibe and energy, the ambience is giving, happy, cheerful, and all. How exactly do you guys do it? Is it, I don't know, someone will be like, silence, please, everybody, keep quiet, or what?
No. That's why I said, when it comes to poetry, there is no silence. But then, silence in poetry speaks volumes.
So you just start like that.
You start. But for instance now, when it's like a good spoken word artist, when you come in now and see the mood of people, you know whether your intonation is going to start with a high tone or low. You get? You have to be very observant. You get that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like your first stanza or first line should be what will bring them back to order to what you're about to do. Then you now move into.
So when the audience is they are not resonating, they are not understanding whatever you're saying, do you change your line of poet? Do you change automatically? What do you do? What do you do to make them sink in with you?
I think, yes.
You change it.
That's what spoken word artists do.
Okay.
You know, some people are just spoken word artists. They are not poets. You get? Yes.
Okay. I think I get.
Because now, when it comes to this situation now you just talked about right now, when the audience, they are not sinking in to what you're doing, a good spoken word artist will diversify or try to find the right words. But a poet now, you're talking about something already, so
This is more like you're changing my line of performance. I understand. That's true. You know, you told me about you being a Christian poet too, right? Christian poet, lifestyle poet, and all. How do you do it? Do you come with emotions? Do you come with reading to mix it? Let's assume you have to bring a blend of all in a particular performance. How do you do it?
It just comes with the flow, the idea. You get?
Okay.
You'd be like, this is what I want. Then this is what I want it to be like. I want this, I want this. How do I join this together? For instance, now in a youth program, let me say in church youth program, they are talking about, let me say, drug addiction. Now, you know, that drug addiction now, it's kind of something that is out of church, but you want to use church, you want to join everything together now. I'm bringing in the outside world with what it should be in the Christian family. You get?
Would you be adding Bible verses to it?
You can. I can.
You can actually.
I can. So, because it's, like I said, it's your choice of words that matters.
Okay.
That's it.
You know, you've actually had like 2-3 performances before we asked you to. So we're giving you like 1 minute to do a free performance for us. She didn't see that coming, but I know you can do it.
Okay. Like,
you can pick from any genre actually.
Let me say, okay. Let me just use, I just posted on my page a few days ago.
Okay.
Okay. This. Can I start?
Start.
Okay. It's quite unfortunate that people are proud of committing crimes, making people cry, killing people to die, hurting souls and claiming rights. It's disheartening that criminals are left to roam about, covered in shields of power we call leadership. Of course, leadership is in danger when people who have not learned how to obey have been given the authority to command. Ever since I was a kid, I've heard churches saying the prayer for Nigeria in distress. But it might amuse you to know that these prayers were formed when this country wasn't that bad. And just as a dead cadaver rottens to form into bones, the situation has grown worse day after day. And it's quite unfortunate. Now, let me find an erotic poem.
Okay.
Okay. Let me start from... Okay. In the geography of my soul, you are the rivers, the mountains, and the seas. You are the landscape of my heart, for my heart has migrated to the country of your touch. So when I'm asked what love is all about, I'd quickly tell them about you, your sparkling eyes, and the way you look, and the way you look at me, with the amazing smiles on your face.
Oh my God. That was very, very amazing. That's very amazing. Thank you so much. Beauty, with the beautiful eyes, beautiful voice, outstanding lines that have been blowing my mind. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
All right, the show has come to an end. I'm sure you had so much fun. Whether you like it or yes, because I also had so much fun. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to always tune in on SLTV channel 265. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. See you tomorrow.
every second, every minute, every day. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Igbo leader. The name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Wabara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Effiks, you have the BBOs, you have the Queries and all the other tribes. Well, the Queries are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one since him. We've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today, I have a very special guest, a former governor, a frontline politician, and someone that has been described in many ways. Well, today we're going to get to know him better. My pleasure to welcome His Excellency Ikedi Ohakim, former governor of Imo State. Chief Ohakim, you're welcome. I want to start this conversation from the very beginning. Well, we all know you were a former governor. We know most of the things that happened as you were growing up and all that. But I want to take the story backwards. Tell us about your early life. Where were you born? Which schools did you attend? And what was being a child like so many years ago?
Unfortunately, I was a child during the troubled period of this country, during the Civil War. But I can beat my chest and say I was lucky to be born, because my parents married without any child for 10 years. And I became the first child. I grew up in love, but the Civil War came. And then we made do with the situation we found ourselves. I was a child soldier. I was an apprentice mechanic. I was an apprentice welder. I drove a car at the age of 15. I ran around like other kids. Was born in a village called Okoya. Went to village school. Grew up in the village. Went to school when my mates did. Went to the St. Michael's School, Okoya, my village. Went to secondary school in my village and completed my secondary school at the Government Technical College in ENUGU. Went to the University of Lagos. Then worked in various organizations, worked in the third largest multinational company in Nigeria, the First Aluminum Group. Went into politics very early, became a youth leader in NPP, and then continued that way, and fortunately became a commissioner in 1992-93 with President Babangida as the president. And one thing led to the other. Contested several elections in life, and then became a governor in 2007.
So at what point in your life did you start thinking about politics? Was it in secondary school? Was it in the university? At what point did you see yourself playing a role in public life?
I think it came to me naturally because I was following the footsteps of my father, who was a community leader. And it might interest you to note that at the age of 25, I became the president of Okoya Town Union, which was the first of its kind in our area. So it's been natural. It's been, no matter what I do, I still play a role of being very close to my people, very close to people, being empathic and sympathetic to issues of leadership and issues of governance. So it's been natural to me.
In 1992, you were appointed a commissioner at quite an early age. How did it happen?
Chief Evan Enwerem, of blessed memory, in partnership with other leaders, considered me worthy and then considered my contribution, both at the community level and at the corporate level, and decided I would have a role to play. And the first ministry allocated to me was Commerce and Industry. And my ministry was responsible for the first development summit of Imo State, which was printed in a book form at the end of the day. And then we were able to attract foreign investors as far back as 1992-93. But unfortunately, by November 1993, that administration, there was a coup in the country, and that administration was overthrown. All the allegations against me, including the fact that a permanent secretary who worked under me was a witness against me. I still went free, but that thing taught me a big lesson in life. And my mother told me that every document I signed then, I must return a copy to her to keep for me, because nobody can talk about tomorrow. And I did obey my mother, and that helped me. All the documents they forged against me, when I brought the original documents, people were shocked. And even as a former governor, most of the things I did, I place a lot of importance on keeping records, and that has served me. If you look at the situation we have in this country today, I am walking around the streets upon all the allegations made against me, upon all the propaganda against my administration. I've not been found guilty of anything, because I ran governance the way it's supposed to do. I followed due process to the letter. I never saw the checkbook of Imo State government. I operated in accordance with the requirements of the system. We never awarded any contract without design. We never awarded any contract without going through tender. We never awarded any contract, or even if we award contract, the contractors must be registered contractors, and they must produce advance payment guarantee and performance bond. And I never involved in any project that was not properly supervised. No single contract failed throughout my administration. No contractor ran away with ₦1 throughout my administration. No project we undertook that did not add value to our vision. I have not been found guilty or prosecuted in any court of law. I have not been to any police station all my life reporting anybody or writing petition against any human being. And that is my life, as simple as that. As I talk to you now, I have no piece of land anywhere in Imo State other than the one my father gave to me in my village. You also are aware that the 3-bedroom bungalow I have in the state capital was the house I built in 1992-93. Apart from that house, all the allegations of I own more than half of our own houses in Wedra, people have now discovered that these things are mere political allegation. And you know, allegation and propaganda, they have lifespan. And when they expire, you have nothing to say. You lose credibility. And then the man you alleged allegation against will begin to ride on that crest. So I thank God Almighty that I did the right things, because today I wouldn't have had anybody to defend me. But my happiness today is that there is nothing anybody has alleged against me that has been proven.
After your experience in '93, a lot of people would have thought that you would have run away from politics. But you went back and emerged as governor. How did that too happen?
I believe in doggedness. I believe in starting something and finishing it, because my God is a finishing God. I don't start something and leave it halfway. Like I told you, I didn't just emerge as governor from nowhere. I ran for Senate in 1999, people knew. I ran for governor in 2003, people knew that. And I ran for governor in 2007. You know, so I don't know what you mean by how it happened, but it just happened. I ran for an election. I ran one of the most professional elections, and then I had my own strategy. My being governor was not even 1% accidental. I knew what was going to happen. I laid out my plan clearly. I've not done anything in this world without planning. And then without doing my SWOT analysis, without looking at what will happen, without looking at moves and chase moves of my opponents we make. And then I banked on something and it worked. And I had vision. I had vision for my people. I had vision for development of our state. I had vision to create an economy, vision to create employment, you know, vision to take our people to make sure we operate in a clean and green environment. Vision that cleanliness is next to godliness. And then I believe in law and order. Throughout my regime, you can never see anywhere they say there was thuggery. There was no political assassination in Imo throughout my period as a governor. Nobody's house was burnt throughout my stay in Imo as a governor. No opponent, and I repeat, no opponent was chased away from the state. I allowed the political space for everybody. I was a pure Democrat, and I still remain a Democrat. And I believe in the philosophy of my party, the PDP, and it is People's Democratic Party. So our policies was purely on the people, the survival of the people. Because you must survive, you must eat, you must survive before you begin to talk about other things. And you must begin to plan for our youth. We must begin to create jobs for our team in masses. And that was typically how to encapsulate our policy while I was in government house.
You had a vision before you became governor. As governor, were you able to put your vision, were you able to make your dream of the Imo state you wanted, were you able to make it come true?
We did, but we still have an unfinished business. You see, the critical thing in this country is that we must begin to educate our people. Policies that can rekindle the economy, policies that we create the type of society we are looking for, usually have long gestation period. If you want to build for posterity rather than build for the mob, if you want to build for the mob, I can begin to build town halls. These days I have learned that people can even award road contracts with mouth. And people will begin to tar roads. Those are not critical things. If you want to create an economy, if you want to rekindle an economy, if you want to create a system where people will be employed, you require a long period. You must put the structure, the governance structure down. There are certain things that require law. I listened to a commissioner, a Lagos State Commissioner for Transport speak to the media last week, talking about banning of Okada. And he talked about that there was law in Lagos State banning Okada. And I was so happy. In Imo State, when we took the bull by the horn, when first-time governors were afraid to take certain decisions, we banned Okada. We had law. There was no decision we took without law. There was a law backing that decision. When we launched the Clean and Green Initiative, there was law backing it. When we set up Entraco, when we set up IROMA, that is Imo Road Maintenance Agency, there was law. Everything we did, and you know the process of making law, there must be a bill to the House, and there will be public hearing. For example, we came up to establish a refinery. Refinery is not something you just use your mouth and you award the contract to begin to work. No, it doesn't happen. First and foremost, we acquired the land from Ohajebama people, 250 hectares. We got the president of Nigeria, took our feasibility report to him and tell him this is led delegation of Imo leaders to him. And then the president was able to make an approval for us to partner with an MPC. An MPC signed a memorandum of understanding with us. We got the foreign investors who wanted the account of Imo State. We had to prepare an account of Imo State from 10 years before we came in, got it right. And then there are certain approvals you require from the federal government to be able to partner with people. These things take take time. There are certain approvals you will need from the National Assembly. It has to be presented to the House. House committee will see it. So anybody that thinks that we did not realize our dream may be right in one way and may not be right in the other way. But that didn't stop us from going about to do those things that will keep our people alive. Let me give you one example. In 2008, because of the breaking of oil pipelines, our OPEC quota that was 2.4 million barrels, we were only barely making 700,000 barrels per day. But in Imo, we sat down and said, our place is a rural state. We don't have industries that are paying tax. And if we begin to lay off our people, and graduates are emerging every day, what do we do to make sure that money circulates in the rural community? Instead of laying off people, we decided we will employ. That was how we began the process of creating 10,000 graduate jobs and 30,000 non-graduate jobs. And remember that there was a bank rumor, even a newspaper wrote editorial, that how can a state government under this condition create 10,000 graduate jobs? That is practically impossible. But because we wanted the son of the poor to be able to get a job without knowing a commissioner, without knowing anybody, we decided that we must hire an international consultancy firm. And we brought in KPMG. Working with KPMG and our Civil Service Commission, they decided that they are going to do examination using the internet. And then, in my wisdom, I said, no, if you bring all our youths together, there will be cataclysm. We created a center in Kaduna, a center in Lagos, 4 centers in Imo, a center in Abia, and a center in River State, and asked Imo citizens to apply, and advertised it widely. While that process was going on, we were being flogged right, left, everywhere, to the extent that even somebody went to court to stop the process. And these guys took the examination, and it was marked instantly, and the process of employment started. It was not done in 2010. The process started in 2009. And then we employed these graduates, permanent employment. 250 of them were moved to the judiciary. And our goal was at the age of 30-something, we'll be able to produce judges from them. But the most economic advantage of that decision was that every month we will have 450 million pumped into the rural areas by salary of these graduates, so that our people will be eating. And then we created IROMA, Rural Road Maintenance Agency, to make sure that our 16,000 kilometers road will be maintained. And then we looked at the situation where people must access our state capital, and our policy of making sure that from every local government, you have a road that will take you to the state capital within 40 minutes. Before we came in, from Oboko, the hometown of the present governor, you require 2.5 hours to get to Owerri. And you can confirm that. We got an international company. Because of the erosion-prone areas, we did the 32-kilometer road linking the governor's village with Isi Ekenesi to Sina, with 6 bridges. And we did that. We started opening the rural areas. And then when you came to the state capital, we make sure that every access to the state capital is properly designed, the drainage properly channeled, and the road properly done so that it becomes state capital. And we achieved all those goals. We created employment. We employed more than 400,000 people, directly and indirectly. And we started these key projects that will revolutionize our economy. We got foreign investors. We went to the capital market. And you know what it means, the discipline required to go to the capital market. And we did that. And we got the money. But you know that out of the money, out of the 18 billion we got from the capital market, not the 100 billion people we are counting and going to sue us in court. We left 13.3 billion in an interest yielding account in UBA, which we handed over to my successor.
13 billion?
Yes, 13.3 billion interest yielding account in UBA. And I handed it over to my successor to continue the Wonder Lake project, which would have employed 2,000 people. But unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, when you leave government, it's not your business. The governor applied for change of purpose, and the SEC granted him change of purpose for the money. And that is it. So nobody can say we did not achieve our goal.
Your opponents also accuse you of starting projects that you were not able to finish. Yes. That you had many unfinished projects.
I took over from somebody as a governor. I took over from His Excellency Chief Achiku Denwa, who started very good and wonderful programs. Achiku Denwa, for example, started the annual free medical service, where he brings doctors from all over the world, and they transverse the whole of our 19 general hospitals, conducting examinations and performing surgery. I did not stop that project. I continued it and multiplied it into 2. He started the teaching hospital. In fact, commissioned the teaching hospital. I continued it. He about 8 roads on when I came in as governor, including the Amara Kumangele Road, including the Ugiri Isi Alambano Mbise Road and all those roads. I continued those roads. It was Achiku Denwa that started the Concord road leading to the Secretariat. I completed that road. You see, it's continuity. Now, which projects I started? Now, if we had continued the process of the refinery, by now we would have gone halfway. The federal government, luckily, was in the process and even allocated 2 marginal oil fields to Imo State, to that partnership for the refinery. Because of that project, the federal government allocated, brought in certain projects that will help the movement or the realization of that objective. A housing estate was brought into place. We got a housing estate. We got marine police. We got a naval base, the dredging of the lake, building a port, plus the Wonder Lake, everything because of that refinery. And those who invested on the Wonder Lake project from overseas invested because of the refinery. So that place would have been an industrial hub. And by now, those who are, it would have created a lot of jobs for our people. So these are projects that requires vision, that requires thinking, that requires project management to push. So if you look at the 3 critical projects we undertook, the refinery, the Wonder Lake Resort and Conference Center, and the Inner Ring Road. For example, the Inner Ring Road was not our design. The man that designed the master plan, Fingerhut and Partners, Professor Fingerhut was 82 years when I brought him to Imo State in 2007. And after launching the Clean and Green Initiative on the 10th of August, the man went around the town with his 2 sons and said, this is one of the best cities I have ever designed, Twin City. That our state capital is the only city in Nigeria that is in a valley. And that there was 62 manholes designed in that city that all have blocked. And if you don't open them regularly and dredge our river called the Wode River, this city will be a big disappointment and it will have environmental problem. One is that it will be washed away. Two is that you cannot do any road that will stand the test of time. And we went ahead and started opening the 62 manholes. When it rained, people were shocked and surprised whether people use medicine. And we started maintaining the structure. Now, the man came and said, look, if you don't achieve anything, the ring road, there are 3 ring roads that connect Imo State to make it a one city state. The inner ring road, the outer ring road, and the outer. The inner ring road has 5 flyovers designed with it. The outer ring road will connect almost 6 or 7 local governments within the territory. And the outer ring road will link about 27, we have 27 local governments, is going to link about 19 out of the 27 LGS. And we started the outer ring road, and the inner ring road with the flyovers. And the fund for them, the part of the fund was to come from the money we got from the stock exchange, which was cheap fund. We never went to the commercial bank to borrow, except when we require bridging financing, a small amount which you will pay. Because if you are a governor and you are targeting 4 years, you have only 3 dry seasons to do your road construction. So you can as well take some bridging fund and begin to work and pay back as you get your allocation. So that's exactly what we did. So we never abandoned any project. We continued the project of others, and all the key projects we started were not projects meant for the mob or for people to clap for us. They are projects meant to support our economy. When we arrived in 2007, the hotels in Imo, we had about 2,000 hotel rooms. By the time we left in 2011, we had up to 10,000 hotel rooms with 90% occupancy. You know, and you know what that means to our economy. By 6 a.m., our women sweepers had completed cleaning Imo State to take their children to school. There was law and order. You know, people respected everybody, money was circulating, and we made sure that 90% of the contracts in Imo State were given to local contractors. When we are working in rural areas, we must make sure that contractors come from that local government, suppliers come from that local government.
Yes, you handed over 28 billion.
Yes, more than 28 billion.
But what was the debt profile of the state when you left?
Well, I don't know what you mean by debt profile. When I handed over that money, what was outstanding, the debt profile of Imo State was not more than 3 billion, which was a kind of bridging facility. I didn't borrow money from any commercial bank other than bridging facility, which we paid off. And again, what may even surprise you is that the fund we got from the capital market, we had already paid 7-point-something billion out of it. We have already paid back about 7-point-something billion out of the money.
Out of the 18?
Yes, out of the 18 billion, we had already paid off. It's as good as that. And these records are there at the stock exchange. It's not a hidden thing. It's there at the bank. You see, everything we are doing, we must be evidential. Because government is supposed to be a deity. And anything that comes out of the mouth of a governor is supposed to be the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
One of the big issues which analysts over these years say cost you your re-election in 2011 was the accusation that you ordered the Reverend Father to your government house and you flogged the Reverend Father. I'm not sure you quite denied it.
Well, I denied it. You know, I did everything humanly possible to say it was capital lie.
Did you flog this Reverend Father or any Reverend Father in your 4 years as governor?
Okay, let me answer you directly. I did not. I would have never. I couldn't have. It was practically impossible for me to, looking at my upbringing as a Christian. And I call people's attention to Exodus 20:16. That should not levy false accusation on your fellow human being. But let me draw your attention to what happened last Sunday. As I was celebrating my birthday, I decided to worship at the Adoration Ministry in ENUGU. I remember that it was Father Mbaka who popularized the song that I flogged the Reverend Father. And today I call Father Mbaka a leader. I call him a man of God, a true man of God. Because in the whole world, it is practically difficult, if not impossible, for any leader to say, I made a mistake or I was deceived.
Did Father Mbaka say to you that that information was wrong?
Yeah, it was there. It's publicized everywhere. It's everywhere. Last Sunday, I worship at the church. I went there for my Thanksgiving, my birthday Thanksgiving. And he told the congregation that he had realized, after investigation, after speaking one-on-one with the Reverend Father, who now told him that if he sees Hakim, he wouldn't even know whether Hakim is tall or short. He wouldn't even recognize him. He only saw him on TV. He sees him on TV or newspaper. That Hakim never flogged me, or Hakim never touched me, or Hakim never ordered anybody to flog me. Nobody even flogged me. And then I have taken it.
Do you have what you're telling me documented?
No, it's on tape. It's on YouTube now. People that go to YouTube can see it. It's on YouTube. I think some radio or television stations have started broadcasting it. Most of the newspapers have broadcast it. It's on the internet. It is not hidden. I have been vindicated.
Governor, I'm not trying to interrupt you. But tell me what happened. What transpired? Because, as they say, there's no smoke without fire. What happened between you and the Reverend Father?
I was not even anywhere near the incident. What happened was that I had a function and I was in Owerri, not even in the village. Then my convoy was coming back to Owerri to meet me. They left my village to come back to meet me because I told them to wait for me in the village, that when I arrived, that I will come straight to the village because I was traveling with one of my colleagues. And they were coming to meet me. And when we came in, the second convoy had already taken me to Owerri. The news I had is that they had an encounter with somebody who was blocking their way. They suspected that it might be somebody they sent. Because remember, at that period, even within the same week, somebody wore a robe, a Christian robe, in ENUGU and kidnapped somebody. It was on the news. And then they said, they asked the man to follow them to the office of director of SSS. They took the man to the office of SSS, interrogated him, and he told them that he was a Reverend Father. And they released him. But they left, the interrogation took about 2 or 3 hours. When I got the information, even if the news has not gone to anywhere, I got the information. I started looking for the Reverend Father. Where is the Reverend Father? And then, there and then, the 3 people involved, I sacked them. The director of SSS, I made an application that he should be removed. I took the entire cabinet of Imo State government. I went to the Archbishop. Archbishop AJV Obinna. I'm saying this on camera. I knelt down before the Archbishop and said, my Lord, I have been told what happened in Akabo, and it was raining. They mistook somebody, they never knew he was a Reverend Father. I want to see the Father because they said I cannot see the Father unless you authorize that I should see the Father. He said, it is not necessary for you to see the Father. Forget it, I've forgiven you. It is this security that are overzealous. And that was the end of the story. And I believed the Archbishop that he had forgiven me, or forgiven what happened. because I didn't want any problem. Because the state I govern, the state I stayed, even one of my greatest opponents had a problem. I flew him abroad, took him to an international hospital, cured him, brought him back, and he still continued fighting. Is that where I will arrange for a reverend father to be flogged? Now, the next thing I heard was that some people went to ENUGU, and you know, Father Mbaka is one of the most courageous preachers we have ever seen. And then they went and tabled it before him that I flogged the reverend father. According to him, in the last Sunday, he tried to reach me, he couldn't. Even though I didn't know he was trying to reach me. And then he was able to preach, and was able to compose a song on how I beat the reverend father. And then a politician in Imo acquired 27 buses, fixed microphone, and started playing those records in every market day. We have 8 market days, and they were taking them from market to market, from church to church. And then he got about 1 million copies of the CD and was distributing them. And that became his campaign material. Every effort we made, even the media, some of them refused to listen to us. People were even writing editorial, and they believed everything. Some people went and even concocted computer pictures on how I was flogging the man. You know, but today the truth is clear. And I told my people that I went to worship for my birthday. I didn't go there to begin to talk about flogging Reverend Father or not flogging Reverend Father, because I had put that behind me. But it was the father, the great man, that came up with the story. And then told me that, listen, I have finished everything. I have to tell you the truth. Even if you die today, that is not good for you to go and die with the impression that you flogged the Reverend Father. That most people still believe it. I thank him, and I thank one of the Imo leaders, because in this world you must have to investigate. One of our leaders did 2 things. One, he went to the capital market, to the stock exchange, to find out whether I borrowed 100 billion that made people go to court, and they told him no. He went to Father Mbaka and to find out what happened. He even went to the Reverend Father that said that they said I flogged, and after gathering the information, he came to me and said, listen, I have not discovered the truth. He even called leaders meeting without telling me and said, listen, it looks as if we are hasty in judging this man. We should have done our homework. We didn't. We may have made a mistake. This man did not do any of those things. This man is futuristic in thinking. Why don't we allow him to complete his tenure? And then he came to me and said, listen, you have to follow me to Father Mbaka. I said, no. He insisted, and I followed him. And then when we got there, Father Mbaka called the Reverend Father and put it on speakerphone. And the Reverend Father said, oh, Hakim never touched me. And I took it, I didn't tell anybody. I went home, I prayed. And God has been very, very kind to me. My health is better than when I was a governor. I'm closer to my family today. I've not been dragged to anywhere since I left office. And then until I went to this church to worship for my birthday. And then the Father Mbaka had to, I don't know how to describe the favor he did to me and the Imo people by coming out with the truth.
I wish we'll get this material, because it's, I find it very hard to believe. I hope we'll get this material.
I thank God this man or Hakim is here. When he was accused of beating a priest, Catholic Church in Ebaka, and that was his doom. I know eba compose egu or Hakim tirifa di ihe ogara achi anya ozo onye ahu tirifa di ihe ogara achi anya ozo. With our weapon of justice, I have to invite the priest myself. It is good. This information is in the tape. I buy a moto Juba, Father Bigo Gwame Ezioku. Because eventually, Hakim came to my house. Before the Blessed Sacrament, he swore. But by then it was already late. Father no where. with the father and Lord. Why what actually happened? Eji ebo nwoke a ihe niile a na-ebo ya. Wee bụ na obodo ya bụ na tiri father hell. Father na onwe ya tiri ihe mepeziri ọnụ. Ọfọdụ Hakim. Or Hakim afro there. Because such an ugly stigma should not follow him to the grave. Even if he will not be another governor of Imo State, let it be known publicly that Hakim did not beat you. Summary Hakim etiro father ihe. So Hakim, God will bless you free of charge.
But people say that cost you your re-election. Do you have any regrets?
It didn't cost me a re-election. I won the election clear. Imo people know that I won that election. I don't want to go into details because it has become a past tense. But I never lost the election. Because if you add the 28,000 votes I got in Ohaji Egbema, I'm not even talking about Ugota. The election was won in the first ballot of 25th of April 2011. You are also aware that those who kidnapped the returning officer for Haji Egbema and took him to Bolingo Hotel in Onitsha and locked him up for 3 days have confessed. Even the man himself, the returning officer, Ngozi, has also confessed, even put it in affidavit. But you know, what happened to me was not a mere listener election. It was, I don't know the adjective to use. It was a coup, concocted coup that removed me from government.
Some people said you also lost the election because you had become high-handed. You were allowing the power to get to you and all that.
That was a lie, capital lie. You know, when you do something, you must fabricate something to defend yourself. People must have to make allegation. How can I have high-handed? If I have high-handedness, I wouldn't have left the political environment free for everybody to play. If I had high-handedness, I wouldn't have allowed the children of the masses to get jobs without bribing anybody. You know, and I carried everybody along. My government was a consensus one. So I couldn't have been high-handed.
Okay, when people hear rumors that you may be getting ready to go back to the government house, they keep asking, what did Ikedio Hakim forget at Imo government house?
It's laughable. I forgot something. And I think I'm the only person that forgot something in government house.
What did you forget?
We have an unfinished business. We have our vision. We want to finish that business, and we want to work with everybody to finish that vision. We cannot abandon that vision. We cannot abandon the project to elevate Imo to a great height. And nobody has faulted our vision. You know, so I forgot something. And if the Supreme Court had given me judgment in January, my tenure would have continued to 2018. People would have had patience. And my goal is to finish that business, create more jobs for our people, get those 10,000 jobs, return to their job, pay them their arrears, get law and order functioning, get the institutions of governance, which we brought in. And since we left office, people will tell us how many federal projects we have attracted to Imo. And then we had a formula that was working. We were working in partnership with the federal government, attracting projects. My regime in Imo saw president visit 3 times in Imo State, either to commission projects or to commission programs. And we had world-class programs and projects, which was not allowed to germinate or begin to have the taproot that will enable it to move. That unfinished business is what we want to go and finish.
Okay, recently at the Oputa burial, some events, some things happened, and a lot of people were surprised about the position you took at what happened at that burial. Considering, in quotes, that people involved were political opponents. What was your interest in taking the position you took?
Okay, thank you very much.
I would have thought.
No, it's very surprising, you know, and I know many people have started asking me questions whether I am now working with Okorocha. Charlie Boy is my friend. You will recall that the father was the chairman of the transition committee of my administration, who chairman the 164 wise men that came up with the program we ran in Imo, because we ran a consensus government. When some media people asked me about the issue of taking microphone from Governor Okorocha or not allowing him to speak, I said it was wrong. I wasn't defending Governor Okorocha, but I was defending the institution. Governance or government is like a deity. You don't begin to demystify government. If you do that, the society will be in disarray. That was the only thing I said. And again, I put up a caveat. I said that Governor Okorocha should also see the effect of coming to a public function and preventing him from talking or collecting microphone from him. Because what goes round comes round. Governor Okorocha started it. Okorocha will mount a rostrum and he will abusing President Jonathan. Okorocha will be demonstrating against me, demonstrating against more citizens. Before, citizens demonstrate against government, but in Imo State, government demonstrates against citizens every time. And if you do that, you demystify government. You tell people that government or a governor can be abused. And when it turns back to you, you begin to see the effect. Okorocha is still our governor. Whether he is performing or not performing, that is an issue all of us as Imo citizens will quietly ease him off. Red card has been shown to him, but is to you know, peacefully. When red card is shown to somebody, don't flog him out of the field. You quietly conduct him to enter the dressing room. You know, many people who are saying that I supported Okorocha during that incident did not get the story complete. That is exactly what happened.
Okay. What do you think the future holds for Iked Hakim? And what will be your message? I mean, you've added another year. You are wiser. You are older. You have more experience. What is your advice to upcoming politicians? What is your advice to Nigerians as we confront the insurgency, as we confront the challenges facing our nation today?
My advice in the issue of security is that we must support President Jonathan, no matter what you feel about him. Everybody must not like his face. But this country today is in a very terrible security situation, which is a global phenomenon. We must give him support, because what he is doing today, which I think is the right thing, is for the interest of all of us. That is number one. Number two is that as far as politics is concerned, we must not play politics with everything. We must look at the programs Jonathan is running today, which are programs that will diversify our economy, create employment. Look at the programs on power. Look at the program on transport. Look at the issue of law and order. Look at his democratic disposition. Look at how he's trying to hook Nigeria to still get our leadership of the continent still on course. What we require to do is to give him cooperation. As for myself, I do not know what the future holds. I have today told my people that please, we have an unfinished business, please. Let us finish the business. In spite of the sabbatical leave I have taken, that sabbatical leave or what happened to me will make me a better person, a better governor. I've learned a lot. I have crossed the learning curve. I have received a lot of bashing, and I have learned from it. And then people have got the opportunity now to compare. If you marry two husbands, if you are a woman, you know the one that is a better performer. And then people have now looked at my programs. They have looked at the economy today. Agriculture has opened some roads. Even though the quality of roads is being debated, the cost of those roads and whether those roads are priority. These are issues that are going to be debated. I'm not talking about his claim of 1,000 kilometers of road, because when you talk about 1,000 kilometers, from Lagos to Owerri is 500 kilometers. So if you say you've done 1,000 kilometers, you have done road from Lagos to Owerri and you go back, or from Lagos to Owerri to Calabar, then to Port Harcourt, then you come to Owerri, which is not correct. And the roads are not being named. He has offered free education, even though the free education is in a mess today. But free education is good for our people. If you look at the amount of income that government is getting today, and the cost of crude oil, price of crude oil at $104 per barrel, Okorocha's total income, if you add the local government and other incidentals and borrowings, he has had an income of about 1.8 trillion that came into him since he became governor. If that money, if we had deployed that money properly, now we would have completed our refinery, the ring roads would have been completed, the university permanent site would have been completed, all the critical roads would have been done, the enterprise free zone in 27 local government would have been completed. Talking about future, we have got what it takes to pick the bits and pieces, to hit the ground running from day one without learning anything. Every politician in Nigeria, drop ambition, knows that second tenure is very important. Even those at the legislature, all of them crave to go for their second tenure. Most of them have gone for their second tenure. Some have gone for their third tenure. Some will go for their fourth tenure, which I think is good. The more you go, the more you learn. If anybody comes to Imo State today, he will start learning. And by the time he starts learning with the type of biting economy, I don't know whether we'll be able to cope. That was why I came out to say, if my party nominates me, that would be the best thing. But if my party nominates any other person, as a good party person, I will support that person with all I have. Because the most important thing is to make sure that we repossess the government house. And then when we do that, we will honor Rochas. Not that is the way he's dishonoring those that he took over from. No matter how bad a leader might be, you must have something you credit him with. My successor never credited anybody with anything. The only person he's calling his name is only a dead man. He's calling our great leader, Chief Sam Mbakwe, because Mbakwe will not come out to challenge him. Every leader that is alive, he doesn't mention the person's name. And every legacy you left behind, he will bring it down. That's not the way to do governance. You come to Imo government house, they remove my photograph. I'm not even talking about my pension and gratuity, which has not been looked at. And he will come to the TV, he will tell people he built house and handed over to us. Handed over to me, handed over to them one. Those things are lies. You know? But I will not disgrace him. I continue to protect him. And I'll continue to do the right thing and protect governance, which is the most important thing.
Excellency, I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, I've been talking with His Excellency Ikedio Hakim, former governor of Imo State. I am Obi Orilo. Thanks for watching.
Save Nature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Igbo leader. The name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Effiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Queries and all the other tribes. Well, the Queries are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization.
Welcome everyone. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? It's Tuesday, the 3rd of June 2025. Charles here. All right, it's another beautiful day to talk about the issues regarding Nigeria and every other thing. A lot of persons have started calling for the resignation of the governor of Benue State, or better still, a declaration of state of emergency, maybe not the type that we have seen in Rivers State, have the governor maybe step aside, still remain the ceremonial head of the state, but he would be practically almost useless, you know, but somebody should have to control the security architecture of that state. It's unprecedented. And again, it calls for another discussion regarding this state policing thing. The other day, in order to, you know, practically kill the idea of state police, the government said that they were doing some sort of employments that would have us have over 30,000 forest guards. And I'm like, forest guards, are we going to employ these people? Are we going to train them? Are we going to give them weapons? And what happens afterwards? Because when we mention these things, we have to be careful how we go about it. I'm just thinking to myself, how would that work? Where are you going to get the firearms from? You're going to purchase firearms and give these people? And we know how sophisticated these people who are in the forest are. I mean, they are really highly sophisticated. So what kind of guns would you be given to forest guard? Would it be led by the police, by the army? You know, these are the issues. You know, sometimes the government just comes out and says something and makes it look like, oh, well, you know what, Nigerians are excited about the fact that they are doing something in the right direction. But if you look at it critically, it's really leading to nowhere. Well, the discussions again about state policing, the governors taking security responsibility for their state, because as it stands, the governors can argue that security within the states is not in their purview. The governor cannot direct the commissioner of police in the state to do something, to act in a certain way, if there is no direct instruction from Abuja, which is the IG of police, which so many persons have criticized, that all security issues are local, and until we begin to deal with these issues locally, we would have no headway. Welcome everybody. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. I'm back shortly with the headlines on the dailies. So we'll begin on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, and on the Tribune, screaming headlines: weaponization of poverty, APC tackles Atiku, Amechi, El Rufai, says trio united by desperation, silent on 8 years of Buhari's administration. NAV airstrikes kill 20 terrorists in Zamfara. Courts shot lawyers, litigants stranded as judiciary workers begin strike. North must support Southwest in 2027 to complete 8 years in power, Shehu Sani speaks. Assaults on vice principal under police arrests parents, 4 others. Aggrieved lawmakers ask WAEC registrar to resign over conduct of midnight exams. Well, never seen anything like that in my life. Writing exams at night. It is not even an exam that you would write at any point in time. Maybe if you are home, it's online based. You know, if you're home, it's online based. Yes, you can write it anytime. Even if it is 2 a.m., it's okay. At least you're safe. Not an exam that is built for 8 a.m. and you're writing for 11 p.m., 12 p.m. Crazy. Anyway, we haven't seen the tears of WAEC just yet, so maybe we would excuse that. At the time we're going to see tears, just like JAMB, then we can start taking it seriously. Ground rents. I derive joy in stepping on toes of powerful people, says Wike. Suspected headers kill 43 in Benue communities. Again, Benue pleads. The Daily Times. VP Shatima pushes cocoa processing, $25 billion gas pipeline economic drive. Mokwa, flood disaster survivors lament delays in emergency relief. And assets to Tinubu's victory will lead APC campaign in Rivers, says Wike. Okay, you really need to lead that campaign in Rivers. Rivers is already captured. I thought so, but anyways, fingers crossed, you never know. Put Nigeria's democracy on recovery path, ADC National Chair tells Tinubu. WHO, T.Y. Danjuma signs a $2.26 million agreement to advance health in Nigeria. Police arrest 37-year-old Bauchi man over alleged sexual harassment of stepdaughter. Over now to the Nation newspaper. On the Nation, police, CBN, Abuja's agency, others owe FCT ground rent. Headsmen kill 33 in Benue. Court finds El-Rufai 900 million naira for illegally detaining Kajuru leaders. Mokwa flood death toll hits 200. Wike might take on PDP 2027 elections. Amechi Fubara. All the details on the nation. Over now to the Punch. And on the Punch this morning, presidency moves to settle 2 trillion naira power debt. Reps grill WAEC chiefs over exam disruptions. Judiciary workers strike grounds courts. 7 states spend 190% of revenue on loan repayments. 2027, Wike's Tinubu endorsement sparks opposition firestorm. PDP bigwigs, opposition parties split over minister's stance. Bode George, Amechi camp, others vow to fight Wike. Federal government estimates 880 billion naira yearly for road maintenance. IATA decries high airlines operating cost in Nigeria and others. Boko Haram fueled by political elites to destabilize Tinubu, says Kalu. Boko Haram fueled by political elites to destabilize Tinubu, says Kalu. 3 Nigerians back 15 years jail for fraud in India. Lagos APC, LP in turmoil as PDP eyes local government poll upsets. Over now to the Daily Trust. Mokwa flood, death toll hits 200, over 500 still missing. Sad tale, really, really sad. Still staring us in the face, and we still hear about the delayed relief materials. Always delayed when it comes to the people, but never delayed when it comes to their remunerations. That's a truth. Ribadu's warning against ransom payments to kidnappers. Ribadu's warning against ransom payment to kidnappers. That's on the Guardian newspaper this morning. NAV strike kills 20 bandits, 5 vigilantes in Zamfara. Amnesty International demands probe. Mokwa flood, over 1,000 still missing, 200 bodies recovered. Publish or perish. 97% of public varsities default in online visibility and transparency and order. 97% of public varsities default in online visibility and transparency order. Anyways, you can put that on the scale of the job of a public affairs analyst or public affairs department or communications department of the university. So it's more like an indictment on all of them. PDP tries AGF as Osun government sues federal government for shopping council's allocations. 16 years after meltdown, NGX market cap surges by 347.5%. 2027, PDP's internal crisis worsen as Wike George trade words. Natasha's denial of sexual harassment allegation against me an afterthought, says Omokri. Over 950 southeast locations occupied by bandits, headsmen, and kidnappers. All the details on The Guardian. We're back to the table where Chris is waiting. Chris, good morning. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, dear people of the world. It's another bright and early morning, and glory be to God for life.
Indeed, yes. Weaponization of poverty and allegations that Tiku, well, the proposed coalition is putting on the table of APC, and APC, well, hasn't denied it. They've been there for 10 years. May 2015 to May 2025 will be 10 years since they led this country, and the description of their leadership is weaponization of poverty. Do you agree?
Well, when the people talked about weaponization of poverty and APC is tackling Atiku, Amechi, and El-Rufai, there's one word they use there. They say these 3 politicians in Nigeria are united by desperation. And they were silent on 8 years of Buhari's administration. This kind of issues is actually what brings confusion in Nigeria. Anybody who talks about what APC is doing, if you are not desperate, you are either so ambitious or you want to take over power from APC. Well, It's all they call them politics. But we know in sense society it's a constructive criticism that makes things work. You must have this checkmates that puts you back. The Igbo says it's not only the dead man that strengthens the neck. You can even strengthen the neck of a person who is alive. And it takes two to tango, because this idea, that is why people are blindly not looking at that everybody wants to support APC to sound political correct. But after we sound political correct, what next? That it tells you that some people do not really care about the people. They think they are making so much pretenses and noise, empty noise, that they are representing them. If we care about the people, there are certain things we take and find a way of doing that. It's not everybody that talks about how APC has fared in 2 years and that there is a hunger and hardship in Nigeria. You now find a way of replying and find a good word. Some people are paid to do it, fine. But then, let us search our conscience and think this, with this, if this will take Nigeria further, fine. If we would not, let us think about it. They call it politicking. After you do the politicking, you settle back in Abuja. What happens to us that are in the villages? And they don't come back home. Because somebody is saying that there's a high level of poverty in the society, that the central government has weaponized poverty to make sure everybody falls in line. And then we are talking about something must unite people. So if desperation has united these three major Nigerian politicians, then some will look into it. If they will ever, we thank God that something is bringing them together to at least still keep a voice and say there is hunger, and it's not only Atiku, it's not only Amechi, it's not only El-Rufai that have been saying this.
Yeah, but again, so some persons would also say that these are the same persons who came together in 2014 and foisted a Buhari on us.
Yes.
And that experience still lives rent-free in our heads, and people didn't have a good experience having to, allow Buhari come on board, and he was, by all stretch of our imagination, a very bad leader.
You're right.
So if these people come back again and tell us the same thing, in order for us to follow them because they are hungry, which we know that these guys are not hungry, it means that there's something that they're hiding.
No, they say they weaponize poverty. They didn't say that they are hungry. Now, what we are saying, they hoisted somebody on you in the past for 8 years, and we'll find where we are. So take it aside. Let them not speak again. Let the people who hoisted the ones who are now talk. And we'll continue to hoist and hoist. So if you hoist and it didn't work out, keep quiet, don't talk again. How will that solve the problem? They have not denied they didn't hoist anybody. And they were part of this, even some of them that they are Amechi and El-Rufai were part of the APC to a great extent. Whatever is making them see that this party that they have supported so much is something that we should all stop to look at. Nobody, they are all politicians, yes. But it takes a thief to catch a thief. It takes a politician to criticize a politician. It takes, if you want to catch monkey, you behave like monkey. And whatever it is, however illustration we are going to make to drive what I'm trying to say home, shows that, Charles, don't you believe there's a hunger in the society?
Well, there is, but not from Amechi.
No.
Who has been in power for almost 30 years.
When hunger is in the society, you are concerned is whoever says it, who is coming from. So Amechi, Atiku, El-Rufai, keep quiet. Let Charles wait for somebody. Charles, let me tell you now, let's forget what Amechi. Charles, there's hunger in the society. Have you heard it? No, I mean, if that makes you to hear it, don't forget. That's why we, in Nigeria, we leave the substance and pursue shadow. Now, they have said this, and we know they are saying what we know. Now, it's left for us to know whether we follow them because they say it. Because you don't need to tell us there's hunger. And if you're saying there's hunger, And you are looking at the position of people who are causing the hunger, or you felt or alleging are causing the hunger. You must tell us where, if you get there, what you do to stop the hunger. It's not enough to remind what we know. The hunger is there and is mowing away in our stomach. All the worms are growing fat. They're eating the intestines of Nigerians. And I tell you, there is real hunger. The worst thing is not if it's only hunger, Nigerians are wrestling, they will survive. There is insecurity. So you are battling hunger, you are battling insecurity. We are battling so many things. There's natural, the climate change has started bringing in, showing some signs that Nigeria is not safe. Flooding. The first time they reported flooding in Mokwa, they say 100 is dead, 100 missing this morning. And 2 days after, they now calculated the missing among the dead. This morning, we have had 500 missing. 220 something already dead and buried. Now, what that tells you, in the next 3 days, they will add up the death in Mokwa to have reached about 800. They're just trying to give you that chloroquine coated in chocolate. The flood that is going to besiege Nigeria, and the NIMET announced, to tell you again, 2 days ago, I saw a report that NIMET has warned between Monday yesterday and Wednesday, there will thunderstorms, there will great rain, that will also bring flood. Nobody, when NIMET has kept that, nobody, I don't see, we listen to weather forecasts from across CNN and the foreign nations. We don't see Nigerian media pushing weather forecasts from NIMET for our Nigerians to see. We don't see the government agencies pushing it in all the things they tell us. They don't see people who are going about raising that awareness. Because there was an issue, we said, if NIMET warned, who drives their warning down to all the people? Because you know the high level of illiteracy in Nigeria. So the people who are in the villages do not know what Oyibo you are speaking, and you know the government who are up to local government, they have councillors at the wards that are grassroots. How has it trickled down? The data and the information for the people to now see. And what has government done? That's what I'm saying. Niger state government, what did it do? What the other state governments do when NIMET announced this, and more rains are there. You woke up this morning in ENUGU, you know how it rained last night? These days, when it started raining, you're wondering whether it's Noah's Day. So if the climate change is in Noah's Day, return of Noah, and the Noah's Ark, the government and the agencies that have all occupied Abuja, they do not want to occupy Nigeria. They occupied Abuja, and they are settling themselves in Abuja, should look deep. Otherwise, they won't see anywhere to go again or call their constituencies. And they will start struggling in Abuja. And who knows, very soon, whatever happened in Mokwa, what's the distance between Niger State and Abuja, the FCT? So when they think they're safely home, in all the government accommodations that we're paying for them to occupy in Abuja, and they don't think about other people. What happened in Mokwa? It's not a monopoly of Mokwa. The way I cry about this, the way I've been crying about issues in Nigeria. What happened in Mokwa recently is not a monopoly of Mokwa. And Nigerians are the legendary children who were eating mushroom when it was clear that mushroom killed their papa, mushroom killed their mama, mushroom killed their great-grandparents. You wake up in the morning and still see them. You say, what are you holding? That's Nigeria. Who did this to us? He said, "Na mushroom." He said, okay, your case is immequatable. Let me use Azikiwe Soyibo. That's broken bottle that has no mequatalism. And it's unfair that we have people who think they are, I mean, I don't know. So let's move on. 43 killed. You talked about that in your opening statement in Benue. And we are saying, you know, how long will the Benue, Plateau, and Borno State bleed before we look there and think that emergency is needed? How long? The other states are bleeding quietly. Some of their governors want to sound political correct. Nothing happens. Whenever it happens, you cover it up. People are dying across. When they say the number of communities that have been occupied in southeast Nigeria, the results were released by Inter-Society recently. If you know, over 580 something communities have been occupied in southeast Nigeria. And the government of
occupied by who?
They're occupied by people who we suspect are the people who causing this trouble. And when you see strange people occupying your land, you don't know what they are doing. And every day people are being kidnapped. There's a viral video going on along with the Obioma, that old road connecting Ninth Mile. Viral video of cars that have been lined up there. It said people that were kidnapped. So there's hunger, hardship, there's insecurity everywhere. People are dying, people are going, and then Ribadu is saying, do not pay
ransom.
That's the National Security Advisor. He said, do not pay ransom to not even negotiate with them. And he's speaking to us from Abuja. As National Security Advisor, he may have had reason why he's saying so. But I don't know. Because let me give you a clear instance of what happened. I was talking with some people. They said, when we get to Southeast Nigeria, the governors of Southeast Nigeria came to tell us, do not listen to sit at home. Then they'll go, come out, go to your trade businesses, do it. And it has happened everywhere. And they said, when I wake up in the morning, I walk the street. I don't see these governors. I don't see their wives. I don't see their children. I don't see their extended and relations in the market coming to open shops with us. We don't even see police. We don't see security. They will fall. And you cannot access the government houses of Southeast Nigerian governors. And they will be telling you, go. That's the same. I'm trying to compare this situation. These are some of us that are in the street, what we hear. He said, you can sit down there. It's comfortable for you, for Ribadu to sit down there and say, don't. He didn't tell us alternative. There must be an alternative. If you say do not negotiate or give a ransom to the pay, what are you going to do? So when, God forbid, and there's somebody related to you, you get a phone call and they confirm that the people, the terrorists, the bandits are holding any of your relations, and they're calling you and said, go and bring money and keep it here. The same Nigerian system, some of them, the same Nigerian system in Nigeria, bandits will call you, tell you where to go, where are the police, where are the army, where are the security agents, where are the DSS. And you still go and pay the ransom comfortably, they take it and make viral video where they are sharing the money. And nobody can trace them. We don't have GPS information. They don't have the telecom businesses that are making billions of money that have hiking prices. They don't have a way of helping security track this. And we say we are Nigeria. And somebody sit down and say, they're using us as human shield. And that's dangerous. Human shield. That's what I consider the National Security Advisor wants us to do. It's easier for him to say so. Because he's safely tucked away in a very well cocooned and safeguarded office. So it's safe for him. But God forbid. But when you carry the dead body of another man, it looks like you're carrying a dead wood.
Chris, we are actually out of time, but I don't know if you can squeeze in within a minute. One of the headlines that attracted your attention, because there are so many.
Yes, it's a resign because of midnight exam.
Yeah.
Now they're calling for the WAEC, and I joined the voice and said the WAEC people should resign. Whoever is in charge of WAEC should resign.
Why?
We took exams. You took WAEC. I took WAEC. I can't remember how many years ago. We didn't take exam in the night. When WAEC has gone to conduct an exam in midnight, then it's high time. Well, if WAEC has turned to secret society and a cult group.
But then, I mean, in your analysis, you also said previously that JAMB registration should not resign. What's the difference between?
No, I said because people immediately call whoever set the trap for JAMB head boss is for him to be picked out, and they still remain in society. I said they should give him chance even before he resigned to go and clean up the system, because only he has the power to clean up the system.
So why do you think it's not
But JAMB has been, no, WAEC has been decentralized. We have NECO, we have now that even that what brought WAEC to have a competitor is even taking them further into disaster. The man should go. It means their case is unmekotable. Because it's not how many times will something happen to you before you learn it. You do the first one, they say WAEC, they say the second one, WAEC, we created an alternative NECO, and you still go organizing the exam in the midnight. Very soon you hear that there will be no exam at all, and they release the result.
Right. Well,
assault on vice principal.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Yes, and that one. He said assault on. I thank the parents who go to attack principals because they want the principal to allow their children to cheat in exams. Whatever you saw, you read. When you go fight vice principals for your children to pass exam, that's why. So when they become the man, they're making the chairman of INEC tomorrow. Who will be complaining? Nigerian society, we are part of the problem. And Nigerian parents these days, I bow and shudder at some of you and your behavior. And we are not ashamed. Chaps, God bless Nigeria. If Nigeria really want the blessing of God, because I keep calling for blessing, and Nigerians do not even want the blessing of God.
All right, thank you, Chris, for your insights. We're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. So in the wake of this incessant security situation that we've been facing as a nation, the talk about state police is now in the offering. And it almost seems as if it's a circle. And every single time we have, heightened insecurity problems, then we can now start talking about, oh, well, how about state police? And then when it gets better, everybody forgets it. And then when it gets back again, what's up with this state-tested police? It happens every now and then. In fact, I have lost count of amount of the times that this country have spoken at that level about state police. I'm talking about since 1999, and up until this moment, there hasn't been any finger raised about state police. Well, where do we go from here? And what are the pros, the cons of having a state police? What is the advantage? What are the disadvantages? How can we harness what we already have in order to secure ourselves? I still believe that it's impossible not to secure Nigeria with what we already have. We have with us live in the studio this morning, Larry Ogwego. He's a human rights activist and, of course, someone who is a champion of human rights here in Nigeria. Good to have you. Larry, thank you for joining us. Larry Ogwego.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, I don't know. There are different proponents of the state police. The most recent, in fact, the IG said it's not the best way to go about it, and even as much convinced this current president that it's not the way to go. That, well, the governors would hijack it. Say, oh, well, there might be issues. You know, there might be a fight between two state polices, and you might get into trouble with that. Do you see these excuses not to have state police as tenable? Do you advocate for state police? What is the problem with our security architecture that we are not able to secure ourselves?
This is like a triple barrel question, if you ask me. But we'll start somewhere. First of all, the police, the Nigerian police force, as we know it, has been consistent in insisting that we should not have state police, and for obvious reasons. They want a monopoly of power. So you don't have to go far to know why they don't want state police. They don't want decentralization. They don't want the governors to stop funding them. I've always said something that people don't take note of. We've claimed that the Nigerian police force is underfunded. But the last time I checked, they are the only federal institution that is consistently funded by the federal government, the state government, the local government areas, businessmen, and communities. In states like Anambra, communities actually donate money officially and consistently to the police. I'm aware many other states in the southeast do that. And then local government areas give funds to DPUs. Of course, we are aware that a lot of the vehicles, in fact, I think the federal government has abandoned issues of police movement and logistics to the states. I don't know the last time federal government gave police 1,000 vehicles. The states consistently provide for the mobility of the police. Lagos State provides for even kits and all that. So the IG doesn't want a situation where if, like, you're taking care of someone else's baby because of your benevolence, and suddenly you have twins yourself, and naturally you focus on your own kids to some extent. And that is part of the challenge the Nigerian police force is dealing with. They are actually afraid that they may, first of all, stop getting as much attention as they're getting, as much money, and then some of the state's police units that may function well will probably demystify them and demonstrate that this security thing can be done. So they don't want to be said to be the IG that supervised the balkanization of policing in Nigeria. So I think the Nigerian police force basically recommends that they have that monopoly over internal security for selfish reasons. And I don't think it's tenable.
But then, I mean, if you are a police officer or at that level, when you look at the situation in this country, you want the best for the nation. Why do people at that level don't think about the greater good of the people? Because all we have just mentioned are basically personal or something that is going to not favor a group of them who are top there. Like, why is it like that?
I don't think we need to dwell on this. I mean, it's something we all know. The average Nigerian leader is not interested in greater good. It's not only the police. So I don't think we need to waste time on that. Our leadership recruitment process is totally flawed. People get into leadership as business. When I say business, I mean not normal business, as a racket. So when people get into leadership for the purpose of becoming rich overnight, they prioritize the purpose, the reason for which they join politics. They are not interested in your welfare. I mean, when we have leaders who think the way you're suggesting, Nigeria will become one of the greatest countries in the world in a very short time. It doesn't take forever to transform a nation. A country like Singapore that has practically nothing became one of the finest places to live on earth in one generation, 30 years. Considering the resources we have in Nigeria, we can do it in less than 20 years, really. Look at Rwanda, how many years? So I don't think we need to dwell on that question. We know who we are. It's sad, but the average Nigerian leader is not interested in the welfare of the people. I don't want to digress and start talking about that. So just understand that it shouldn't bother you. When we have leaders who care for the people, we know. How many times have you heard that anybody is building low-cost housing for the poor? Do you have places where ordinary workers live in Abuja? How can you develop a city and you don't consider ordinary people? A self-contained room at Abuja is between 1.5 million and 3 million. So where will your drivers live? Where will your chefs live? Where will your clerks live? That's why Abuja office is open by 9 a.m. People have to transfer themselves from Karu, from Gwagwalada, from even Niger State to come to work. So we're a very dysfunctional nation. So let's not pretend that we don't know about it. As for the policing matter, they are behaving like other Nigerians. They're interested in their pockets, they're interested in their positions, they're interested in their influence, and that's what matters to them, unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. I mean, you don't have to talk just about the IG and at that level. If you go to a typical Nigerian police station, it's commercialized. They actually function like private security outfits. To engage in any activity, you pay commercial rates, and they call it mobilization, so they don't pretend about it. So we know. And imagine that you wake up overnight and you create 37 competing businesses because they're running like a business now, an inefficient business meanwhile. And they are collecting money, dispensing services that don't even meet up with the money they collect. And then you want to create 37, 36 states plus Abuja. So they have all over the place drivers who may obviously whittle down their customer base, and I'm not using business language because they're running like a business. If you want to arrest a criminal, you pay money. You want to bail, you pay money. You want to write statements that someone did something wrong, you pay money. Even private security companies don't operate like that. So let's not get into that analysis of the way the Nigerian police works. I don't think they should work well in isolation, really. Nothing works well in Nigeria for now, so we need to begin to fix those things. But why I think the police is a special case is because if the right arm of the law is weak, then you don't really have laws. I mean, if you have laws you can't enforce. The enforced part is the police. So if we have a judiciary that is weak, and then you have a police that is inept, then you have chaos, and that's what we're experiencing. The big question we have to ask is, will state police solve the problem? If we want to really get into that conversation, I don't want to look at, do you support, are you against? We are not a thinking nation. The first thing you do if you have a problem is to think it through, not to speculate or react or respond based on emotions. So there are questions to be asked. Question number one, is our problem the structure of the police? Our assumption is that if we have policing units that are closer to the people, they will operate better. But we have vigilante units that are closer to the people. And in some communities, they commit more mayhem than the police. I'm not saying that the state policing is bad, but I think we need to raise the questions, analyze them, and then decide where to go. There are 4 critical questions we must answer. The first is the money question. Who will fund the state police? Is it state governments that cannot pay minimum wage? So the question is, how do we fund the state police? If you want the state police to function well, you don't arm young people and not pay them salaries. They will collect their salaries on the streets from the people. So if we're going to have state police, it means that the states must be willing to have the salary of the policemen charged from their federation accounts. That's my own recommendation. If we must have it, no governor should decide whether he wants to pay them or not, because he will create armed robbers if he doesn't pay them. So who will fund the state police? That's question number one. And then there's the power question. The first one is the money question. The second is the power question. Who hires the head of the state police? Maybe you call him Superintendent General or State Commissioner, because if you don't have the federal police structure as we know it, we won't have state commissioners in the state. It's useless, because that's another question I will raise. But one of the questions is, who will have power to appoint the critical staff, the person who will lead the state police, and then the persons who will lead the unit, the divisional police officers. Somebody must exercise that power. We cannot afford to put that power in the hands of governors. I'm not suggesting, I'm stating that it will be disastrous the way Nigeria works if you take that much power and invest in governors. Why we have challenges now with federal elections, and there's always this chaotic accusation and everything about the conduct of security agencies, because too much power is vested in the president. So he controls the security apparatus. He appoints the IG. On paper, he's supposed to make consultations and all that, but we know how these consultations work. We know how tenures are extended and all of that. So we cannot make that same mistake with state police. So we have to think of a way to create a team that will be able to moderate the powers of the governor in terms of appointments. If not, it will be used against political opponents. All kinds of things will happen. We know that. It's not something to pretend about. It's already happening at the federal level. That's why if you steal our money and you join APC, your sins will be forgiven. It was announced publicly. So it will also happen at the state level, that if you don't behave in the opinion of the governor, the state police will come after you. They can even go to the House of Assembly and pass a bill just because of one person. That's how much challenge we have within discipline here. And then we have another big question, the hiring question. So who will be in charge of the recruitment process? And when we talk about recruitment process, there are components of the recruitment process that are critical. The first is screening. Then you recruit, and then you train. Who will screen the police officers who hire? Is it the present federal police apparatus? I ask this question because we have had reports of persons with questionable character being hired into the Nigerian police. Miscreants, people who have criminal records. So the question becomes, who will screen the people who will apply to join the state police? Who will conduct the hiring exercise? And most importantly, who will train them? Is it the federal police that we are running away from their excesses that will train the state police? We are not answering these questions. We are just shouting, we want state police. You cannot unleash policemen on Nigerians without training. So who will train them? That's the biggest question for me, because we don't have any training institution in Nigeria that will not teach them how to be corrupt. So that's the problem.
You don't have a training institution?
We don't have any training institution that can raise policemen that will not be corrupt. We have the police college. Assuming you insist that we want state police and we bulldoze our way, what will happen is that the Nigerian police force will say, naturally, we have police colleges, so we should train them. Just like the road safety, federal road safety corps trains the state units, road safety units. So they assume, it's our job, it's our right. So how can a man who has not been able to train his children train another person's children? It doesn't make sense to me. So we have to answer the training question. But one of the most critical questions nobody's even talking about is, what do you do with the close to 300,000 policemen we are told that we have? What do you do with the local police stations? If you have state police, do you still need a DPO in your village? That's a federal police officer. If the answer is no, what are we going to do with the structure? These are real conversations. I can't make recommendations on all of them here. I have my opinions, I have my suggestions. Some of them are not suggestions. There are some I said they are not suggestions. If we don't follow that path or a superior path, we just commit suicide, security-wise. But the issue of state police is a very sensitive issue. We must answer these critical questions. There are four major questions. That is the money question, the power question, the hiring question, and then you have to look at the control question. That's the fourth one. Who controls this space in the states on a day-to-day basis? At the national level, we have what we call the Police Service Commission. They are responsible for discipline and promotion So are you going to replicate the service commission in all the 36 states? Are you going to take this responsibility and give to a police service commission that is, say, grappling with one unit that they are not able to fix? So we have these fundamental questions. But of course, I added the big issue of what do you do with the existing officers? What do you do with the existing infrastructure? Are we going to do some handover? For instance, should the federal police hand over the divisional units to the local police? Should they probably man the area commands and enforce federal crimes with their manpower? So the how, we're not discussing the how, we are just shouting. And that is why we are likely to be taken unawares. Because when we now decide to do it, we won't be prepared. We will just do it anyhow. And if we do it anyhow, it will fail. It will be a colossal failure in the sense that you just spend more money, you create more problems. You create more checkpoints. You create more corruption. You create more police brutality. You create more chaos. Let me say something that we need to think about. If we don't create a police system that works at the state level, it may take you 2 days to travel from Calabar to Maiduguri because of checkpoints. And if they arrest you in a state, you know, if they arrest you now in Calabar, you can call CRA at Abuja. Because there's a central command structure, they can tell them on the phone to release that car, they didn't do anything. So if they arrest you at Calabar, at the state police that arrested you, and Abuja doesn't have control over them, and you can't even speak the language, you don't live there, you don't know any politician, what do? You must pay. If you don't pay, you're in trouble. I'm just using Calabar as an isolated example. It could happen to you anywhere. The point I'm making is that knowing how corrupt the policing space is, I have worked in that space since 2007. If you go and replicate that monster in 36 states plus Abuja, all of us will regret it. And I say this authoritatively. Now, does it mean we shouldn't have it? No. It means that we should think it through and do it well. The reason we are suffering now is because we didn't think the present Nigerian police force through. We inherited a colonial police that was used to suppress us and flog us into shape to obey the colonial masters. We inherited it hook, line, and sinker. We didn't tell them, oh, the colonial masters have gone. You are now our servants. You are our official megad. If we tell you to stand at the gate, stand at the gate. The people should control you. We didn't do that. And they are now still ruling us. That's why a policeman can slap his boss. When you slap a citizen, you just slapped your boss. You are paid with taxpayers' money. But they don't know that because the colonial masters use them basically to flog us into shape. It was a police officer that shot the coal miners. That's that you see there at a new market. So the man just pulled his revolver and shot at people who were saying, we want better treatment. Because that was his job then. I don't blame him that much. That was his job. If he didn't shoot them or flog them into shape, he would have been returned to UK to become a regular police officer. He was a lord and master here. They used to carry him on their shoulders. So he wanted that privilege to continue. If we don't fix these processes I mentioned and we jump into state police, we're going to create a bigger problem. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have it. I'm saying we should tread cautiously. And for once, we should think before we act.
I mean, highlighting these issues really mind-boggling. Then you want to think through whether we have anything in sight that looks like a decision that would be a stopgap to these things. The president and the minister have actually suggested the employment of forest guards. I think over 300,000 forest guards or so that have been projected to be employed to man our forest, because mostly some of these kidnappings are actually done in the forest. And I'm wondering really, to what extent will that really work?
I'm sure you're wondering why I'm laughing.
Yeah, because everybody's looking for solutions.
What's funny about forest guards, right?
Yeah.
You know, we're a funny country. They don't have forest guards in South Africa. Let me explain why I was laughing. I don't know how we generate solutions. We just wake up one day and one contractor or one politician will just throw up one idea. All of us start running around. 300,000 forest guards. I went for a training project in South Africa and I flew from Johannesburg to Durban. Approximately 1 hour flight. I sat by the window and I looked out of the window for 1 hour. I didn't see one forest. I saw farms and plantations. Coming back from Durban, I had the same experience. That money you are going to use to employ forest guards, use it to promote agriculture and occupy the forests. keep the forest busy. If people
But that's the problem. Now people don't go to the forest anymore because of bandits, people who...
You can remove them. Are they spirits? Even the military have told us regularly, the boys have told us. See, what are you talking about? These are a few miscreants. If you want to clear any forest and bring soldiers and say, enter this forest and remove... Soldiers fought wars. Don't you get it? We fought Biafran war. Both the Biafran soldiers and the Nigerian soldiers fought in forests. See, if you want to clear a forest in 3 days, it happened in ENUGU here. Towards Ipof, when they wanted to clear some, you just go into the bush and remove them. That's not rocket science. Ask any soldier. This one that's saying they are sophisticated, how many are there? They are grossly outnumbered, they are outfoxed, they don't have the legitimacy to be in the forest. So if you want to take back any forest, you remove the people there. The reason we are not serious about removing them from the forest is because it's not just about banditry. It's also about the complex equation of solid minerals. It's about the people who are protecting and funding them. It's about a racket that made it possible for someone who is a nationally influential person to be negotiating between government and the people who sabotaged one of our most important assets, the Abuja-Kaduna Railway. And it was going on openly and negotiating, and people are paying ransom. You see, there is a war economy going on in Nigeria. People buy weapons. People manage operation, Lafia Dole operation, this and that. Those operations, go to the budget and check how much money they are given. So there's a war economy around these things. If you want to solve the problem, if there's the political will to solve the problem, you go into the bush, pursue them from the bush, and create economic activities that will be sustainable in those forests. There is no forest that is not owned by someone, really. The place we call Yankari Game Reserve was actually just a forest, and people converted it to a game reserve. And it became a game reserve. I gave you the example of South Africa. Even impossible terrains, that's impossible terrains, with all kinds of mountains and hills, they cultivated trees and things around them. There is no unmanned space. The reason we are discussing forest guard is to actually tame unmanned spaces. So rather than go and pay people to extract value from the land and the forest, you pay people to go there and sit down and say they are taking care of forest. They are not farming. They are not doing anything. 300,000. You see the way we think. Very unproductive kind of thinking. Why should people go and sit around the forest and say they are protecting forest? You see, everything we do, somebody is waiting to sew uniform for the 300,000. Somebody is waiting. You see, all these things are just driven by proposal. If you go to Abuja or any state capital in Nigeria, you see professional proposal writers who don't have anything in their brain but the money they will get out of the proposal. I'm not saying people shouldn't write proposals, but your proposals should be driven by real solutions that will be beneficial to the country. And I'm not saying we can't have forest guard. It's not an option, but it's not a sensible option. Because there are some states that have also tried to go into the forest with forest guards. ENUGU state has forest guards for crying out loud. So what has been the outcome? Do you know that some members of the forest guard in ENUGU don't go to work? I'm saying this authoritatively. I know at least 2 persons who are members of the forest guard and they are doing their business. They don't go to work at all. They don't know any forest. They have not been inside any forest.
They said they lack funding, most of them. The ones that have spoken.
The most important thing is that the forest guards we have are not guarding the forest. It has been a colossal failure. I want to create a bigger one. You see, you can't get a young man who lives in the city and hire him and say he's forest guard. You go into the forest. See, there are so many impediments to this idea. You now, I don't know if there's any amount they will pay you and say you're commander of the forest guard, you're going to the forest. It's not your terrain, you don't want to go in there. It's an entirely different city on its own. That's the forest is an ecosystem that if you are not part of it,
what's a possible
you don't want to go there.
Solution to this with the security that we're having? What do you think can be done, like in the immediate, say in another 1 year, 2 years, or maybe in another 6 months, in order to stop this incessant killings that we're seeing across the board?
I think the first challenge we have is not a security challenge; it's a political challenge.
Political challenge.
Yes, our leaders do not have the political will to stop it. You see, we don't like telling ourselves the obvious things that are happening to us. I'll use the Plateau case study. Ever so often, they are attacked and killed. And they have told us on national TV, everywhere, that we know who is killing us. We know where they are. And you are pretending there's a security problem. If you know where they are, and, okay, worst case scenario, assume you have the political will, and someone comes on national television to say, we know who are killing us, we know where they are. Somebody should challenge the person and say, okay, show us where they are. At least somebody should respond. Nobody says anything about those claims, which suggests that it's true. So if they know where they are, why don't you go there and remove them? The same case with Benue. Why don't you just go there and remove them? I mean, you can't tell me that, let's say there are 500. They say there are maybe number about 200 on bikes. So how can 200 bandits overwhelm the Nigerian army? There is no political will to deal with these guys. And if we want to deal with them, we won't go there to have conversations. You go, they are fighting a war, actually. You go there to remove them. I don't mean remove them physically. You know, they use the word that is very interesting, neutralize. So if we neutralize, they are permanently out of service. But there is no political way. So you are trying to get me to begin to prefer suggestions to people who don't want to use any suggestion. The major challenge we have is that there are sacred cows in Nigeria who, when they kill people, we actually use state apparatus to either protect them or we look the other way. When they are killed, or when their cows are killed, everybody will be up in arms. Why did you kill this cow? Why did you kill this person? The rule of law is not enforced in Nigeria. So if you ask for recommendations, my first recommendation is that our president should go to school and study the meaning of the rule of law. So you have the same law for everybody. You have the same methods of managing crime and everything for everybody. So if a Fulani herdsman or a farmer does something that is illegal, you punish the person. If a farmer poisons somebody's cattle, you punish the person. In fact, if that cattle is eating your corn and you poison the cattle, you punish the cattle rearer for allowing cattle to stray. You punish the farmer for poisoning cattle. You restore some sanity. The first time there was a race riot in Singapore, you know, people think it's only Nigeria that has tribalism problems. After Lee Kuan Yew became the leader, shortly after, there was a race riot. And Lee Kuan Yew not only went there physically, he kept saying never again. And the way he was saying it, he not only said it, he deployed every power he had to ensure that it never happened. It has never happened for more than 40 years. Never again. We don't have never again leaders in Nigeria. We have leaders who bend to all kinds of political whims and suggestions. They're always focused on election, who will bring the votes, which tribe, which church, they don't want to get people to understand that at some point, we won't have a nation if we continue like this. So we need that transformational leader, that visionary leader, that will sit some of these cabal leaders down and tell them, look, the way we are going, very soon you won't have anybody to lead. Don't you get it? We need to up our game. If you want power, let's give you some other kind of power, but not destructive power. We don't have such leaders. We have leaders who are focused on elections, who will get me the votes of this tribe, who will get me the votes of that church, and they are willing to do anything to get those votes. But it's not rocket science. The first thing you should do is to make sure that if anybody commits a crime, the person pays. If you find anybody breaking the law, you unleash the full weight of our military and the police on those people. Unfortunately, we don't have political leaders who are interested in that. So I don't want to start spending my energy and my intellectual capacity making recommendations to people who use them. I mean, experts have made several recommendations. And people say we know where they are. They come like this, they come like that. In fact, some people even allege that before they come to attack us, that some people will come and collect our firearms in the name of disarmament, that there's peace now. And if they come today to collect our guns that we use to defend ourselves, they will come tomorrow, 2 days after. So how can we be telling such stories in the open? And Charles, the people who tell those stories on national television, they have not been arrested, they have not been interrogated, they are left alone, which suggests that saying the truth, their truth is not responded to. And you're asking me to make suggestions to people who don't want to solve the problem. It doesn't make sense. They are not willing yet to solve the problem.
Right.
If you know how much power Nigeria has, Nigeria is the nation that went to Liberia and stopped a national crisis all by themselves. Nigeria was the hegemon of West Africa. We were ECOWAS. We were ECOWAS. When Nigeria became a slumbering giant, a tottering giant, ECOWAS became a toothless bulldog. ECOWAS threatened Niger. Nothing happened. If it was under Obasanjo stopped a coup. You've forgotten. He went to the country and told them, see, these boys, get out from here. Do you know what they're talking about? They knew that Obasanjo could have come there practically to enforce his words. We have a weak nation, a giant that is weak at the knees, a toothless bulldog. And everybody knows that we're toothless. So they don't just respect us anymore.
Larry, we'll have to leave it there. Many thanks for your insight. I mean, it's just amazing. Wish we can drag this further, but because of time. All right. Larry Gwego is public affairs analyst, human rights champion. Many thanks for your insight on today's program. Thank you again.
It's my privilege, my pleasure, my privilege, and I hope that all of us will begin to think properly about our problems before we act.
Absolutely. All right, we're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Good morning. Still a beautiful day. June 3rd. It's a Tuesday. Hope you're good out there. We're looking at the rising incidences of scams and business transactions across Nigeria. Mazi Obidiwo is a public affairs analyst who has some insights to share with us this morning. He's on the Zoom platform. Good to have you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
What for you are the most common scams that we have right now in business, especially across Nigeria?
All right. Primarily, I think it's what we call the cyber scam is very common, and it comes in forms of primarily it started with receiving messages on your phone, and most of those messages will come with a link, and they do it in such a way that it looks on not threatening, just simple like a simple conversation. Click on the link so that you you either join a Zoom meeting or you know register for something. They make it very attractive. Some other times they will call you and tell you that there is going to be a Zoom meeting in so time, that they will send a code to you. What they're actually doing is they want to have access, all right, to your personal information, either bank information, or have access to your email, or have access, to things that should be personal. And when you do that, suddenly you discover if they want to take possession of your bank details, after some time, you will start seeing, text messages, alerts, and some other time they just want to, if they do that on a, let's say, a WhatsApp platform, after some time you discover that you've lost access to your WhatsApp group, and they would start, contacting your friends, making demands for money. There are emergencies, please help, those kind of a thing. We call this type of cyber attacks, we call them phishing, right? Because the essence is to deceive you to have access to your private details like bank account, password, and private information. And at times also they get they want to gain access to your friends, right, and begin to make calls demanding money. It's very common. It's actually very common. Then there are times also you get phone calls. They introduce themselves as people from your bank. They will introduce themselves as your customer care from Social Bank, and that they are doing updates, and discover that your bank information needs some updates. Now, immediately they start asking questions like your date of birth, all those things. If you release them, I'm telling you, in few minutes after that call, you will start getting, alert messages. Okay. Then another type is a situation whereby somebody comes to your shop, picks some goods, then makes so-called payment, and you will get alert on your phone that somebody has made payment. Now, only for you to discover when you want to access the money, you suddenly discover that is a fake alert. Right? They use softwares to do that. Sure, those guys have so much advanced, such that at times you even open up because when they started, would advise people to please open your what do you call it, your bank app, and check if you actually received the alert, the money. Now these days, at times they've gone step ahead. At times you open and you see so-called money until when you want to use the money. Right. So it comes in different ways, but these are common, ways that people are defrauded. Then also what they call investment schemes. They'll tell you that if you deposit so amount of money, after like few months or few days, okay, they don't even go into months, 1 week you would get 100%, right? And greed will always drive people, to make such investments, only to discover that after some time, those guys are nowhere to be found, right? So these are actually common ways that people are scammed currently, how businesses are scammed. So people need also to be very careful. Then we also have what we call romance scam. It's very common. As a matter of fact, I get emails, they will start with introducing themselves, use one name that you may be familiar with. He's very rich, he lost she lost the husband, and she wants to give, wants to connect with you and see how he can share the wealth with you. Please, if you're interested, And if you get involved in such conversations, before you know what is happening, somebody will ask you to send money so that he would help you to do a transfer. We call it advanced pre-fraud. You know, they combine a lot of things, both advanced pre-fraud, where you need to make um, advance payment in return for a very huge amount of money. For the romance scam, they will first of all connect with you as if they are interested in love, and you start talking before you know what is happening. He wants to visit. Please, can you help him? He can't withdraw money. Help him with just 10,000 so that he can visit. Those things. And people start releasing money, only for you to discover that after you have spent a lot of money, that you have been scammed. All right. So they come in diverse ways.
Right. Quite important that you took out time to, explain these levels. I'm just wondering, for someone who is a common man who just wants to get protected from all of these, issues, is there a way someone can protect themselves practically of this? Because it's almost seems as if it's impossible. Because if you're not online, you must be somewhere offline. These days, you don't have to be online in order for you to even be duped. And another question is, do you think that jazz, African magic, is involved in these types of, transactions? So much so that someone feels hypnotized to the point that, they don't know themselves until maybe when they pay out the money. Like, how does that happen, especially online?
All right. Personally, I do not think it has anything to do with jazz. It's a psychological issue. All right. Let me explain something. Let me use a data to explain something. In 2020, Nigerian interbank settlement system released a report that the Nigerian banks lost, like 3.5 billion to related scam and fraud. Remember, most of these scam people go through the bank. You have to make transactions, okay? So that's this. Now, let's move forward to 2024. Remember, I said this happened in 2020. That was a report, right? It's in the public domain. 3.5 billion naira was lost to related scam and fraud, all right? Now, in 2024, the amount went to around 42 point something billion, right? And now this was reported by financial FITC. FITC, that's a Financial Institute Training Center, reported that. Now, I want you to look at the percentage. From 2020 to 2024, we are looking at more than 1,000% increase. More than 1,000% increase. So the question is, why? Right. It's simple. Scam thrives in poverty. Scam thrives in economic crunch. Because people are desperate. Right? People, want to get out of their financial mess now. They think, so it's a psychological issue. Let me tell you how it happens. Imagine getting a call and the person calls you by your name. I've gotten such calls. And when I get them, I don't even bother myself. I just listen. Then when they finish, I would like their credit to burn, and they'll call. And they'll start calling me all kinds of names, Now, somebody calls you by name and asks about the family and just tells you that, there is this, he knows your business because they will call your name, call your business name, ask you about your family. There's even one engineer, fake engineer, I will even ask about my wife, and they will not ask you, tell you that there is a contract, whether you are interested, and that he has a privileged information. If you're interested, let him know so that he can disclose some information, tell you, what to do. He will mention the materials that you need to supply. Just gentle and, seems safe. And if immediately you say you are interested, now it begins. You see, immediately you say, I'm interested, you have released part, it's a psychological thing. You have released part of your strength. Okay. You are vulnerable at that moment. So nobody is actually using any jazz on you. And before you know what is happening, he will ask for very little amount of money, 1,000, and you feel you will maybe ask for 10,000 for him to register your company so that federal government will know you are registered. Start with something simple and you have started spending. Right. So I do not believe it is a jazz thing. I don't believe it's juju. Some people believe it, but this is personal. I do not believe it. I think is people, thrive or try to work on your emotions, right? Your vulnerability, your greed. Most people who are scammed, I didn't say everybody, just greed, right? Or you feel that you do not have opportunities again. There is no hope. I can't really survive except they say if I bring 100,000 naira, I will get 200,000 in the next 1 week. And if a so-called friend of yours have shown you an alert that he did it and he got it, all right, and you want to get out of poverty, you want to pay your children's school fee, there is this, financial need that you have at that moment. And your emotions have taken over your intelligence. So your emotions are now maybe 80%, while your intelligence has come down to 20%, when actually your intelligence should be more than your emotions. And at that moment, you don't think properly. Anybody who wants to advise you, you see the person as an enemy who doesn't want you to get out of this financial mess right now. And those guys come with this form of urgency. Look, this thing will end in the next 24 hours. And you don't want to miss these 24 hours. You don't want to miss this opportunity. And now greed will drive you. And after you have lost the money, you tell us that they use jazz. You don't know what come over you. Nothing come over you. It's a psychological problem. All right. They are riding on your emotional, vulnerability. To me, this is actually what happens. And I don't know for other people, but I've had opportunities to talk to people, exchange, discuss with people, especially who were victims. And I discover at the end, most times, not all of them. Remember, there are many factors, okay, that are responsible for this, but many a times is financial gain, especially the immediate financial gain, and it works because we see people, what somebody called wealth without enterprise. You want to make money without really having any business, just, it's quick money. And you are in for it.
Fantastic thought. So it's more about the person's greed. How these people succeed at the end of the day, it's largely about the person who is being deceived, isn't it? I mean, if I understand what exactly you're trying to say.
Yeah, yes, exactly. See, remember, these things are based on deception, all right? Deception, like, they come like angel of light. They want to take you away from poverty. Right, they want to increase that 100,000 to 200,000 within 24 hours. And who wouldn't want to become rich in 24 hours? All right, so the essence is to deceive, all right, but they come with like angels of light. But the purpose is simply to deceive, and collect the money and disappear.
Is it the same reasons why Ponzi scheme thrives in Nigeria? I mean, it almost seems as if it's a continuous thing. Like one Ponzi scheme is out today, tomorrow another one comes in, Nigerians hop on that one. In fact, this one is finishing, they're warning them about it, they've lost monies on one, the next minute another one is opening, they are jumping on it. Like you've mentioned poverty. Is it just about poverty and greed that drives people? Don't you think that there's something more about this schemes, that promise a high volume, because again, just like you mentioned, that you have to work. There's dignity in labor. You have to, exchange certain services in order for you to make monies. But if somebody is promising you 100% in 24 hours, sometimes in 1 month, I mean, you should start thinking critically about, these offers, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, let me say this. Ponzi schemes thrive in bad economies. I can tell you for sure. Ponzi schemes thrive in bad economies. So poverty is a factor number one. Then illiteracy, financial illiteracy is another factor. Another important factor, right? Now, these Ponzi schemes, they don't answer Ponzi schemes, remember. We call them Ponzi schemes because they really are. But they come with investment. And we have been telling people, invest. Remember, that's what we tell people. Invest, invest. And they think anything that will increase their money is investment. They don't know that these are not investment, that these are simple scams, frauds, Ponzi schemes. I have had the opportunity to, somebody comes to my DM in WhatsApp and asks me, okay, look at what I saw. And I would listen. When they finish, I will tell them, look, this is a Ponzi scheme. They will tell me, no, it's not a Ponzi scheme, they are sure. And I'll just be looking at it's very obvious to me, it's very obvious, 100% it's Ponzi scheme. I will end up telling them, in the next 1 year, I would like to ask you how far. And I know that 1 year is very far, but I will give them that privilege, give them time. And I can tell you, 100%, all of them will scam. All right, so lack of financial education. We don't understand what investment is. Although the government, government agencies are trying to educate people, but that's why everything is tied. I keep saying that. Number one factor is economic problem. Ponzi schemes, scams thrive in poverty. It's just, look, it's just the truth. It's difficult. If a white man will succeed in scamming you, he's going to do it because he knows that you are living in a country where there is high level of poverty. And he's coming like a savior. He comes like a savior to help you get out of poverty. Now, let me turn it the other way around. If a black man or an African man will scam a white man, he will not come like a savior. They will go through, romance, scam, love. In those days, they come like, hey, my father is the owner of a gold mine, right? Now, it's different now. My father is the owner of a gold mine in Africa because all of them, with the Africans, we have, natural resources. We have minerals. My father is an owner of an oil well. They will create fake documents from CBN, from banks, and forward to you. Forward it to the white people. And the white people will believe them because those things seem to be real. And he will tell them, look, you need to send some money so that I would begin processing the documents to get you the right to mine it. It's not like that. So, but now, you see that type of scam. It doesn't yield anything right now. So they go to romance. Because these people want love, okay? That at times also they go through, contracts, government contracts. And, I've gotten a lot of things. I even gotten one call from Abuja, and he claims to work in Aso Villa Hospital, and and that time I know that Aso Villa released a tender, public tender for supply of equipment. And he told me, yeah, and I know about that. You know what I did immediately? I called a friend who works there. He doesn't know that. I called a friend. The friend said, leave federal government. Yes, they release, but federal government is not doing any procurement right now. And that was the end of the discussion. Simple. I'm telling you, I have a lot of stories to tell about these people because I get a lot of them. Virtually like I say, there were months where I would get up to 3-4 calls. Many a time when those calls, I will leave I will even drop the phone on my table and allow the person to waste his data. When the person discovers what is happening, the next thing you start cursing you. I'll start laughing, So it's very common. So, but the truth is that it thrives in poverty. These people that are doing this, they know that Nigerians are poor and they want to quickly, desperation, they want to get out of poverty. And they feel that victims feel, look, this is an opportunity for me. Somebody will come to you and say, look, I have a business now. I have a contract I want to sell. Somebody has called you, actually. So it's not like somebody will call. I'm telling you what I have experienced. I have a contract. There's this oil company, there is a mineral they need, this and that. When he finished the story, I said, brother, that's a scam. He said, no, it's not a scam. That he's sure that this and that. I said, my brother, I'm telling you it's a scam. Don't get involved in losing money. Unfortunately, he didn't listen. And he saw me at that time as somebody who doesn't want to help him. And my friend, the story touches the heart, actually. He lost his money. I think he borrowed some money and lost money. He came back to square zero. Not even square zero, minus. Because square zero is at least, at flat level. But when you are in minus, it means that you are owing. You've lost money, but you're still owing. So you're not just at square zero, you are in minus because you have to come up to zero level and begin to grow again. And this is what has been happening. And the truth is that these things affect real businesses. Because the next person thinks that, oh, they have come again. Even if you come with real business, they will think you are one of them.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So it's affecting real businesses, genuine people who are running business. Recently, I had a conversation with a colleague in a school. And we are discussing about how scam is affecting our businesses. I told him, look, just be yourself, be honest, be sincere, continue what you're doing. Forget about those guys. They will be there. Right? If people believe you're a scammer, ask them, have I scammed you? They will say no. He's just suspecting. I said, go and find, go and do your due diligence. Go and ask. Go anywhere and ask. And I think if you are honest and you're sincere in business, right, you will be bold to tell people, give people your credentials like your name, your business name, your business, what they call it, CSC registration number, all those basic information, and tell them to go and do their due diligence. Ask questions. I won't go. And at times I take risks. I tell people, I say, go online, Google my name, Google my business, believe everything that you see there. Believe the bad, the good, and the ugly about me. And if you want us to do business, come back. I go to that extent to challenge people. Fortunately, nobody has come to me and say, oh, you have been scamming people. Unfortunately, again, most of them don't even do that. At times, Nigerians are very funny people, very good people, to be honest with you. Somebody said it's laziness. Many people actually don't have that time to do due diligence on anybody. But people who really do come back and tell, okay, let's talk. So these things are affecting real businesses, affecting sincere people, genuine people, because everybody now is a suspect. All right. So, but genuine people should continue to do their business, be honest, be sincere, make sure you don't stain don't stain your clothes. Do the right things, and people will do business with it. Everybody's name is scam.
Right. So how do you identify, businesses or transactions that are fraudulent or Ponzi schemes that are fraudulent, and how does one protect oneself from it? I mean, you've mentioned clicking of links sent to you, clicking of something to get some benefits, as the case may be. For you, how do you identify one a scheme that is fraudulent, or maybe something that looks like it's true, and somebody would even show you evidence, and then, but how do you identify it? How do you test that particular, gesture to, ascertain where if it is true or a false, gesture? And then secondly, how do you protect yourself from all of these scams?
All right. Number one, let me say this. A Ponzi scheme is a scam. There is no good Ponzi. There is nothing like that. Yeah, there is nothing like that. The Ponzi scheme is a scam. All right. Now, I think what,
but how do you even know it's a Ponzi scheme? Because some people don't even know which one is which. I mean, these things spring up every day. You could see somebody just pop up from WhatsApp. I did this and I got this, and start bringing, documents showing that he had received his monies, as the case may be. So how do you identify those? Which one is it? Like, how do you test it and make sure that they're actually false?
All right. I will try to break this thing down in simple, layman's understanding. Number one, genuine businesses must have genuine products, real products, and real services, not assumed services. No, real products and services. So if somebody says, there is this business in town, allow him or her to finish and now ask him, what are the products and services that these people offer? If he cannot mention any tangible products, my friend, it is scam. Now, let's go to service, because service is relative, Service is relative. Product is simple to identify, and service is relative. So the question is, what service do you offer? And he begins to stammer, he begins to tell stories. My friend, it's a scam. It's a Ponzi. Now, let me also say this, because this is actually where all of them have gone to. Cryptocurrency.
Right.
Yeah, cryptocurrency. All of them have gone to cryptocurrency because, crypto, everybody. Some of them will show you picture of the president of America is supporting a Bitcoin. They will come with the real thing and end up with the wrong thing. They will come with Bitcoin, all right? And by the time they will tell you that Bitcoin started 11 or 12 years ago, and it was valued at nothing, and today it is 100 and this. Oh, if you do this, no problem. They will start with the right thing and end up with the wrong thing. So let me say something about, briefly about the cryptocurrency they talk about. If you want to do any cryptocurrency business, I advise you, go and learn how to trade. Don't give anybody or group of persons your money to trade for you and pay you. Immediately you hear that, my friend, it is scam. Deposit money and we'll do the trading for you and give you percentage. My brother, is a scam. So cryptocurrency is designed in such a way that you do it yourself. So if you do that and lose money, it simply means you've not learned how to trade. It's a skill. Trading cryptocurrency is a skill. Also, assuming you don't want to trade cryptocurrency, you can actually, do what we call investment. Let me give you an example. In Nigeria currently, Nigeria has licensed exchanges, okay, meaning that their government is controlling it. Not controlling the crypto, but the organization. Government is aware. So find those exchanges that have been licensed by the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission, right?
All right.
Then, if you don't want to trade, buy Bitcoin and leave it there.
All right.
Just like the way you buy equity, the way you buy share. You can buy a company share today. In the next 6 months, the value comes down. In the next 10 years,
it goes up.
Rise up to 100, 300, it goes up. So, but that one is investment. So that one needs long-term mindset. Mindset. This short-term, gratification, short-term thing. You want to deposit money, and tomorrow, my friend, it doesn't work with investment. But if
All
you
right,
are trading,
Mazi.
but trading demands a lot of skill, patience. You have to learn. And because you are learning, we advise people start with $10, small money, $5. Trade, you can lose it. Yes, it simply means you are learning. Okay,
All right,
but
Mazi.
it's a skill. It's a skill that you have to learn how to do it.
Right. Mazi, we have to leave it there because of time. Well, thank you again for your insight. We truly appreciate your thoughts on this. I'm sure that is something that will be in our continuous discussions on our panel. So maybe sometime later we can invite you to talk more on this. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
All right, Mazi Obidibo, giving us insight into the rising cases of business transactions that have fallen by the wayside, and I'm sure they must have picked a thing or two. If you missed out, you can join us on our YouTube channel. That particular broadcast will be up there in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. We're back shortly after this. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT. With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The fuel pump price, which is very high, is affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be reintroduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce, because the transportation cost will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening, because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, or maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30k. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuit, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 70 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to, if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was, let me say, 20, 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building. And all this, like, it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Welcome back. This is still the morning show here on Signature TV. We're supposed to be talking about issues of menstrual hygiene and health in Nigeria. And Sarah Ogechi is on the phone. She's actually the sanitation and hygiene promotion expert. But I don't know if our time will permit us. But let's see how far we can go. Sarah, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, listeners.
We've been trying to connect with you quite early, but does look like our connection was quite poor. But let's go straight into what we have for our viewers today. For you, what is menstrual hygiene? How important is it for ladies, for girls, especially those in the rural areas?
Okay. For me, menstrual hygiene. Talking about how we can eliminate stigma, taboos surrounding menstruation, and to ensure that every girl and every woman has access to menstrual products, education, and infrastructure that they need.
Right. Do you think the percentage of women and girls have access to a proper menstrual hygiene products across Nigeria? What's the percentage?
For me right now, the percentage is not certain, but a lot of women and girls.
Is it high? Is it high? Like the numbers? Is it high in terms of the amounts?
No, it's not. It's not up to 50%. So if it is not up to 50%, so we can still say it is low.
But are there efforts to cover these lapses by the government or even society organizations or NGOs, as the case may be?
Yeah, there's a lot of effort being made by NGOs, especially, and then the government in the area of education, the girl child, even teaching them on how to produce and use reusable pads, because the cost of the transformation on menstruation and how they have to take care of themselves when the menstruation starts.
So how does it affect them mentally and physically?
It does. It has a lot of negative impact on the girl child, especially if the girl is in school, especially if she has entered secondary school and then she's in a mixed school. Only with the girls in an all-girls school, you can stand up from maybe ask a question, or you stand up to that into yourself, or you are going out for break, and then you see that your back all stage is all stage, and then there is this kind of laughter and trying to make fun of you and all that. That kind of making fun on the girl side, some who are so shy that cannot even just run away from school and may not even come back maybe a week or so after. So it has a lot of negative impact.
Are there any local innovations that has been created, or maybe that's on the way to be created, that could help this incidence of menstrual poverty or period poverty, like they say?
Yes, a lot of NGOs, UNICEF, South Africa, they have been doing a lot of education and sensitization on the girl child. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, there's something we call reusable pad, which you could produce from available materials in the environment. Maybe old towels, napkins, fold them, throw them into how you can easily pack it when you're seeing your menstruation, And after use, it is washed, dried under the sun, and then iron where you have iron, and then you now pack it and also keep the next with you. By so doing, you are kind of saving cost, and also it is more hygienic than some of the products that are sold in the market.
Fantastic. Anyways, we just have to leave it there because of time. I'm sure that in due course we're going to invite you further to discuss extensively on this particular topic, which is quite important. Sarah Ogechi, many thanks for your time. Thank you for your insight.
Okay, so the name is Sarah Ogechi Ode.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah Ogechi Ode.
Ode. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you.
All right, viewers, many thanks for being part of the morning. We are connecting to Abuja studios where my colleagues are waiting for the continuation of the morning show. I'm Charles Pius. Have yourselves a good day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Well, good morning, and let me welcome you to a very wet morning in the federal capital, Abuja, this Tuesday. I do not know how the weather is in ENUGU, but my colleagues there were putting up a very sprightly presentation, which I enjoyed every second of it. So let us try and make it as sprightly as ENUGU had begun this morning. My name is Mwabwoz Njoko, and welcome to the show this morning. And today, as I promised you, on Thursday, Friday, and on Monday, we'll be putting the cap on our conversation on 2 years of the Tinubu administration. As we said yesterday, we are going to be looking at 2 years of the Tinubu administration from the prism of Wike, the FCT. Residents of FCT, if you are to gauge the performance of the president, what would you say? How would you assess him, his performance? The area councils, education, law enforcement, physical development, how will you assess the president, his 2 years? We're seeing through the prism of Wike, because Wike is the superintendent minister over the FCT. So how well the president has performed should be reflected by how well Wike has performed. And this morning, I have asked my guest, Honorable Danladi Ezekiel Dalhatu, Honorable Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa. Honorable Dalhatu used to be the Commissioner, Public Complaints Commission, FCT. Ezekiel, you're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
How did you find this rain this morning?
Yeah, in the local palace, they say it's blessing. So even if it destroy houses and bring down trees, we still believe it's a blessing. So it's indeed a blessing to all of us.
Thank you very much, and you're welcome. You heard my introduction.
Yeah.
There's no way really you can access the president or any administration, Tinubu, his 2 years, using Abuja FCT as a yardstick. What will you score the president?
Okay, I'm glad to be here using the Signature TV platform and to interrogate some issues as it concerns the performance of the president, because generally no person is elected into the position of presidency to just be there as a ceremonial person. But the essence is actually to deliver on the mandate, and especially on the campaign promises that they have laid to the general public. Unlike other clients, that they are always judged and put it on the lens on the basis of what they actually say they will do in what they call campaign promises. It's not out of place to do same with what we are doing here. Generally, Tinubu's government, when you put FCT as a prison, has actually made some remarkable impact. I'm not here to speak like a spokesperson of either Tinubu or the political party, but to speak as an individual who has a stake in this place called FCT. So visibly, you could see some improvement in infrastructure. You could see some improvement in terms of security and welfare of people, in as much as it's not uhuru to say, hey, why everything is okay. But when you talk of improvement on it, we can see some visible improvements in terms of what's happening in the FCT.
Okay. Thank you very much. There has been general improvement, some visible improvement in terms of infrastructure. Let me start from the finances of the FCT. Before now, did you feel that FCT had enough resources to undertake the kind of fiscal development we are seeing today? Did you think that FCT had enough resources?
Yes, to some extent, I can say the FCT had enormous resources even before now. If you remember the immediate past minister, there was a time we read on the news where he had to return some fund back to the federal allocation. So how do you return money if you don't have in excess? And so a lot of us actually challenged that, and we're like, hey, what's happening here? With the deficit of infrastructural development in the FCT then, and everywhere the rural communities were not actually seeing the impact, and a whole lot to be done. And then we just all of a sudden we hear that the minister is returning money. So that goes to tell you there was enough money to work
to do what ought to be done.
Maybe the person decided not to maybe toe the line of what Wike is doing, because he should be asking for more money, not returning. So if you ask me if there were funds for development and then building infrastructure, I would say yes. But maybe the person saddled with the responsibility didn't deem it fit to utilize the resources. And again, aside the federal allocation even, FCT have all it takes to generate money and use SIN for infrastructural development. So the question of if there was money, the answer is of fund and all of that. The funds were readily available.
Ezekiel, let me tell you why I asked you that question. If a minister wants returned money, it means that either the capacity to think and identify what needed to be done was not quite available, or he wasn't quite prepared for the job, or in fact, that Wike is realizing areas of making resources available to the state and applying those resources to be able to achieve what is achieved. And don't forget that I'm not just looking at Wike as Wike, I'm looking at him as a Tinubu agent in the last 2 years. In other words, the government has been able to make the resources available, and the resources have been harnessed effectively and put into proper use. Would that assessment be right?
Yeah, on one hand, it may be right, and the other hand, it's I may not just accept it to be right. Reasons being that until we check the books to understand how these funds have been applied, sometimes, like I was watching one of the sister television where a street light is awarded for 266 million per one. And that really,
is it awarded or to be awarded?
To be awarded. So whichever it is, it's there in the budget. So you sometimes we may be clapping for for people who are really draining the system by taking away the funds that are meant for. So, but physically, what we can see is that we are seeing that Wike is applying the resources he's getting, either from the federation account or the internally generated revenue.
And we are seeing what
he's doing with it. So if it's proportionate to whatever it is, it's left for the auditors and people who check.
Not you and I.
But what concerns us is he really doing something with it? The answer is yes. We've seen it. Is he doing much and he need to do more? The answer is yes. He really need to do more, because there are still areas lying fallow that really needs.
In fact, that's what I'm heading to now.
Yeah.
one of the complaints most critics of federal government, not just this administration, including this administration, is that there are many areas of Nigeria without the presence of government, what they call the ungoverned areas of Nigeria, and that those ungoverned areas are in fact Nigeria's weak points. That is where insurgency has taken over. That is where our available land cannot be put to proper use. That is where our people don't feel that they are Nigerians. A measure of alienation. Again, let us take Wike and the rural communities. Look at FCT. That word advisedly. Are there ungoverned areas of FCT that should be touched in order to give higher marks to Tinubu?
In all honesty and in fairness to him, we're talking about barely 2 years in office. Whether he has done much on the rural communities, development and all of that is another different kettle of fish. But you could see in him, I'm talking on practicability, what is practical, what we can see, recently awarding roads to some rural communities across the 6 area council. He openly said he has asked the area council chairman to nominate at least one route that will be built by his administration to the rural communities. And I think he make it so emphatic that he's not talking about routes of township, but routes to rural communities. So coming out to say that, he gave some semblance of he's actually ready to also take the development back to the rural community, because there were a lot of criticism on how he's scraping the existing routes in the municipality, in the Itama, Asokoro, and all of that, scraping the existing
trying
roads
to give more to those who already have.
More of, beautifying it. And people were like, what's this? We have a lot of places that you can't even drive by motorcycle to some of the communities in the FCT. So why concentrating? But, you also look at it to the other angle to see that the city of government also don't need to look so dilapidated and looking, off to the view of our visitors and even us that are living in town. So we'll ask him to do more the rural community. Now that he has settled the municipalities to some extent, because you still have some estates that you can't even drive comfortably to those places. And then you have a whole lot of communities, as I speak to you, that you can't even drive with motorcycle to such community. Are you talking about Almamagi? Almamagi is Nabaji. Yeah. Or are you talking about Gau? Or you are talking about Darka? Or are you talking about Mae, Ogumae? Or are you talking about the Shere? And I see that recently Shere Galwi Road is been rehabilitated also. But you still have places like Kau, and then you still have places in the hinterland such as Yebu Road, just like I said, the rural community, but you still have Nyite, you still have Gau, and then you still have some places like the Kabimongoro, of our time, and then a whole lot of places that really need such a shop. So we know Rome is not built in a day. No. And just like I said, in fairness to him, he's just 2 years in office. So, but his posture of willingness to touch out to the rural communities is what gives us the confidence, and we are reposing such confidence in him that he will actually deliver on that aspect. But actually, and then on a very serious note, the rural communities need serious attention of government. There are communities you will go to in FCT and you will never believe you are in FCT. Complete absence of government presence. No potable water, no road, no school, no security presence. There are communities you can traverse 10, 12, 15 communities without seeing any presence of security personnel. And just like you say, these are how the criminals take advantage of such porous areas, the ungoverned area, they call it soft targets, to go and a lot of kidnapping and banditry activities in FCT are mainly in such of, so it's a whole lot to be done, because once it happens in one rural community, one village very far from town, and then it's all over the news. The news will not carry there is a village in Niger State. No. It will still be that FCT is in turmoil, FCT is unsafe. So there is a reason for us to really see how we can close the gaps.
Well, we're talking about the ungoverned areas. Let us, gradually, sector by sector, because that is also, as we're taking out the marks, we're taking them good or bad for Tinubu. This is not an assessment of Wike, really. It is, has Wike done enough? So there's a question I'm going to ask you toward the end of this program, where you stand when 2027 approaches, but not now. Can we take on, you've touched insecurity a little bit. Compare what was and what is. How well has Wike done when it comes to security of the FCT?
In terms of security, I will also give him some accolades, going by what he has actually done. You wouldn't wake up in the morning and you hear news of either kidnapping, killings, banditry activity. Either is it in Buhari, where every day it was reported that these people are kidnapping and then killing, at some point killing people very close to Duse, that estates, or you talk about Kuturu, or you talk about even the, what was it called, that Zuma side and all of that. It has, or the Kau area, where every day on daily basis people are being kidnapped, and sometimes they follow them on their farms, pick them and maim and kill. Is it Gwawalada, around Dobi, Ibwa side, don't the Kunkun, there's a kindness side, where people will always tell you, we have seen these people, they will come to the farm, pick people and all of that. Is it Abaji? There is one village called Rafinzurfi, around Gurudi side. Every time you hear about kidnapping, killing. In fact, there was a time, almost like 30 or so number of persons who were on the farm doing this community kind of farming, that they were being kidnapped, and I think 2 or so killed. And even the Abaji town himself, some of these quarters, the government quarters, you hear they have come to. And back to town, there are estates that we had in Kubwa and all of that. So it was like a wildfire. It was becoming too...
As if FCT was under siege.
Was under siege. And with the coming of Wike, because part of what contributed to all of that time was poor funding to the security agents. There are times you interrogate them and you hear they don't even have utility vehicle
to respond to any emergency,
to move around and all of that. But I saw on the news, and practically because I was not at the event, but I have seen more than twice where Wike have distributed utility vehicles to the security operatives in numbers, not 20, not 30, not 50, and he has done it like twice or so. I've also seen him coming up with a model police division, creating new divisions that were not in existence across the 6 area council. And he said that is phase 1, that he was going to do another list, and he will keep doing it. And sometime during his media chat, he will openly say the funding is not an issue for the... There was a time he was asking for permission to spend some certain amount of money for the security. so he can tame and these criminals. Leave it to the conventional security alone. You won't get the result. There is a problem of manpower. Correct. Any day, anytime you raise the issue, aside the hardware, the equipment, there is also a problem of manpower. There are places I have recommended, even while in office, to have an outpost and all of that, so we can have coverage of security presence. And they will always tell you that it's not about creating the outpost or the division. It's about manpower, the personnel. So if we are aware of this, and the criminals are not falling from heaven, but they are within us. And they know. So they will always take advantage of it. So, but there is no community, as we speak in the FCT, that you won't have the communities coming together organize themselves to form one vigilante group or the other. So if you go by that, it then means you will have everywhere. You will have breached the gap. So we keep encouraging them to see how they can train and monitor these vigilantes with their activities, train and retrain them, monitor. So it then means if you have 15 communities that has no presence of the conventional police, either what, but you have the vigilante all over there. It then means if you have only 5 police, you are okay to cover that area, and their duty will mainly be monitoring, supervising what they are doing. So with that, you had also breached the gap of. So I am happy he took in that, and I saw him giving some hardwares. And then recently I've overheard, I can't confirm this, that he's going to approve some stipend, for the vigilante that after profiling them, to be sure of who they are, to be giving them some kind of stipend that will enable them encouragement. So I think with all this, I can tell you for free that crime, if not completely taken away, will be reduced to a barest minimum. And again, we have also seen new vehicles of the police, unlike before, where you will see the police vehicle is usually, in fact, some people say it's professionally down or officially down, it won't work. But we can see some new vehicles in town and giving some sign of there is going to be lights at the end of the tunnel. So we only encourage him to do more. This is not to say everything is well. We still have some challenges. As we speak, just last week, there is a village in Kuje Area Council, Amak, I'm trying to remember the name now, where 11 people were murdered. The cold blood at night. This Asalan just came, attacked the village, killed about 11. Others who are injured were left in one hospital in Gadabuke. Gadabuke is in Nasarawa State. So those villages are actually bordered with Nasarawa State. And in Gudunkeria, which is another border between Nasarawa State and FCT, 2 people were kidnapped, And in Hunigbari, close to a village called Narka, 3 people were kidnapped and 2 were killed. This little, and in Buari too, recently, the Kuduru, is it Kuduru now? Yes, village head was kidnapped with his children. The children were released, but himself was killed. So we still have the pockets of little challenges in terms of security, but seeing the posture and body language of Wike, I am very, very impressed and having the confidence that it won't be business as usual. Gauging his performance just within 2 years, I'm believing that with more time, he will improve in what he is doing. So we encourage him to keep doing what he's doing.
Why before you took up this issue, you were looking at infrastructure and all that. But as you were not talking about these ungoverned areas where these criminals are taking advantage of, something else occurred to me. I said, after all, the FCT has a master plan. And Wike has been strident in saying those distorting the master plan are creating development challenges for the FCT. There are structures, there are infrastructure designed in a particular way And now he's trying to follow it. And people are a little bit reluctant, sometimes up in arms, sometimes very loud in their complaints that the man is either destroying buildings or he's stopping development, whatever it is. Which is better? Sticking to the master plan and be sure that FCT develops in an orderly manner, or driving development with sentiment?
There's a two sides of the coin to this, if you ask me, because leadership is said to be by example. When you talk about strict adherence to master plan, there are issues with it. Because as we speak, I have had conversations with evidence where scholars or people with authority in terms of development, urban development, architects and all of that, to say even the government itself is distorting its own master plan.
So if you do not want to be straightforward with it, let me tell you, do not be euphemistic. Don't try to put it this way. There is a debate in the media whether Aso Rock should not be demolished.
So, and many other places. So when you talk of strict adherence to the master plan, sometimes what people think is, if you don't like my face, you colorate, you apply master plan on me, and you take me out. But if I'm your good books, and you seems to have some soft spots for me, you play around,
you fall into the master
there
plan.
are green areas that have been taken and designed for residential areas. We all know it. There are commercial areas that have been converted to residential areas, and all of that. And the poor person on the streets does not have such powers to convert anything to anything. So it's still the players in government. This has been on even for a while. And again, I will tell you for free that adherence to master plan, the master plan should not be seen as something that is static. It should be flexible. Because what is good for the goose should be good for the gander. And again, we will not, people like us will not encourage the distortion of the master plan. But I told you it's a two sides of the coin, and leadership is usually by example. So if it's a known fact that there are government agents or powerful individuals in government that have distorted the master plan visibly, how then do you think you will come with the gospel of adhering to master plan on some other persons? And the constitution is clear about rights and privileges of citizens. The other person should not be treated with disdain and any differently. So, but what we need to do, in my opinion, is to have a honest conversation among the stakeholders. Honest conversation among the stakeholders. And also people who are an authority in the issue of the master plan. So we can sit down and look at the realities on ground. What I mean by that, if the master plan was supposed to be this, and we found out that A, B, C has, in a way of crunching and all of that, let's sit and look at the reality and see how to play around it and still have the master plan the way it is. I'm sure it's not every portion of the master plan that has been obstructed. No. Planning is done with the people. I watched one documentary of one old man in China where they had the road construction, a major one for that matter. And when he was approached for resettlement compensation and all of that, the man said no, he was not going to accept. And as a right of a citizen, they still constructed the road. They found a way around it without destroying his little hut. Because planning generally globally is done with the people. You don't plan anything for goats, animals,
No, you don't.
or you plan it with the people and for the people. Again, if you already have master plan in place 20, 30 years ago, gets me clear, because I told you it's two sides of the coin.
Yes.
If you already have master plan for the FCT 20, 30, 40 years ago, and you have what you call development control in the FCT, office well established, well
for public
and every
resources.
for public resources, and you have that department where on your master plan school will be here, this will be here, well spread out 30, 20 years. You will go to places and see that some of these structures just sprang up not up to 3, 4 years back. You did not control it. You did not sanction them. You did not stop it. But you waited until the full structure is in place, people have occupied, in use. In fact, they had the government facilities paying utility bill, like the ASD now that is private anyway. But then, you know, in some places you will see schools, water, schools, well-built, government public schools. And then the same you will come overnight and say, this is against master plan. And then you just give notice after 2 days, you bring tractor and then demolish. It's arcade to me. Because you are wasting human resources, you are wasting the economic of this country, and you are recruiting criminals. Because when you render people homeless, maybe that is the only hope they have. A lot of people who have their life savings put into that structure, you come back the next day, and then without recourse to, how will they even survive? How will they survive? And these are your own citizens, not foreigners, mark my word. Sometimes it's even more pathetic when it happens to the indigenous people of the FCT. People whose community have been existing hundreds of years before anybody think of creating FCT. You just come overnight, dislodge them. In the to be human is even more older than anything. Government need to be human, and government need to even live to its own responsibility. It's not a military posture that we must do to show we are working. No. If development control or any agents of this government is lacking in terms of funding and all that, they should cry out. Because by now, whatever it is that is not supposed to be there, you nip it on the board before it happens. So they are supposed to be routine check. They go around every day. You know, they have what they call, in fact, they even have what they call district officers and area officers. In their wisdom, they have earmarked every area for these development control officers to be monitoring and seeing any development that is coming. So what happened? An area officer will watch an illegal structure. Because I tell you for free, some of these villages, that low income earners of this country go to find accommodation. There is none of them that can build their structure within 1 year, finish it and enter. No. I can tell you for free, because the funds are not there. The man will do his foundation, leave it after some months, come back, little resources he has, start block work, get to lintel level, and then get to roofing. Before this takes them, there are people that build for more than 5 years. Yes. So where were the development control people who seems to say you are distorting master plan? Where were they? Were they on leave? I have never had them going on strike. So, but this will happen unabated, and this man will continue investing his money until when everything is done. He has dug borehole. He's managing his life there with his children, then overnight they'll come and say demolish it because of. So I don't think we should wait for such scenario, for such kind of thing, To me, it's not how it should be.
Okay, do not forget that we're looking at 2 years on, Tinubu's performance, but using the prism of Wike and the FCT. My guest, Honorable Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa, former Commissioner, Public Complaints Commission, FCT. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll return presently. Please stay with us. Well, I just told you when we began this program that we are going to be putting a cap on our assessment of the performance of the Tinubu administration in the past 2 years, and that we are going to put that cap using our assessment of the performance in the FCT. Thus far, my guest seems to be taking good, but a little more, please. You need to do a little more here. Honorable Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa, we are still talking about putting a cap on our conversation today. Promises made by the Tinubu government, first during politics, now in government. They will improve education, fund it effectively. They have released money to the council to take care of primary education. Wike is in charge of the FCT. On behalf of Tinubu, how well has he treated education in the FCT? And therefore, how well has Tinubu treated education in the FCT?
I think to take on this, just like a rider
I need to get back this.
This thing was Supreme Court passed judgment since October last 2024. Until now, it has not been implemented.
No. Please, Dalhatu, don't say that. Because the Supreme Court added the Latin expression status quo ante. And the interpretation of status quo ante is leave things as they have been. Why are you here canvassing, trying to put the local government into trouble?
The problem is this. When we say one thing and we are seeing doing the other one, it marvels me and it gives me some kind of fear about governance in this country. In terms of education in the FCT,
yes,
it will interest you, but
it could make me sad.
It will make you sad to know that the primary school children have been home for the past 2 months or so in the FCT, which is not supposed to be. And it's been ball passing. On the other hand, the area council chairman will say, we don't have these funds. We inherited some of these areas, some from 17, some 20 or 9, all of that. And we only came on board 2022, yes, or thereabout, and all of that. And so these areas is not owned by us, and we don't have the funds, to pay. I've heard the Honorable Minister saying he has given them money to go and pay.
He said so.
And the area council chairman will come and say, no, we have not received monies specifically for the payment of teachers' minimum wage and all of that. You should know that it's not just the primary school teachers that are on strike. Even the area council staffs across the 6 area councils, none of them is in office. All the area councils are locked. The Nolge are also on strike. demanding for minimum wage implementation. So when we are looking at Wike's performance on the lens of what he's doing in the FCT, you will tend to see the civil servants may not be singing his praises the way it's supposed to be, because all they know is when their entitlements are given to them, not just the road construction and all of that. And so he needs to do something about it. Just like I say, it's been ball passing. Because the minister that I know, if he has made monies available to this area council chairman with specific heading for this purpose, and the monies are released, he won't sit and look at them doing what they are doing.
My worry, Honorable Danladi, is that now that local governments in Abuja, local councils are financially autonomous, and if the minister has released their money to them, it's not the duty of the minister to tell them, apply the money for buying a cup, applying the money to fix a bucket. They have their money. They have their responsibilities. They have their challenges. And they are competent enough to run that level of government in our country. So they should also know how to determine their priorities.
No, that's the point I'm making. They tell you the money available to them is for A, B, C, D. Do you get? And added money for them to be able to carry this A, B, C, D. It's not there. The other time they came out and said, I watched them at the interactive session with the committee on FCT at the National Assembly, where they said there are some funds that normally comes to the area council for doing a specific job with it. And it's not as if such funds comes every month. Sometimes it's after 6 months, sometimes it's after 1 year, sometimes after 3 months or thereabout. That there was a fund, what did they call it? I've forgotten the name now. Is it signature? What? There was a fund released to them from the office of the Accountant General of the Federation for a specific thing to do with it. And if they carry that fund and apply to pay minimum wage, and the fund is not starting to come the next month, so you have started paying the minimum wage and you will not have the ability to continue. You
okay, my producer says I should please tell Danladi to score. So in terms of the FCT, management of education, what are you going to score?
It's difficult for me to score good if the children are still at home. My conscience will judge me. Because if they are well taken care of, and education sector is well settled, we won't have our children. I'm not interested in whether you have the structure everywhere. And besides, it's not even everywhere, but I don't blame it on Wike because we are talking about 2 years. I saw a report where he said he has renovated over 60 schools, and then built some. But we still have schools in the FCT. I can give you pictures. I can take you to sites where students still undertake learning on the floor without chairs.
No, that may not be in our FCT.
But here in FCT,
Honorable Danladi,
and then you have some
manufacturers. I live in an FCT.
Yeah,
I mean,
so maybe you live in Asokoro. We say, I can take you to villages where you will find it difficult to even ride a bicycle, motorcycle, and then you will go and see where not even that. Not up to 5-6 kilometers from the city center, you will find schools like that. I saw it on the reports, and some of them I have visited.
Okay, so you have said to me this morning that honestly, this is still work in progress.
No. For education,
you have said
for education, especially primary education in the
he needs to buckle up.
He really needs to do more. If the area councils are they are dancing around it and doing whatever. Wicked, I know, with bold steps about education should not be something exceptional.
Thank you very much. I'm told we are overshooting. Yeah. We are overshooting. a little bit under an hour, I've been conversing with Honorable Dahatu Ezekiel Musa. Honorable Dahatu is the former Commissioner, Public Complaints Commission, FCT. This morning, all we did was how well has Tinubu performed in the past 2 years using Wike as a yardstick? Well, infrastructure had to a very big good, he said. Raising resources and applying resources, very big good. Taking development to the area councils, yes, he says he's doing well. His body language also shows his commitment to do more. But says, in this case, I want to play the Oliver twist. Please add a little more. Education, he says he'll be conscience-stricken if he takes a good. In other words, here the president has scored F9. I didn't say so. And he says what he can show me if I doubted him. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. Through Minister Wike, you've done very well in Abuja, creating infrastructure. You've tackled insecurity. You have also shown that you can raise and manage resources. You can also show that you are taking development to the area councils. But please wait. He says, you need to do more. How to do more so that you don't leave too wide ungoverned areas where criminals can convert. So that says, he also says, he has no, that in fact, he will burst his heart if he gave you a good mark in education. And Mr. President, insists that education you give to the children is the highest dividend of democracy. They look at it closely. What else can we do, Dahatu? Thank you very much for coming to the program.
Thank you.
This conversation stops, and my name never changes. A cool, cool day in Abuja. My boys and Jocko, please enjoy the rest of the day, and let's meet again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
fine because we are already in the raining season and we are getting used to it. So brace up because it's going to be more from time to come. And in the highlights for today, we are going to have a conversation on tertiary education curriculum and practicability in Nigeria society. How is the curriculum corresponding with the society, with the labor market? Are we really preparing the students ahead of the labor market, or we're just interested in dishing out certificates? We're going to know about that this evening because we have Divine Ekweremadu in the studio to give us an insight on that. And afterwards, we're going to have politicals, and politicals will talk about women in politics since 2023, progress reports. We don't have much women in the political sector, in the political space. Now we're going to know what exactly is hindering women participation in politics and what's the way forward and the progress so far. And afterwards, we'll dive into In the News, and this is where we have a special report, things that's happened during the week and over time, recent trending stories. And then afterwards, we have our Evening Retrospect, where we bring up interviews, more the ones in high demand, current interviews that we had before now.